der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Itself, and mainly because the whole of the Grand Prix track is absolutely shrouded with fog, and a similar situation we had in 2024 for the Nürburgring 24 hours. Exactly the same part of the circuit was affected. Strangely enough, a lot of the Nordschleife is fine for racing, but to be honest, the fog on the main start-finish straight does not show any signs of clearing, and that means that qualifying has not been able to take place so far today. Johnny Palmer in the Global Broadcast Centre. Delighted to be joined as well by Peter Snowden. My first opportunity to say good morning to Snowy. Unfortunately, though, we've not really got the weather for it.
Morning, Johnny. No, not really. It doesn't bode well, does it, if we've got to this stage and no qualifying yet. Obviously, that's got to run a certain amount of time, but just looking at pictures and out of the window and webcam and all that kind of stuff, trying to put it all together and process it, it's not looking brilliant. But exactly as you said, Johnny, it's that age-old thing of the forest is fine, but the GB circuit isn't. And that's the problem. It's kind of from the Dottinghauer down, isn't it?
And the people in the pit lane have been given updates steadily through the course of the morning. They've been coming every 30 minutes or so. But to be honest, when the next announcement is put forward on the screen, or at least an announcement of an announcement, everybody kind of knows what's going to be said in the next 30 minutes, because this fog does not clear particularly quickly. It is an opportunity for so many fans to be in the pit lane looking at their favourite cars, mind you. But you just really don't expect this in the middle of August, because it's beautiful in other parts of Central Europe, you know, particularly Western Europe, areas like Portugal, Spain, France, getting blistering heat and have been for the last week or so. But here in Germany, and particularly because it's the Nürburgring, I suppose, up the road at Spa-Francorchamps, it has the same thing, this microclimate, which is entirely independent of anywhere nearby to it.
It is, and trying to take my cynical hat off, and I really, really am, Johnny. It does remind me of that Nürburgring 24-hour last year, wasn't it? So this year was fine. Last year, when we kept getting update or race control notifications of update at this time, and as you said, we all knew what was going to happen anyway, and it didn't. And there's just more and more fog. And there's I'm looking at some of the CCTV cameras around the circuit from here in sort of race control or above, and it's still ridiculous out on the circuit. You can't see. Of course, the limiting thing being two things for the driving point of view of the marshalling is vision between marshal posts. Two marshal posts need to be able to see one another for obvious reasons. Something happens, they've got to be able to relay that. And the GP bit, of course, is where the medical helicopter is based at the end of the pit lane. And if that isn't clear to take off, you can't run the meeting should something happen where that needs to be used. And hopefully it isn't, but you can't start the race with that inability to fly. And it doesn't appear to be clearing. I was looking at the weather forecast an hour and a half, 2 hours or so ago, and it looked like it was all going to clear quite rapidly, as we've seen in the past, haven't we, Johnny? But not today, at the moment.
And this is the day, I mean, this is the day that we want the weather to clear, because we've got so much racing to put forward. It's no coincidence that a 6-hour race is held in August, because that's the best chance you've got of a full day's racing and the qualifying. And we haven't had any action yet, bearing in mind that the race should be starting in just over 40 minutes time and taking us through till 6 p.m. local. So there's plenty of opportunity through the day for the situation to change, but we have to produce a grid somehow. And it's been quite some time since we've seen GT3 cars on this circuit for a key event. In fact, the last time was the 24 hours this year, the weekend after the 24 hours of Le Mans. The last standard ADAC, the last standard event here was one of the two qualifiers, which are have been independent from NLS. They were actually run as NLS rounds this year, but they are called the ADAC 24-hour Nürburgring qualifier races. So middle of June, we're now 2 months on from that. We have had an NLS-Light race that I seem to recall went down a storm. It wasn't covered from an English
crack of a race.
Was it? Well, tell us what you know, Snowy.
Well, I just watched little bits of it at the time, even though we didn't do a live stream of it. But it was a great race, and I think it was a format that I think it was a great idea, because you always get this drop off, as we say every year, don't we? That after the 24-hour, which isn't part of NLS, but we all know pre-NLS, everybody uses it to test and get data and etc. etc. And we have a little bit of a drop off immediately afterwards. So in response to that, ADAC said let's do a light race, which dropped out the GT3 and GT4 cars, because there weren't that many of them coming to the immediate round after the 24-hour. And they had an absolute cracking race. It was brilliant. It was well worth having a look at, to be honest. So I think that's a format that we'll see in the future. Today, should we ever actually get underway with qualifying, etc., we do have 111 cars on the grid, which I think is a good turnout. Only 7 GT3 cars, but usual. A couple of Falcon regular supporters of this, cars 3 and 4, the Falcon Motorsports cars in their unique colours we know. Haupt Racing, we've got a Mustang out with Frank Schnippler in that, and he's also in the number 8 Utah Racing R8 as well. So one extreme to the other, front engine GT3 Mustang and mid-engined Audi. So Frank displaying his skills today, hopefully. My gut feeling at the moment, Johnny, is if this even clears, given the timescale, we might end up with a 4-hour race.
Yeah, I suppose that is the benefit of having a 6-hour race planned. You can cut it back by a couple of hours and still have a very reasonable race. It just falls into form of all the other events that have taken place as far as the NLS Championship is concerned. By the way, before we move entirely on from the NLS Light race that was held on the 5th of July, that was a win then for the number 76 VW Golf Club Sport of Max Cruiser Racing. So well done to Nico Otto and Timo Hochwind, who win the inaugural NLS Light race by 2.5 minutes at the end from a BMW M4 of Richard and Philippe Krizek. But just a great opportunity for some of those cars that sometimes fall beneath the radar. They're still going right at it, you know, hammer and tongs, often out of the view of the cameras that are honing in on the GT3s. But 83 Golf won it from a whole slew of SP8T BMWs, Toyota Supras, and Porsche 718 Cayman was 6th place and winning Cup 3 at the time. One of the intervention vehicles, or more specifically a circuit vehicle now, just going out to check visibility. The biggest issue, typically, Snowy, is the fact that marshal posts need to see other marshal posts. So if there's a yellow flag flying, you need to be knowing whether you've got to fly a yellow or a green, depending on which side of it you are. It's less of a concern, really. I mean, you are a driver, but to be honest, the drivers aren't really the priority. It's whether the marshals can see one another and provide a safe environment for you drivers.
Well, exactly. It's drivers are particularly selfish, and they'll race in anything. It seems slightly comical that we'll race in the rain at night in the 24-hour, but we're worried about fog. Well, the officials are not. They're worried about, say, the marshals. That's the safety is the priority, and the safety of the marshals first and foremost, not the drivers. As you say, we have to see it from one post to the other, so that the messages can be conveyed, as you say, whether it be a yellow flag, a green flag, or code 60 or code 120 slowing down, and you have to have that opportunity, because quite simply, put the drivers to one side. If you've got cars approaching at a speed and you haven't got the correct signs out in the correct sequence, you could have marshals working on track to deal with the situation and cars barreling into it way too fast, which is not ideal, to say the least. I think the issue at the moment is the cutback on the GP circuit was particularly heavy fog. That does seem to have lifted a little bit, but it's the pit straight still that's just watching this intervention vehicle, you said, or race control vehicle gone out there with its T-bar flashing, but they said we take a different angle on the circuit CCTV now and look down. That's another car coming in back from the Dottinghoe Tiergarten onto the pit straight, and there you go. The pit entrance is virtually invisible. You can't see it. It's just it's a grey screen with a little bit of a circuit at the bottom of it. So that's the area at the moment that's the issue.
Yeah, remember we're not using the lowest part of the Grand Prix track, so all the way down to the Goodyear Carer, because that's reserved for the 24-hour race and the qualifiers. So it's the more typical NLS layout with that U-bend, which slices the Grand Prix track in half, effectively. But yeah, the end of the Dottinger Hoor, I mentioned the Nordschleife itself wasn't really affected, but to be honest, much of the Dottinger Hoor is, because it's at sort of the same level as the Grand Prix straight. Well, there's a bit of a climb through Antoniusbucher and then on towards Tiergarten, but clearly all of that part and the parallel main road that runs down to the petrol station, the model shop, where is so typically the sign-on area year on year.
Where we spend too much time.
Far too much time. And to be
money.
honest, a day like this would be an ideal opportunity to shoot down there.
Yeah, not for the bank balance, it wouldn't be.
No, but on a research mission.
Indeed, of course.
The 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche is raring to go. Dennis Marschall and Nico Menzel, its drivers for today. Maybe a chance to reflect then on what's happened in the NLS Championship to this point, because in actual fact, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring was the exception. Even though a Porsche won that race on the road, it was given a hefty penalty for contact. Kevin Estre colliding with a GT4 Aston Martin.
Yeah, the Door Motorsport car, wasn't it?
Yeah. Was it sort of Bergwerk area, or just after, or just before?
No, it wasn't. It'll come back to, I think,
later.
It was a bit later in the lap, yes. Yeah, it was one of those things that I was in two minds at the time whether that was a valid penalty or not. I know that sounds ridiculous when you've got a GT3 car closing down on a GT4 car. It's up to the GT3 car to do the job properly, and Kevin Estre, hugely experienced, almost a ringmeister here, having won the 24-hour before. He was under pressure, wasn't he, from Mosciello behind in the BMW, then went on to win it. The only, on paper or on TV as we saw it looked dramatic to perhaps a layman of, he just touched the car. He did try and get out of the way, go onto the grass, but he just touched it. He did hit the door of the Aston, so he was well alongside, but that's probably just a slight overcommitment. But the fact the Aston flipped and ended up on its roof was somewhat dramatic, to say the least. I think the biggest element for me that was, if there's any area disappointing it, was that the penalty came very late in the day, quite a long time after the incident, and therefore the fans saw one car take the line and another car actually win the race just behind it, which I just never think is ideal. I'm not criticising the officials, it took a while to decide it, and obviously there were appeals and stewards and all sorts going on, but the race continued, and I think it was a 100-second penalty they got at the end, but it wasn't terribly far off the end of the race.
Yeah, I forget now when that penalty was issued, but I had a slight problem with the timing of it and the fact that the Porsche didn't actually serve the penalty in race. And
correct.
There's a rule that says if a penalty is issued, and I forget whether it's either the final 3 hours or the final 4 hours of a race, but you then are not obliged to serve it in reality. You can carry it on till the end of the race and it's just added to your race time. The thing is, Manthey were clearly appealing it, they were arguing it through. There was a great bit of camera work, which probably shouldn't have been done, but followed Kevin Estre all the way into the hospitality suite at Manthey and viewed Olof Manthey chatting with Kevin Estre, and Manthey batting the camera away like a fly at one point. And fair play to that cameraman, because that was a great bit of coverage, and you felt like you were properly behind the scenes, Snowy.
It was a proper bit of sort of investigative journalism, wasn't it? It was worthy of that. It was. I did feel at the time when they showed him going into the steward, like, no, you probably shouldn't be doing this. But you say it's great. It's great media. We got a real sense of what was going on. So we've got race control car going out again. One of our Audi Q3s, A3 Q3, isn't it? Going down the pit lane. They say the pit lane doesn't look too bad now, but it's the end of the pit lane. The pit exit is fine, but even looking across from the camera view we've got at the moment in the pit lane, you can see the Dorint Hotel. I say see it. You can see the outline of it.
It's there,
and that's exactly. That's only the other side of the hotel, the track, and this just slightly rings alarm bells for me of this time last year, or 24-hour last year, as you say, when we sat for ages, and there was perfect footage, clearage out on the track on the forest area, and the main part of the track, the absolute bulk of the track was clear. But it was this bit here, the pit entrance especially, that you just can't see. That said, last year we did run quite a few laps. Was it an hour or two, or a couple of hours, I think, of the 24-hour under the safety car? So maybe they'll start it that way. I don't know. There are options to get track action underway, Johnny.
Yeah, I seem to remember we had 5 laps behind a safety car in 2024 in an effort to.
That probably is about 2 hours then.
Yeah, weirdly, because it's such a long circuit, and that was to acclimatise everyone to the amount of visibility, the lack of what they could see. But the problem was it just wasn't changing. And to flip that image that you and I were painting of the Dorrent Hotel, the other side of the track from the pit lane, well, you and I have been sitting in the Dorrent, peering out of the glass to the track, and you actually can't see the circuit. The fog was that dense in 2024. I couldn't see, for instance, the alternative fueling area, which normally is crystal clear from the dining space within the Dorrent. So I think it's going to be a similar situation where you and I are sitting there today.
Too much coffee again.
A third breakfast, perhaps.
Which, all right for you being Slim Jim. You can carry a third breakfast. I shouldn't have one at all.
I don't know. That's starting to catch up with me now. That's been a strategy for a good 15 years or so. But
I was just thinking about those laps actually, Johnny. I think a safety car lap is approximately 20 minutes.
Yes.
Right. So that is that's 3 per hour.
Yeah.
So I wasn't far wrong. That's an hour. That's an hour and 40, isn't it, for 5 laps?
Indeed.
It's madness when you think about it. Yeah.
And incredibly boring, I would have thought. I mean, fine if you're towards the front of your class and you have a reasonable view of the safety car, but otherwise you're just trying to keep some sort of tyre temperature there. But in the back of your mind, you're thinking, well, we're never going to go racing anyway, so what is the point of this exercise?
There is that. So further, just a quick update from race control. Further information at 11:45, so in, 14 minutes' time now. Make that 13 minutes' time. But you're absolutely right, Johnny. Sitting in a race car there would be incredibly frustrating, because you sit there, you're going around, and we say 5 laps. And one thing we have to always remember about this place is it's such a long lap. We've just said 20 minutes under a safety car approximately for a lap. So 5 laps that they ran at that was an hour and 40. But you're sitting there for interminably 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes talking to your crew, to saying, have we got any news? Is the safety car in this lap? You hope that the communications are clear in terms of you haven't got to watch the safety car because you're so far back you probably can't see it anyway. So you're hoping to say, you'll be informed the safety car is coming in this lap, and or are we suddenly going racing or not? And you probably get complacent and just sit there and just kind of give up, and that's when unbelievably you can run into the car in front or run wide, or suddenly you find yourself that noise underneath it. No, it's because you're in the gravel, because you're not really paying attention, because you're used to driving the car at a set pace, a certain window of speed, and you're not interminably behind the safety car.
Yeah,
it's a first world problem being a racing driver, obviously, but
indeed, during a caution.
Just thought I'd add that bit, exactly.
But the brain requires some stimulation, I suppose, and when all you're doing is just zigzagging along to try and keep the tyre temperature and roughly gauge how much grip was out there. I mean, the grip's not going to be an issue if it's not raining. It's not raining at the moment. The only problem is this low-lying cloud, which is preventing any visibility on the Dottinger Hohe, and certainly the first part of the Grand Prix circuit. Just checking the weather conditions for later on this afternoon. What we need is some sunshine bursting through the clouds in an attempt to burn off this mist. It's going to get to a high of 20 degrees Celsius today. Very limited chance of rain. In fact, it's more likely when the end of the race has passed. Remember, we are able to have track action until 6 o'clock tonight, because the race was due to start in 25 minutes or so. I think there has to be some qualifying, although we've got a championship, this is a series, so there are points which other championships might determine a grid from, I suppose. You look at where everybody is within their relevant categories and put them in the order there, but not to have any running and just to unleash them into the race doesn't seem like a typical Nürburgring thing to do. Safety first all the time.
Well, I think the thing is there, Johnny, you're quite right that in certain championships, and I've had this many years ago, decades ago actually, where we had a race at Donington, which was a season finale in the UK, and it was exactly like this. There was fog, so there were no there was no qualifying. They were not able to do it. So what they did was they decided the grid by the current championship standings from the previous round. That worked for me brilliantly because I was leading the championship, so I was on pole. Love it. But that's just an aside. But in this, it's not the same because, yeah, the last race was, as I say, it was a light race. The one before that was the 24 hours. So we've got to go back to, you know, quite a way, and you won't have the same cars in that. They're not the same numbers all the time. It's not like it's, you know, the same cars all the time. So you can't really use that formula. Just looking at the pit lane. It looks deceptively clear in the middle of the pit lane, Johnny, and a little bit better at the exit, but still not at the entrance, and that's the bit that's concerning me. And there's still quite a bit out. Just looking around at some of the CCTV stuff that Race Control provide us, and it's still really quite foggy further around. Trees are moving nicely, which suggests that there's a bit of wind, which will help clear stuff, and just. We're just getting a long shot back down the pit straight at the moment, and you can physically see the mist or the fog moving on the camera by the M-Power bridge. But there's a lot out there still dotting her way. Tiergarten, it's not getting better there.
Yeah,
I wish it was.
The danger is it's going to improve in certain areas, the worst areas perhaps, but then the kind of okay bits might get worse then. Yeah, precisely. Because fog is not a single being. You know, it's so fluid and very, very difficult to predict. But
it mystifies me. Sorry.
That was an open goal for you.
Too easy. Yeah, low hanging fruit. I thought he'd get it out of the way and be done. How about that? Even before qualifying, let alone the race.
Yeah.
He goes cheesy.
You're highly alert this morning, Mr. Snowden.
Be alert. Your country needs alerts. Yeah.
So we talked about the 24 hours and the fact that a Porsche won on the road, but then was given that 1 minute and 40-second penalty. So the only BMW GT3 car in the 24 hours this year went on to win. It was a Rover Racing BMW, so we shouldn't have been surprised, perhaps, and a splendid result for that car after BMW had struggled for a couple of years with the relatively new machine. But the NLS races have all been about Porsche. I mean, I'm just looking through the results from the start of the year, 22nd of March, which was the 70th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt. That was a 1-2 finish for the Falcon crew, the 3 finishing ahead of the 4, the number 3 car of Dorian Boccalacci and Alessio Picariello. They actually changed their drivers, but it still went on to win. So the first win of the season was Sven Muller and Boris Schuring in car 3. Then Boccalacci and Picariello took over in car 3 and also took a victory. And there have been a variety of Porsches tasting the champagne on the top step of the podium. Nobody's been able to stop them. And that's why I kind of thought, well, Manthey guaranteed to win. A little did we know that the contact was going to take them out of it. But we now go back to the bread and butter of this series. Are you looking beyond Porsche, do you think, for a victory today if we do have a race?
Personally, I can't really see it. I think you just can't discount, or cannot discount, Falcon. That said, Stippler in the Mustang, that car is getting more and more refined every outing, and it was never off the pace or slow or, you know, tardy anyway. But that's a car to watch, I think, certainly with Frank Stippler on board. No disrespect to any of his other teammates.
The Haupt Racing team had those 3 spectacular Ford Mustangs, didn't they, for the 24 hours? And it was the less fancied one. I think there was a sort of Pro-Am one that was the highest finishing. I'll check that in the results in a moment. But for a first outing for this Ford Mustang, I thought they had a really good race.
Yes, and I say it's only getting better. Which is good for us and good for the sport and good for the series. And yeah, I think 2026. I mean, the Mustang it's all over the world, isn't it? Playing different series, including its own challenge series. And it's just it's been properly developed. And people like Frank Stippler don't drive cars unless they're worthy of his talent. You know, even so much today, 2 cars, totally different, but he's doing it. Yes, looking at fog again, just another just quick like CCTV. The pit entrance is now clear, so it has moved down, but it's getting down towards the other end of the circuit. So that long shot I mentioned a few minutes ago, Johnny, where it was sort of, you could see the mist rolling towards us, which was very, very romantic, I thought. Just a bit more romantic with the sound of engines going behind us. But it has moved away. The pit entrance is now completely clear to see. But it's moved down towards the GP circuit, which means if it goes off that way, that's good, because obviously we come back from the GP circuit and the Nordschleife is effectively behind us. So this bodes well for some kind of track action in perhaps the next, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes, I don't know.
It's certainly a theory, and I'd like to agree with you.
I'm trying to be positive.
No, I can tell. I'm just slightly concerned where this fog is now drifting to, because if it's heading for the Hudson back, then it may get lost then in the early part of the Nürburgring itself, the Nordschleife itself. The thing is, it tends to hang at a same level, so if the track is beneath it, then we shouldn't really have a problem, but it's just slowly getting pushed towards Ad van Bogen and those slow left and right-handers after the cut-through. But I'm encouraged by how much clearer the Dottinger Hoor is appearing now.
The only other barometer I would add, Johnny, is that if race control were close to getting some kind of track action underway, we'd have cleared the pit lane by now, and we haven't.
Yes, true, because there's still many, many people mingling amongst the racing cars, some of which are still out on the apron, many of which not yet having wheels applied, so that shows us how far away we are from a session beginning as well. They'll get ample warning to prepare their cars, and at the moment all we're getting is a next announcement in 20 minutes time, let's say. I was correct about the Haupt Racing Team Ford Performance Mustang finishing in 4th position.
I never doubted you.
Hours. Well, I did, in truth, but I remembered it being a Pro-Am car rather than the Pro, and it was the Family Vega car of Yusuf and Salman with David Schumacher and Dennis Fetzer. They won Pro-Am, but got up as high as 4th position overall, so behind the main GT3 Pro podium, which was the Rover Racing BMW of Augusto Farfus, Jesse Krohn, Raffaele Marciello and Kelvin van der Linde, then Manthey's Porsche, and then the dynamic GT Porsche, which had amongst its talent Matteo Cairoli, Joel Sturm, Bastian Boos was in that car, and Luke Hartog as well. But after that, yes, the Pro-Am Ford Mustang finishing in 4th position, and therefore beating the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin that finished 7th, and the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, which got to the finish and finished in 8th place overall, with that slightly older Lamborghini Huracan, the Evo 2 of Peter Elkman, Pavel Lefterov, Maximilian Powell and Danny Sufi. Check again of the hairpin on the Nürburgring, and well, tricky to work out precisely whether there's been an improvement or whether it's just kind of stayed the same. But Sabine Schmidt's curve is also shrouded in a bit of fog as well. Can't see the castle, the Nürburg castle on top of
the Schloss,
the mound.
yes.
The Schloss, yeah, which still I think has scaffolding around it because they're doing extensive regenerative work there, renovation work.
I think looking back the other way, so the Dorint Hotel, look at the pits. Start, finish, the checkered line across the track, sort of right in front of us, where the flag is displayed and the little sort of mini race control, if you like, on the pit wall there. Looking back the other way, Joe, that's clear there. It's not clear at pit exit, as I've said, but it's actually back towards the Dottinger Hoer. Pit entrance is clear, but Dottinger Hoer, or more importantly Tiergarten, is still heavily shrouded in fog, which, moving to the left, as you say, covers Sabine Schmidt's curve, which is obviously the beginning of the Nordschleife and down Hatzenbach, etc. So, and the pit lane's still full of people, and that's just logistically to get the people out of the pit lane and cleared. There are a good few hundred people down there. That's going to take a while. So I'm guessing, being as we're 1 minute off, 1:45 midday now, that we're probably not going to go for a midday start at this rate. And I think we've got spectators being allowed to sit in cars on the pit lane now. Such are they filling time. I think that's the. I think it's one of the Porsches there, yeah.
Yeah, it's possibly in the Falcon pit, so it's not...
Because they're in the car, yes, they're in the pits, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even on the apron.
So it's not a guest drive as such.
No, no.
It is a clamber in the cockpit and have a look at how little space
Just
there is.
don't press any, don't touch anything. Please don't touch anything.
Yeah, don't press that button because it'll take all the air out of the internal jacks and send the car to the ground, and without any wheels, that's not going to end well. Two of the four names that I just mentioned that performed so well in the Ford Mustang during the 24-hour race this year, Salman Ovega and David Schumacher, they were actually two of a three-driver lineup that won this equivalent race last year, because it was a Haupt Racing Team Mercedes, the Team Advan by HRT Mercedes, that won the Rover 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, as it was in 2024. Hubert Haupt was amongst that driving talent as well, and a convincing victory in the end. Although I am noticing that the race time was also 4 hours. So was there a problem with weather last year as well? It was meant to run for 6 hours, but the winning time was 29 laps and 4 hours and 7 minutes. So clearly there was a delay of some description in 2024 as well. That might also have been fog. I think you and I commentated on it. Yeah, I'm just
going back through the results. Yeah.
My memory has completely been erased of most of the NLS races, but I have a feeling we were hanging around for a little while to get that underway. Maybe there'd been some sort of incident in the morning which put us back and meant that qualifying had to run late. But anyway, it was only a 4-hour race in 2024 as well. That smacks again as a big option for me, considering there is precedent now, and I've confirmed that. It was the only GT3 car to finish on the podium overall, because we had a couple of Cup 2 Porsches, second and third overall, with Black Falcon finishing ahead of the Avia WNS Motorsport equivalent GT3 Cup car, so 148 ahead of 120. Another lap about to be completed by the sighting vehicle. Dottinger Hoor certainly looks better now. I can't see the start of the Dottinger Hoor, but you don't need to necessarily. Just need marshal posts. I mean, it's a luxury, and it would be ideal.
I was going to say, you say that. I think, from being a selfish driver, I'd quite like to see the start of it. But if I'm going to get to the end of it, I'd like to see the start of it, please.
Yeah, but
is that unreasonable?
If you're at the start of it, you will see the start of it. It's just that the camera towards the end can't pick out the Galgenkopf right-hander at this stage. But it's all relative, isn't it? The bit of track that you're on, you can see. It's just that you can't necessarily see a couple of kilometres in front of you. But you only need to see a few metres, don't you, to be able to know who you're racing?
Yeah, I do. What you need to be is behind another car, because they do all the hard work for you. And you just sit with them and then go past them on the kink.
If there is a hazard there, then they'll meet it first, I suppose.
Yeah, just as long as you don't collect it as well.
Yeah, you have to be high alert and make sure that you avoid. But that's the permanent fixture for, or permanent setting for most of these drivers, many of which are still in civvies, so just waiting instruction. And the next update presumably will come at midday. I haven't checked the latest alerts, but I think everybody's waiting for another 12 minutes to be aware of what happens next. So it is a chance to chill out a little, but you don't want to entirely switch off, because you may be told by your team manager, your engineer, right, we want you in the car in 15 minutes, let's say. So there is an element of being warmed up and ready to go on a short call, I suppose. No, you must have been in that situation before.
Yeah, you're just on standby, but it's always that problem. You have such a set routine. Rather like us in production, we have a schedule, and it's almost down to the second. It's exactly the same on the other side of driving, the teamwork, because they've all got everything in place. The car's got to be warmed up, and etc., etc. And you're just in this sort of no man's land at the moment of do we, don't we, is it happening, or whatever. And you're just in the hands of race control, which, as we've said, it's obviously based on safety. We totally get that, and that can't be helped. But you just don't know what you're doing. Are we going or not? Are we ready? Do we warm the thing up? Do we put your overalls on? If it's cold and foggy, put your overalls on to keep warm. That's one aspect of it. Do we have a change? And of course, it changes strategy, because nobody's qualified yet. Normally, we're done by this time and done qualifying. We have an order, you have a structure, you know what's happening. and then you go on to into the race. At the moment, we've had absolutely no track action whatsoever.
Yeah, and quite a wait, as described, for so many of the GT3 entry. And as we've described, it's not the biggest that we have seen, but nevertheless there is some quality there. And most of those entrants will just know this place.
I've just remembered, Johnny, actually, you're right. It was you and I covering the 6 hour last year, and it was that beginning of lap 2, that huge incident at Hatzenbach that took out 9, 10, 11 cars on what was effectively the second lap of the race, including Stifler and all that. Remember, they all piled into one of the 5 or 6 of them at Hatzenbach, and there was such a long delay. It was then restarted as a 4-hour race.
And that was in rain.
Absolute rain. It was like somebody just turned a tap on at Hatzenbach, which is not ideal.
No. So everyone started on slicks. I mean, remember the crash. I hadn't remembered it was the 6-hour race.
Yes, it was that race. That's what caused it. There was so much consternation and things. They had to stop it for 2 when they restarted it as a 4-hour race.
Yeah. Okay. So it may well be that for the 2nd year running, that is the same scenario, but for different reasons. We will just have to wait and see. But at least, as I said, we want the weather to play ball for one of the keystone events in the calendar. But there is a little bit more wiggle room in a 6-hour race, as in you don't necessarily have to run it to the full quota, and we have until 6 o'clock tonight to get as many hours as possible into the books. But I'm going to say it's unlikely that we will get the full 6 hours in now, because qualifying hasn't happened yet. That will probably take the best part of 2 hours to get sorted. Then there'll need to be some downtime in order for the cars to be refueled and gridded up in the right order. There's a little bit of fanfare as well as the cars are positioned on the grid, and the fans can wave them off from the grandstand. The rolling lap takes 20 minutes, remember, and then we hopefully will be racing, but race control need to be confident that the fog has not only lifted, but has lifted for the day too. So,
well, just looking at the possibilities and just reading through some of the rules in the background whilst you were just chatting there, Johnny, that there's a possibility, if we, as you said, we've got to have some form of, assuming we have track action first, yeah, there's got to be some form of qualifying, because we've got no grid order. So it probably needs to be an hour's qualifying given the length of the circuit. So you probably need to have that. Now, pit lane, just as I speak, pit lane is starting to be cleared of public now, so that's a good sign. So we could have a noon start, and then have, if you have the, we have the 2-hour gap, and then that normally have 2-hour gap between qualifying and race, don't we? I'm not sure. Now, drivers are starting to come out to cars with overalls on and lids and hands devices, so that's looking like we're about to get some kind of, hopefully some kind of announcement, wheels going on cars. That's always a good sign as well. We could end up with a 3-hour race, Johnny.
yes,
because obviously there will be some kind of gap between qualifying and race.
True.
Because there has to be. Whether they do 30, 40 minutes or the usual, I mean, normally it's 2 hours. I doubt they'll do that, but I'm not sure how much of a turnaround time teams are going to kind of demand, if you like, or want for various reasons. You know, is an hour enough? I don't know.
Well, bearing in mind, you know, if qualifying ends at the worst possible moment for you, and you've just crossed the line, and the checkered flag at the end of qualifying comes out after you've crossed it, then you've got to do a full lap to finish the session potentially, and you know, everybody has to return to the pit lane and the paddock, so that can take the best part of 15 minutes, maybe 20. That obviously eats into the interval between qualifying and the race, and then there has to be a grid issued and the cars prepared for what might be a 3 hour, might be a 4 hour.
Well, race. Just on that note, Johnny, I'm getting an update from the ticker that we're getting a 12 to 12:40 quali, so a 40-minute session, not an hour.
Okay.
And then a 4.5 hour race starting at 2 o'clock until 6:30.
Ah, so there is a bit of extra time, even beyond the initial time limit. So that's promising as well. So 4.5 hours. Okay. Has there ever been a 4.5 hour NLS race before? We may be working our way into new territory.
Well, exactly. That was NLS-Light last time. It's a new territory, yes. You say, breaking ground. But cars are most certainly being, there's lots of activity in the pits and garages now, so cars are being wheeled out. Interesting, just looking at one of the, this is the 150 BMW, that's going out on wets, as are a couple of the Porsches, 901 there. Yeah, they're going on full wets. And I did notice that race control vehicle going around when it was at the end of Tiergarten or Dottinghow, came with the hill there. It was significantly damp on the, there's a dry line, but very, very damp, if not bordering on wet on the sides of the circuit. So I'm guessing that fog, mist, whatever, hasn't helped the surface. It looks like cars going out on wets.
Yeah, there's always going to be a bit of humidity around, I suppose, as well. So one of the Black Falcon Porsches from SP7 is getting prepped as well towards the end of pit lane. Remember, SP7 is still fairly popular, even though it's not the official category for the most recent Porsche Cup cars. But if you've got an older shaped Cayman or a 991 Cup car, as RPM Racing have, then SP7 is where that can go. As you've already talked about, Snowy, we've got 7 cars preparing to compete in the overall for the overall victory in the GT3 class. So Audi, Ford, Lamborghini and Porsche entered within that, but also a good spread within GT4, SP10, Aston, BMW and Porsche present there, and some GT4 cars that aren't eligible for the proper GT4 category, i.e. SP10. So if they're outside of the homologation, they can go into SP8T if they are turbocharged. The 163 BMW towards the pit-in end, which is not far away from the penalty box as well. 163 is the entry from AV Racing by Black Falcon again. Charles Espenlaub in that car, along with Ryan Harrison and Alexandru Vasilescu. So good to have part of the crew from the States present there.
Yeah, the old CP Racing, yeah.
Indeed, CP Racing, too right, yeah, Charlie Putman. And Charlie effectively retiring from motor racing a couple of years ago. They went out with a victory, didn't they? I'm trying to remember where that was. Was that Spa? They
did, you're absolutely right. It was a way to, I think it was Spa, yes.
You and I commentated on that for the 24H series, I remember.
The problem is we cover so much, don't we? We tend to, you don't to raise it, but you just sort of move on to the next one, and it's another set of data and names and whatever. It just sort of, it goes into the bank, doesn't the memory bank?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, clearly not. We have no. It goes into the memory bank. We just have no recall facility.
Yeah, it's just more and more hazy with the passage of more seasons. Unfortunately, it looks like the 777 car is not going to be able to join the session early on, which is a TCR from the Goroyan RT by Sharkey Racing outfit. So a couple of Armenians in this car. Just the 2 TCR entrants, although there may be TCR cars elsewhere in the field, just not eligible for the proper TCR category. So 40 minutes rather than, so the normal qualifying duration is 1 hour, which is held at about 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, normally.
So that's going to be down to 2/3, and we're slightly more than the 2/3 race distance at 4.5 hours. Assuming, of course, that this session can pass without a difficulty, without needing to be stopped because the fog is back. But you've just got to push on, haven't you, and hope that it goes to an adjusted plan.
Well, you have, but as we say again, we always have to allow for this kind of like the algorithm of the lap length at this place. That 40 minutes is going to give you around about 4 laps, timed laps. Yep. So you've got to get it right and be precise. You've got to have, the first lap is going to be obviously finding your way around and getting some heat into the tyres, etc. And then you've got a lap to go for it, and not push too soon, because it's such a long lap. Your car actually will be up to temperature not far into the lap in reality. Cool, the number 8, is that the number 8 Jutta Audi that's looking resplendent in almost historic JPS colours, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, and it's had that for a little while now. That was one of the cars involved in the big pile-up in this equivalent race last year. And I seem to remember, well, it was certainly in these colours. I don't know whether it was this exact chassis, but they were able to repair that fairly quickly.
It's polished out well, hasn't it?
Yeah, 12 months on, we'd never be able to tell. But I do remember that black car being involved and arriving quite late on the scene. I seem to think that there just was no opportunity for anyone to react, unfortunately, with that incident late on the Hatson back. The all-white Mustang, which was the only Mustang in the field, is, yes, I'm right in saying that, is the car for Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler and Patrick Assenheimer. Car number 6. And it is now under starters orders with the lollipop about to be raised just as soon as the session is live. And who is brave enough, I wonder, to leave the pits first, because they will have to lead everybody else around. And remember where the track goes next, i.e. it's not the version that we were using a few months ago for the 24-hour race. You've got to turn right as soon as you come out of the Mercedes arena. Remember to go through the full Mercedes arena as well. So nobody hanging around.
Well, I was going to say,
wheel spin.
Yeah, I was going to say there was an absolute explosion of noise and activity there, wasn't it? I know when somebody said free food or free beer or something or whatever, but all of a sudden everything went out. Now, the new to Audi there, the number 8 we just mentioned, that's the first car to not put wets on, but put on an intermediate by the look of it. And I'm sure I saw some of the 992 Cup cars going onto a slick, which I didn't think it was wet enough for a wet. Outright, I was surprised when I saw those going on a bit earlier, but I'm not actually going out on track, sadly, more's a pity. But so I think we've got some cars going out on slicks.
Yeah, well, I suppose you've got the half of the Grand Prix circuit to work on whether that's the right decision or not, and then you can tuck in via the hairpin straight back into the pits and say, for the Grand Prix circuit, this is the wrong option. So
yeah, but it's kind of deceptive here, isn't it? Because it's only half of the GP circuit, as you rightly say, but that may have no relevance to the rest of it. It could go either way.
Yeah. True. So yeah, you can judge it in a very local area, as in the Grand Prix circuit and nothing else. But it's going to take some bravery to do the full track, unless they've got. Some of the teams with the bigger budgets might have some form of spotters further around the track to know precisely what the track surface is like.
I think that's where you have eyes on, as you say, eyes on the more experienced teams in the pit lane, and have somebody go up and down the pit lane, never mind spotters on the track, and see what they've chosen to do. Now, as you say, quite a few cars there already. Quite a lot of cars actually not going onto the Nordschleife and coming straight back into the around the pit lane already, exactly as described, Johnny.
Yeah, so well, the other option, of course, there are three decisions to be made. A decision with 3 options, more accurately. You can either turn left through Sabine Schmidt's curve and head out onto the circuit. You can duck into the pit lane via the traditional pit lane entry road, or you can split the Eye of the Needle and just do another lap of the Grand Prix track, because there's those cones out. What that does prevent you from doing is entering the pit lane straight off the Dottinger Ruhr. So you have to do a lap of the shortened Grand Prix track in order to get into the pits. But that's a nice little option before you head out to the Hats and back. Maybe do 2 or even 3 laps of the Grand Prix circuit before then heading out into the country.
Well, the vast majority of cars seeming to be taking that option of coming back in again, from what little I can see on the CCTV looking across that way, because the view is obscured by the building visually. So quite a lot of cars coming back in again. So that tyre option I said about wet and intermediates, I personally would have thought it was slick. Certainly it is on the GP circuit. So it does appear at the moment that a lot of drivers are taking that decision, saying, well, it's dry enough and coming back in again. The number 4 Falcon Porsche, I'd had eyes on that a moment ago, but I've lost sight of it now. I was just trying to get a reference from that to see what decision they made on that one. But to come back in or stay out, or which tyres they've gone on to the first place.
Yes. There's plenty going on at the moment with the 347 Porsche heading, yes, around the Grand Prix circuit again. That's the only entry in the SP Pro part of the field for Andreas Goulden, Tim Sandler and Mark Henrici.
Well, last year's championship winning car, the number 001 Adrenaline Motorsport 240i Cup car, that's gone off, and that's not gone off, it's gone off around the Nordschleife, carried on around, better term, sorry, as have a few of the others. Yeah, there are cars heading out onto the Nordschleife now, but it's very, very busy on the GP. Now, the number 3 Porsche now joins pit lane. Cool, that was close. This is Bakler Ulmuller at the wheel of the number 3 car. I can't see which one it is at the moment. Already got his lights flashing, letting people know he's coming through. He's just done a lap of the GP circuit and come around. So he hasn't come out of the standard pit lane exit. He's done a lap of the GP and had a feel of that and come back out again. I think it's Klaus Bachler at the wheel of that.
Okay, yes, well, we'll check on that, but Klaus is a good yardstick for just testing what the visibility levels are like, what the grip levels are like there as well, and whether they are likely to change.
It is Klaus Bachler at the wheel, number 3 Porsche, yes.
Remember, of course, the horror show that one side of the Falcon garage had during the 24 hours with, it was a Frenchman, wasn't it? And now I'm trying to remember which Frenchman it is in the Falcon car that had that huge crash out of the Haug hook, because it was a head-on incident coming out of the right-left corner. And his name now completely escapes me, even though it was on the tip of my tongue a couple of seconds ago. Not racing today, conveniently, so I can't just look him up. Plenty of you will be screaming his name at your TVs and your radios.
So Klaus Bachler has taken the Sabine Schmitz curve, so he's heading down the Hatzenbach, so he's going on to the full Nordschleife, Johnny, so he's obviously happy with whatever tyre choice they've gone for.
And Hatzenbach almost looks like a summer's day in comparison. The visibility is pretty good, and heading towards the tyre wall, which was the scene of the incident last year then, onward towards now the section which runs up into Flugplatz, and Klaus Bachler having to deal with some traffic though as well, as plenty of other people are heading for this part of the circuit, including the 919 Porsche, which is the Robin Cherzinovsky and Kirsten Jodexnes car. So Flugplatz, and then the run towards Schwedenkreuz, which was the scene of an awful lot of action during the 24 hours a couple of months ago, including that huge off for Laurens Vanthoor during the fine part of Friday when they were all doing their single lap qualification. What should have been 2 back-to-back fast laps, but of course with Vanthoor's off, that rather curtailed matters, and they had to run the session much later on in the day. Lots of steering input required at Arenberg, I noticed, for Klaus Bachler. And then down into the foxhole, this does look very greasy indeed. So either there's more rain down here, Snowy, or it's just hanging in the air, because this is the tree line section on towards Adenauer Forst.
Well, exactly as I predicted, if going to the GP circuit can be deceptive, exactly that. I mean, you've only got to listen to the throttle inputs of Klaus Bachler, never mind the steering input you've just observed, but he's tippy-toeing. He's probably using 20% throttle. Nearly lost it then at the top of the Adenauer, at the foxhole. And that's on virtually no throttle, I'd say 20% throttle, and he's struggling for grip. Now it starts to dry out a little bit. It's come out of there. And it's a pretty treacherous lap. He's still going to dive down the inside of somebody, of course, because it's Klaus Bachler, and that's why he drives for Falcon. Greasy again now online. It's definitely the most mixed of circuits at the moment, conditions-wise, which is not going to make your life easy, because just as you think you can get your foot in, you never know what's going to come up next, and that's always the danger of here. The one thing that always wins at the Nordschleife is, of course, the weather.
That's true, and the problem is with the weather changing constantly as well. So, you know, in another 8 to 10 minutes time, it could all be different again. I don't see the section at the foxhole drying up necessarily, but there are other areas that could be dry. Someone has already lost it though. That looks like a Cayman that has ended up in the wall as the Dennis Marshall, Nico Menzel Porsche works its way through. So Falcon not involved, but could so easily have been were they just another 200 metres further up the road.
Yeah, it does look like that Cayman has just rotated. There doesn't look to be any damage to either circuit, grass or car, so it just looks like it's had a little rotation and stopped on its own. It may well have connected, I hope not. There's no yellow flag at the moment. Just watching the onboard there a moment ago that you and I were talking about, Johnny, of Klaus Bachler in the Falcon car. It was Verstappen that who was having the twitch on. That's where Estra had the moment in the 24-hour with the door Aston. It was the right-hand part of Westfalenfahrt.
Westfalenfahrt, there you go. Yes, and sometimes it takes a vision of that corner from another
Exactly
car.
what happened. Yes, it's like, that comes back to me. Yes, I remember watching that. Yes.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So there's really no space on the left-hand side at the exit of Westfalenfahrt, and the problem was it was an innocuous tap on the Aston Martin, but that speared it off towards the barrier, and then because of the angle that it hit the barrier, it flipped it over onto its roof, and I think became a much more dramatic incident than it may have been in another part of the circuit, when perhaps the Aston might have just slammed into the barrier, still with damage, but it wouldn't have chucked it up onto its roof.
The Cayman we mentioned is the 961 entry, and that's W&S Motorsport car. That's a Cup 3 car, and that's the car that's we saw stationary on the left-hand side just after Bergwerk, and it's distinctive black and highlighted yellow colours. That's where that car is at the moment.
A couple of the Supras running together as well, including the 520, which is the Miyazono-driven Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Toyota Supra. That car now just heading for Hudson back, so that falls into the VT2 division, and for VT2 rear-wheel drive cars. Remember that VT2 has been realigned for 2025, meaning that the all-wheel drive cars now go in with the front-wheel drives, whereas before it was a mixture of all-wheel and rear-wheel drive cars. So VT2 front and four-wheel drive is one category, and the rear-wheel drives go into their own. As the first times, are they legitimate times? Yes, they are. So Christoph Breuer Renazzo Motorsport Team Lamborghini sets a 9 minutes 5.8 as the quickest car so far. And here is that in the second fastest car. That is Jan. Actually, that's changed again, because Jan came through in the Müller Motorsport Porsche. 9:21 to be second fastest initially, but now 9:48. 48 Loesch Motorsport Porsche is quickest. So we've got a Cup 2 Pro car leading the way from an SP9 AM Lamborghini of Christoph Breuer, and then a couple more of the Cup 2 Pro cars. Did the number 4 Porsche have a little bit of a moment earlier on? No, but the car immediately in front of it did. And that is a VW Golf of some description, but thankfully the car did not rotate. There are 2 Golfs in the entry. The 130 Kevin Sports and Racing, sorry, no, that's a BMW. The 474 Golf, which doesn't actually have a team name, nor does the alternative, which is the 494 car. So one is a Mark 7 and one is a Mark 8 GTI Club Sport. As more and more times are flooding through. We're in the 9-minute marker. Now in dry and non-foggy conditions, we should be well down into the 8 minutes and the low 8 minutes. So we're about a minute off absolute pace, but for understandable reasons, Snowy.
Yeah, not at all at the moment, is it? It's very mixed conditions. We've seen around the track. We saw Klaus Bachler having a few twitchy moments on virtually no throttle. That car is now just coming up to the end of the lap, and it still looks very, very gritty through Tiergarten, so not ideal. He's just going to set his first proper lap time now. So I'm trying to get the recording of it is, yeah, 9:05.
Very, very busy into the first couple of corners for a couple of Porsches and I think a BMW. So even in qualifying, and with what 100 cars have so far taken part in qualifying, you'd think such a large track with just, in inverted commas, 100 cars on it, you'd be able to find space. But sometimes 3 found one another there and became 3 abreast into turns 1, 2 and 3. But wriggling free is the number 3 Porsche, which has registered a time. 3rd fastest then for Klaus Bachler in the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, 9:03.9. But he's not as fast as the 948 entered car. 948 from the Loesch group, and therefore that time has been set by Tobias Muller. And Muller sharing that car with Noah Nagelsdijk and Carlos Rivas. Ford Mustang back in again. Who is driving that in the initial stages? I'm fascinated to know whether Stippler is actually planning to drive two cars. He is at the moment in the Audi, the Jutta Racing all-black Audi, car number 8. But it remains to be seen whether that's just an option for him to leap into the Mustang at a later point, or whether it's absolutely the plan. I suppose Jutta will be paying for his services to be the quick driver in their Audi, but he's also doing the development work for the Haupt Racing team in this Ford Mustang. So a little bit of work on the side, but Haupt have said, yeah, as long as it doesn't interfere with our plan for you in our race, then go for your life.
Want it to be popular and in demand, eh?
Yeah, indeed.
So we've actually got a Cup 2 car is the fastest car at the moment, which is the number 948 with Muller at the wheel. That's a 904.1 at the moment. As you say, Brewer in the Lamborghini Huracan is second, the number 786 car, and Klaus Bachler. So we've got Cup 2 Pro fastest provisionally. SP9 AM is the second place car, and SP9 Pro is the third place, Klaus Bachler. It's all slowed down at the moment because we've got a yellow flag and a just gone green. That's looking like it's going down to Bergwerk to me. Just seeing the onboard with Jimmy Broadbent car. Yes, it is. Yes, Jimmy Broadbent, Brown, Misha Sheridan and Metzger. So we've got a car, and now that looked like the 981. Well, of course, it is after Bergwerk, isn't it? It's the 981 Porsche that parked to one side. I thought it hadn't touched anything, but it looks like it has. That's a 961 Porsche. My apologies.
Great sound of the flat 6 in the background of the... Now, the timing screen is not telling me whether it's Nico Menzel or Dennis Marshall in Porsche number 4. So whether Falcon have a genuine driver ID issue within that, or it's just the transponder's not picked it up. They may well have... positioning class. No, that doesn't tell me. I wonder whether there was a column on my timing screen then that told me which number of driver was in, but unfortunately it doesn't. So I'll have to wait for it to maybe head back into pit lane and for them to do a driver change for that to be rectified, unless it can be done on the fly by Vega timing. Normally you do have to stipulate who is in the car, because that's then released on the data sheets after the session to know precisely who is quickest, particularly if the 4 car ends up getting pole. So news to follow on that. Heading on an outlap now is Marek Bachmann, and the Bachmann Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin number 140 has just done the best SP8T time. A reminder then, if you're just joining us on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, we're live from the Global Broadcast Centre, John E. Palmer and Peter Snowden, and you'll be expecting us to be 15 or 17 minutes into a 6-hour race. Well, unfortunately, the fog descended on the Nürburgring Nordschleife very early this morning. It meant that the scheduled qualifying of an hour could not take place. In fact, it only began about 18 minutes ago, and this is a shortened qualifying session, therefore, of 40 minutes to give us a grid for a 4-hour and 30-minute race, which is due to start at 2 p.m. this afternoon. So 2 o'clock through till 6:30, therefore slightly later than build. A shorter race, but a longer day for everybody. Let's hope that not too many dinner plans are interrupted by the reschedule. 948, the fastest car out there, Tobias Muller. But the car's now in the pit lane, so we have a Cup 2 Porsche quicker than any of the GT3s. There are only 7 GT3 cars entered into this what should have been the only 6-hour NLS race of the season. Now, I've got a red banner showing on the top of my screen.
Yeah, I think it's a timing glitch, Johnny. I've just spotted exactly the same, but it's...
Are there some red lights on the... Well, there aren't any red flags being flown by marshals, are there? No, OK.
No, there's nothing on the GPS tracker. I was just comparing the two, but I think that's just a little glitch. But I've just spotted exactly the same.
Well, I'd spotted the banner and was happy to ignore that, but then I thought I'd seen some red lights on the starting gantry. But the fact that there are no marshals waving flags of the same colour, I'm encouraged that the session is still very much live. And now heading back out for another opportunity is Tobias Müller. So the 48 Loesch motorsport car in that resplendent gold and red and black colours. That car looking really special. They had a GT3 car for the 24 hours this year, I seem to recall, the EAE-backed car, but that is a Cup 2, therefore GT3 Cup car, but very, very fast in the hands of Tobias Müller, currently 1.7 seconds clear of Christoph Breuer's Lamborghini for Renazzo Motorsport. I'm kind of quite up for a spiced-up field. I know they'll group the GT3 cars together at the end. That's what I'm expecting anyway. So even if a Cup 2 car is quicker than the GT3, I don't think it'll be allowed to start on the front row. But it'd be nice to see it on the actual timing charts.
I can see why not, though. I mean, I'm with you, spice it up a bit. I mean, if you... It kind of begs the question that where's the point in qualifying if you're going to be in the start groups 1, 2 and 3? So are they going to put them in that order? Or, you know, if a Cup 2 car is fastest overall, then you've earned it by right, so that's where you should start.
Yeah, yes, and some championships do that. I think it's more, again, on safety grounds, because assuming the track is much drier for the start of the race, much clearer of the fog as well, then there's always the scope for a collision when you've got a slower car effectively starting ahead of the thoroughbreds. But then again, it's the job of the quicker car, the quicker driver, to find a way by safely. So I'm all up for spiced up, shaken up grids, and for them to then sort it out on the first lap of the race. We may not have that issue anyway, because now the number 4 Porsche, either driven by Dennis Marshall or Nico Menzel, still not getting a clue from my timing screen, or indeed...
Well, it's just blank, isn't it? Yeah, it's not helpful, is it? Yeah.
No, because, well, that's what I feared, is that the 4 car would take pole position and we wouldn't be able to tell you who was at the wheel of it. We definitely know it's Klaus Bachler. That's helped.
Yes, Bachler's just gone pole, hasn't he? Provisional pole, 2 laps in, with an 8.22 from a 9.05 to an 8.22 all of a sudden. But I'm back to your comment about how the grid order works. I think it's brilliant. You've got such a short lap and such a short race round here. Why not add a bit of jeopardy in? Sorry, tongue-in-cheek. I'll take my tongue right out of the cheek now.
Well, as I say, there are areas, there are championships elsewhere in motor racing that say, you know, the grid is that order, and sometimes there's split qualifying. GTs might qualify first, then prototypes in, you know, other areas of racing, the ACO, for instance, might have their own separate qualifying. But it might rain in the prototype qualifying session, be dry in the GT3s, and you actually end up with the GT3s quicker. So do you then put the GT3s ahead because they've done the better times? That's where it starts to become...
Well, no, I think you're right there, because the important bit there, as you've just said, that, you know, it might rain in the prototype session. It's a separate session. So these are all out on the track at the same time. So really it should be as is, in my humble opinion. What do I know? I've never raced anything, so I don't know.
We all know your line through your teeth.
No, I was going to say we've got an intervention vehicle in the barrier there. We haven't. It's gone to dig out a... it looks like a Falcon, not a Porsche, but a Falcon-coloured car. It's certainly that memorable blue and turquoise. So I'm trying to think what other car that might be. I
think that was a booted Audi of some description, like an RS3 or an S3. So it's either... Well, it can't be the 482 Audi, because that is in the pit lane at the moment. It may be the 777, but I don't think that's carrying that livery. So I'm left with either the number 10 car, which is sort of in that vicinity. It's in sector 3.
You're right, it is. It's the number 10 car. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
It did look Audi-shaped, and rather than the fastback, the hatchback.
So that's a Max Cruz racing car. Yeah, number 10.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Max Cruiser Racing, remember, victorious in the NLS-Light race last month, the first ever NLS-Light race, but not with an Audi. That was with their number 76 VW Golf, the alternatively fueled VW. Audi down to the first sequence of corners is the Equipe Vitesse entry. Arno Classen, third fastest now. He's just done an 8:38. Times are really tumbling now, Snowy. We had a 9-something initially. Either the track's getting much grippier, it's clearly getting easier to pick out precisely where you are on the racetrack, but also everyone's starting to have a bit more faith as well. The Falcon Porsches, neither of them are pitted. Now, can you remember what tyres the 3 and the 4 started on? Surely to do an 8:22, they must be on slicks.
I think they're on intermediates, you know.
Okay, yes. I see, again, doing other series that don't have inters, I'd kind of written those off, but you can have a cut slick in this type of racing, you can have intermediates as well. There are many different versions of, and remember there's a tyre battle going on too. So Falcon Motorsport, needless to say, are running on Falcon rubber, but we will also have Michelin and the Mustangs. Aren't they on Yokohamas?
I think they are, yes.
Yeah,
you're right.
The black and white stickers just about visible on the white Mustang, which is now seesawing its way through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein and back onto the main start-finish straight. So
now Mustang, very resplendent in its American racing colours, isn't it?
Yes.
White and the twin blue stripes, as per sort of 1960s.
Yes, indeed.
Very evocative.
The classic Mustang shape, which obviously this newer version, the newer iteration echoes. But yes, those photographs from the 1960s, which I've seen.
Yeah, the black and white one. So the stripe is blue, by the way, on those photographs.
Okay, so the paint scheme is very.
Yes.
For those watching in black and white,
yeah,
the central stripe is blue.
Yeah, the pink's behind the blue.
Indeed. So that car now heading out of the Mercedes arena and towards this very tricky cut through the U-bend, which is, the camber is in your favour, but nevertheless, if you go a little bit hot into it, then it's very easy to run out wide, particularly on a day like this, and find the grass, and if not worse, the tyre barrier. It's a good overtaking opportunity there as well. All the best overtaking spots are generally on the Grand Prix circuit, unless you've then got a very good run on arrival towards the end of the lap, because the Dottinger Hoor is the classic ending to this lap. The perfect excuse for a slipstream, a double toe, a triple toe if you're lucky enough. We saw some splendid overtakes there a couple of months ago during the 24 hours, of course, as well. 347 is Henrici driving his Toyo tyres by Ring Racing Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car, and that is the only SP Pro car in the order. Yes, we had an SP Pro car in the 24 hours as well, which was this car, I seem to remember, running on the Toyo tyres and on the early part of the Grand Prix lap, but still a good spread. It's made its way towards SP9s being the dominant force now, but not a Pro car that is quickest, because the talent from the Netherlands, Dan Arrow, not his real name, but it's easy for us to pronounce that way. His surname in Dutch means arrow, but it's I think it's spelled P-I-J-T or something like that. So I much prefer his use of arrow, and wants to win just about everything going in sports car racing. We had a quick word with him during the 24-hour weekend, Joe Bradley and I, and he said, much like Nick Tandy has done, when did he seal the kind of Grand Slammer 24-hour races? That was last year when Nick ticked off his 4th and final one. So that's the 24 hours of Daytona, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, of course, the 24 hours of Le Mans, and the 24 hours of Spa. Nick's the only driver to have won all 4 of those races outright, and Dan wants to be the next. But it's all very well saying these things, you've actually got to do it.
Like so many of these things, easier said than done, isn't it? It sounds great when you just mention it as a sentence and on paper, yeah, piece of cake.
It's good to have a dream.
Well, yeah, aspirational.
Yeah. And he's quickest in this session, and by a good chunk of time as well, 10 seconds clear. So surely the Dan Arrow 48 Porsche has got to be on slick tyres, I'm going to suggest. 8 minutes 12.865. And that is the SP9 Pro-Am car. So I was calling the 48 car as a Cup 2. That's been changed on our screen now. I did think it looked a bit more beefy than a standard Cup car. Maybe initially entered into that category with a different car, and they've turned up with a proper full-fat GT3. So it's going to be exciting to see how car 48 goes, and they will be taking the fight, at least initially, to the SP9 Pro lineups. But bear in mind that their Pro-Am driver lineup should even things out a little bit and mean that it will drop away with Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, Gabriele Piana and Mike Stursberg making up a 4-driver lineup. They are the only 4-driver lineup in the SP9 division. So they're spreading their workload, but part of the reason for that is because they're entered into Pro-Am.
Yeah, just a quick update on the Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport M4 GT4. That was misplaced in its class. It was in SP10. It's had to be moved to SP8T for turbo, which is correct, so where it should be. Just a little update if you're looking for it in its class. 188.
Klaus Bachler still, I think that was Klaus going through on the Dottinger Ruhr, but he was just taking a moment to keep the tyre temperature there or thereabouts, so swinging the car from left to right. I just wonder whether he realised he'd made a slight error and therefore making sure the car is in the perfect condition to push again on this lap. Nevertheless, this may well be enough to lift the Bachler Porsche, the one with the teal door mirrors, above Dan Arrow. No, it's not. So he had clearly backed off in the middle of that lap. May have even caught an incident somewhere. Hence the reason why he took the final few moments down the Dottinger Ruhr to warm the tyres, and now it really goes up. Dan Arrow has pitted. I think I mentioned that. He's only done 2 laps, but is the quickest of anybody as the Ford Mustang now crosses the line as well, in the hands of Frank Stippler. So Stippler's been in the number 8 Audi. He then got out and got straight into the Ford Mustang. So if he's qualifying both cars, you have to think the plan is to drive both cars in today's rearranged 4.5-hour race. And the 2 teams, they're not connected, so they will have to be in sync to make sure that no car is driverless at any point. You know, they bring it in, they go, right, where's Frank to take over the car? Well, he's not returned the Audi yet. He's on the Dottinger Ruhr. So that's, you know, they're going to have to be in constant conversation to make sure that there's not a little whoopsie thrown there.
I was going to say there's communication is key there, isn't it? As in many aspects of life. But yeah, where's our driver? You know, it can be that, you know, they're still asleep, or they're chatting to somebody, or not paying attention and not ready for their stint. But when they're actually still out in track in another team's car, that's a bit surreal.
And it's not as if the 2 cars are remotely the same either. You've got a mid-engined Audi with a 5.2-litre V10, the front-engine Mustang with that very low-positioned giant V8, the Coyote engine. Was that about 5.4 V8, I think it is? I mean, classic, normally aspirated American V8 power.
Do you know, I did do that once, Johnny, actually, from one car to another in the same race, a mini endurance race at the Aston Martin 100th centenary meeting at Brands Hatch back in, gosh, 2013, when Mr. Hindhoff and Mr. Bradley were commentating, and I started the race in a period 1961 DB4 lightweight, so manual right-hand drive and treaded tyres. And partway through the race, jumped into a current GT4 car on slicks, an Aero, which was equally odd. What was very strange was, as I left the pits and went up towards Druids, like 2 corners in, the team gave me an update and told us that we were actually leading the race, so don't throw it off. I was like, sorry? I've just come from about 20th to 1st. I like that. That's what I call the driver change. Like, we must do this more often. It's going to catch on, this is.
Yeah. Yes, so total recalibration of the brain required. I suppose it helps Frank Stippler in the sense that one car is black and the other one is white, predominantly white.
I hadn't thought of that, yes.
Yeah, thankfully, you know, there's a constant reminder there. I think they're probably both left-hand drive without seeing the Audi up close, but
it is, yeah.
So that's not going to be a giveaway. But I mean, once you're in there, even the engine note will be very, very different. So, but it is about how they behave in tricky conditions as well.
Well, it's a very valid point. You've got a greasy track, and we're just seeing once again, some Klaus Bachler in the number 3 Falcon Porsche going through the green hell bit, and it's still really greasy and damp. I thought there was a red flag there. It's not. It's a Marshall's outfit for a minute. And it's a very valid point, John, that going from one car to another, that's totally different. Front engine, mid engine, they just dynamically behave very, very differently. And to jump from one to the other in tricky conditions, when it's dry, it's not so bad because you've got a reference point and you understand it. But that's where the experience of somebody like Frank Stippler will come in, because he'll understand it and know what to do. Hopefully, I hope I haven't jinxed that now by saying that. Shall I shut up?
You know about the commentator's curse.
Yeah, well, that doesn't exist. We've got rid of that.
Okay.
So, yeah. But I'm going to stop talking about that now. We haven't even got to the end of qualifying. No, Klaus Bachler...
Doing it again, isn't he?
Well, no, that was him putting steering input in to get the car, almost to get a heat in the tyres.
Yeah. But he was doing that at the end of the previous lap as well.
Yeah.
So he did it on the Dottinger Hoor at the previous lap, and I thought that was just because he'd written off his current lap. He wasn't going to be good enough to usurp Dan Arrow, so concentrate on the next one. But very unusual then to be zigzagging at Breitscheid that time around, when the car absolutely needs to be on the right-hand side of the corner as he's leaving it. I suppose, well, there's the double yellow, isn't there? It's Arenberg, Schwedenkreuz Arenberg. So that is any opportunity to go faster spoilt as well. But
good chance to get your tyres, get some weaving in there.
Yes, true. But just like in the race, surely you treat a qualifying session, you go, OK, I can't go as fast as I possibly can in the caution areas, but you still want to be quick in the green flag areas to know how hard you can push in the race later on. And he's already got second fastest time. Yes, he's 9.8 seconds away, but part of that has to be to do with the recovery of Audi number 10 from the Arenberg gravel. And they were a bit further along with that, i.e. it had been craned out of the stones and now was on the back of a recovery vehicle. So not too far away, I would suggest, from greens being waved again there, as long as the Armco has not been damaged. And that will be the next thing that is assessed. Good to catch a glimpse of the 6th fastest car, which is Marek Bachmann's Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage from, well, I wouldn't say the GT4 category. Strictly speaking, it's not. It's not in the correct homologation for SP10, so instead it's an SP8T car this weekend, and capable of an 8:46, although Marek's last lap completed was a 9:20.2. So again, because of the yellows being shown, not able to go any quicker than that. And this is frustrating in a shortened session, although at Arenberg, is it now clear? Car's gone, the Audi number 10 no longer in position, and that did seem to be much faster from the number 4 Porsche, which we can now tell you is in the hands of Nico Menzel. So the driver ID issue has been rectified. Menzel pushing hard, and delighted to see that the track remains or is back to green on the approach to Arenberg now. I was about to say though, Snowy, in a shortened session, when normally it's an hour, we only got 40 minutes, and we must have had about 10 of those minutes affected by not all of the track being clear. Again, now again we've got a certain indication that a red flag is out, but it's not. Well, certainly not all the way around the racetrack, and if there was a red out, that would be indicated at every single marshal post. So that again is a glitch in the system somewhere. Clearly there's a yellow being indicated, and the track, well, there's Siphon being shown as perhaps the scene of an incident, together with Exmuller immediately after it. But if you've already gone through that part of the circuit, and perhaps you're on the Dottinger Hoor, you may have been very lucky to find a green track all the way around. But yes, the difficulty is finding a part of this shortened session where everything is green. And maybe your best bet of that was right at the start of it.
Yeah, yellow flag shows after Westfalenfahrt for low loader bringing a car back, so that's just sort of with an intervention vehicle behind it to protect it, and yellow flags. But just watching Nico Menzel there after Foxhole when he got to the end of that, and Adenauer forced at the top of the hill there. Huge moment. It's a very slow part. It's almost a famous bit of sort of YouTube and other platforms are available, of course, footage there of tourist laps, but having a literally locked from side to side just to hold on to it there. So it's still not remotely a dry lap yet we're getting down to what's our fastest time. It was an 8:12 at the moment, and the gap between that and second place Bakler is 8:40, which is quite extraordinary.
Mustang back across the line. Has that car improved in the hands of Frank Stippler? Not on that occasion, but he wasn't that far away. 8:42.2 compared to his earlier effort of an 8:41 that puts this white car, number 6, in 5th place. And behind, Arno Klassen's Equipe Vitesse Audi, 4th. So that's an SP9 AM car. The 2 Falcon Motorsports Porsches, number 3 and number 4, of Klaus Bakler and Nico Menzel, and then it's Dan Arrow, who is currently top of the times, and he has returned to the session now. So he parked it for a little while via the back door route. Well, that's the only way you can get into the pits, of course. Currently, that will change for the race, obviously, because if cars need to pit, and they'll be pitting at about 7 or 8 laps, depending on where they want to be pivoting the stints. You need to obviously enter the pit lane from the Dottinger Hoor, so that will be permitted for the race. It's just not an option for the qualifying session. The Best Cup 2 car is a Pro version, and this is Tobias Muller's 48 Loesch Motorsport Porsche, number 948, quicker than Grosser's SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche, number 901. And then the 786 car, 786, is that not the Lamborghini? Yes, from Renazzo Motorsport Team. And Sak Nana is currently at the wheel of that. Could well still be the Christoph Breuer time, though. They're also driving with Dieter Schmidtmann this weekend. No, that is a Nana time. Nana's just done an 8:52.3, in fact. Therefore, second in SP9 AM and 9th when you group everybody together.
Now, we've got another code 60 at Arenberg. And unless my eyes deceive me, that's for the number 8 Jutta Audi.
Oh dear, that is not a happy gravel bed for Audis, is it? So the number 10 car was in it not that long ago, and now we reckon that the 8 car has fallen off there.
Yeah, it's in straight. It looked like it's outbraked itself and gone in straight, but I was just watching the onboard with the 978, I think it was, and that was approaching there, and suddenly there were yellow flags, and I thought, hang on, we're coming up to here again. I thought that had cleared, which is what got my attention, and it has gone back to yellow because it's the 8 Audi has gone, what appears to have gone straight on. So clock should be stopped. I thought our session should be over by now, isn't it?
Yes.
It was going to be a full 12:40, I understand. We're 12:42 and 30-odd seconds now, so we're 2.5 minutes over.
That is true. Did it start bang on midday is the next question. And I'm not sure I can tell you that, actually, from my current screen. But we are not seeing a checker flag so far. May not be too far away. Oh, there it is, in fact. So it's now being displayed. So you are spot on with the end of the session, now 12:43, and Nico Menzel has timed that perfectly, perhaps, because he's just crossed the line to go 2 seconds faster than the long-standing Dan Arrow effort, the Black Falcon Team EAE Porsche, number 48. So a real shame for Dan Arrow, although he is on a quick lap as well, and has actually done a couple of sectors at the start of this lap that are quicker than Nico Menzel's. So there is still scope for that time to tumble yet further. Arno Klassen's just crossed the line in the Equipe Vitesse Audi, the SP9 AM car, to go 4th fastest. was already fourth quickest and quicker than Frank Stippler, but that's a better time from Arno with an 8:32.110. But now the Black Falcon Team EAE Porsche, the gold and red one, is the meat in the sandwich between two Falcon Motorsports Porsches, but we have yet to see a response from Dan Arrow, and likewise Klaus Bachler needs to set a time as well, and he is partway round a decent lap as well, setting very similar times to Dan Arrow.
Yeah, but will he have been delayed at Arenberg with the Utah car in the gravel?
Oh, almost certainly, yes, of course. God, I was building things up there, but actually, when you think about it, it seems unlikely that they're going to be able to carry those times through. Yeah, 2:16.7 for Arno Klasser. Harley Horton's just done a good time in 9:59 as well. His SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche 718 Cayman goes 7th fastest. And the 160 car has just done a very good time, 160 being one of the Toyota Supras, driven by Giuliano Alesi, son of, and Alesi sharing that Toyo Tires Supra with Miki Koyama. So great time there from a car that has a little bit more mechanical grip than a GT3, but Alesi's taken the 160 car to 7th fastest, and therefore the best of the SP8Ts. I want to say the best of the SP8Ts. No, it's not, because Marek Bachmann's even quicker than that. He's just crossed the line in the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin to be the best of the SP8Ts, and therefore Alesi is second in that category. Bachmann 6th overall, Alesi 8th overall. Now we have a drama, perhaps for a car that's seen the checkered flag, but hasn't then made it all the way around the Grand Prix lap and has come to a halt. Still waiting for Dan Arrow and Klaus Bachler to complete their lap times, but they are not going to be quicker than Nico Menzel, who squeaked through past Arenberg and past the scene of the stricken number 8 Audi before the yellows were shown. Well, the Audi hadn't arrived into the gravel, so therefore Nico Menzel was untroubled. The problem for Dan Arrow and Klaus Bachler is that they began their laps at the wrong time and therefore have got caught up with that yellow flag incident and will be significantly slower. So it looks like another pole position this year for a Falcon Motorsports car, and the number 4 takes it. I don't think I'm going too early on that, although the Mullner Motorsport Porsche crosses the line, number 921, and is that David Yarn in 921? Yes, it is. Test sharing with Tim Scheerbart and Arne Hofmeister. And the Mullner Motorsport Porsche late in the day sets the best Cup 2 time in this rearranged qualifying session, 8:21.5, but that is improved upon by Tobias Muller, who goes a further 6 seconds quicker in the 48 Loesch Motorsport by Black Falcon car. So 9:48 now the best Cup 2, and 3rd position on the grid, maybe not on the grid, but 3rd position in the times. So we can pretty much tear our eyes away from Dan Arrow and David Yarn, or Klaus Bachler, I should say, but others that are further around their lap could yet upset the apple cart. Great time as well from Porsche number 917, and that was a lap time done by Alexander Fehlenbach, sharing with Eric Brown and Tim Heinemann, and Fehlenbach will go 6th fastest and 3rd of the Cup 2s. Bachler hasn't necessarily given this up. He's getting a good tow from, might actually be the Dan Arrow Porsche up ahead. No, they're not in the same sector, so it can't be. But now Bachler will back off, and I reckon he can't come straight into the pits because that's all coned off. So he will do a lap of the Grand Prix circuit. But this is surely not to be an improvement for Klaus Bachler, and isn't. It's a good 30 seconds slower than he had managed earlier. So that gives us an indication as to how much of a delay everyone is suffering at Arenberg. Over 30 seconds, in actual fact, Snowy. And unfortunate for those that were wanting to leave a good time late on.
Yeah, and just looking at the pit exit there, as you say, the Porsche and now the Mustang just going across the line, absolutely perfectly crystal clear. A little bit overcast, that's not a contradiction, but as in no fog at all compared to what we saw an hour, 2-3 hours ago. Yet the Dottinger Hoa still, that long shot going back from Tiergarten almost for the kink, still quite foggy on there still, so, and very damp at other parts of the circuit. So I think it's quite remarkable that we're getting times down to 8-minute 10s. Bear in mind that 8 minutes is around about the mark where the ADC always want that magic number not to be broken. We've seen it done. We've seen, I think, 7:53, haven't we, from Nicky Team? I think that's the fastest lap I think I've seen around here off the top of my head.
Okay. Yeah,
but so yeah, more than respectable times for the conditions. I mean, Adenauer Force is very, very slippy still. And again, that long shot back down the pit straight, it's kind of grey. It clears, ironically, down by the GP circuit where it wasn't that much earlier on for us. So we are getting there, as long as it all just stays away now. So an odd time distance race this afternoon for us of 4 hours 30. So don't think we've ever seen that before. As you said, Johnny, another breaking ground for NLS. We've seen 6 hours reduced to 4 as we did last year. That was because of the rain and an incident, and this is because of fog this year. As you say, you don't really expect this in August. But a 4 hour 30-minute race. I thought we had a curfew at 6 o'clock, but it obviously is until 6:30. There's obviously a little bit of wriggle room on that. So we'll have a 2 o'clock start and a 4 hour 30-minute race this afternoon.
Yes, so these weekends often have to be replanned, repurposed at various points through the year, purely because this is outdoor sport at the end of the day, and the weather has to be in our favour the majority of the time. A bit of wet stuff often adds to the entertainment. The equivalent race in 2024 went beyond the point of entertainment into, unfortunately, a scrapyard for GT3 cars, and several cars very heavily damaged as the rain arrived absolutely out of nowhere. You might remember that the 6 hours started on time in 2024 with everyone on slicks, and the first time that they tried to go through Hatzenbach, the heavens opened, and we must have lost 6 or 7 cars in one fell swoop, maybe more, some of which were able to take the start, many could not. And it turned out, although I'd forgotten this point, that the 2024 running of the 6 hour Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen was also a 4 hour race, 4 hours and 7 minutes in actual fact, and won by a Mercedes on that occasion. We do not have, I was about to say any Mercedes in this race. I was going to say GT3 Mercedes, but I don't think there's a Merc at all in any of the classes, not even GT4s, SP8Ts. Can't see a Mercedes listed at all. So Mercedes were definitely present a couple of months ago for the 24-hour race, and on another day might have got a decent result, but they were just that little bit too far back from the Porsche and the BMW pace. But we will welcome Mercedes back with open arms in future. That part of the reason for that is that Haupt Racing Team have changed manufacturer to the Ford Mustang, and we have one gleaming example from Hubert Haupt's team in the form of the number 6 Ford Mustang. Slipped down the rankings towards the end in the hands of Frank Stippler. 15th position, but that will not be the case when the grid is written up. It will be, I reckon, starting first, second, third, about 5th or 6th probably, if all the SP9s are grouped together. Cup 2 will be headed by the 948 offering from 48 Loesch Motorsport and the blue and white Müllner Motorsport crew, who are based pretty much at Spa-Francorchamps, very close to the Stavelot corner, or the corner that used to be known as Stavelot. Several corners, you know, everyone still refers to them as that at Spa, but they have been renamed since. But yes, Müllner Motorsport just a stone's throw away from where the old course feeds in to what is now called Curve Paul Frere. Then further down, good lap from Alexander Fehlenbach in the 917 Porsche. The sister Müllner car of Ben Bunagel, number 904, should start from 4th position in Cup 2. So, lots of patience required today, Peter Snowden. It took us a little while to get the conclusive information from race control, and fair play to, you know, all of the clerks, the stewards, the race director, Walter Hornung, for having to consider the conditions, and then really work out what was the best way forward for the fans, clearly, for the drivers and the teams, but namely from a safety point of view, because the marshals are out there in all weathers, wanting to take care of drivers, but they have to therefore have the conditions in their favour to be able to do their job properly.
Yes, but at the end of the day, we've got down to track action, which is just win-win all round, because everybody wants to have that. The teams, the organisers, the promoters, the drivers, mechanics, spectators, even us. We want to see some racing, and that's what we're here for. So I think it's always the build-up to the issue, because you're left to say that no man's land, aren't you? That sort of wasteland of what's happening, are we, aren't we, etc. What do we do? And there's nothing worse than that. So I think, is it even going to happen? We've had a couple of rounds in the past where I think Bruce and I were covering one event. I think it was 21, where we were doing pre-race build-up, and it was snowing. They were building a snowman in the pit lane, and all of a sudden it was cancelled. So everybody got to pack up and go home. And it's nobody wants that, because there's a ton of effort and logistics from all sides to get these things to work. So we've got some decent track action. We've had some qualifying now. I'm just looking down in the pit lane at the 504. Not a Peugeot, by the way. That's an old car. BMW 504 numbered BMW that appears to have its right rear window either down or missing, which is very odd. I wouldn't normally think you'd wind a rear window down, but very odd. There's definitely a gap. There's definitely not. There's no glass in that aperture. Put it that way.
No, I agree. So, has it had a slap against a wall somewhere?
Well, that's what I was looking at. There's nothing on the panel work, is it? That all looks fine, but
no, strange.
The strange things that catch our eye, hey.
Unless they've got a problem with the windscreen fogging up, and they've worked out that if the window doesn't wind down, maybe they've just decided to take it out. But yeah, sometimes a bit of airflow through the back of the car can prevent the windscreen, warm human in a coldish car. Yeah,
the danger of that is you can get exhaust fumes coming in as well, which is not ideal.
Certainly not. No, I agree. So, well, it's the lesser of two evils, perhaps. See where you're going.
You don't really. Well, it's not about seeing where you're going. You don't want drivers becoming drowsy because they're exposed to exhaust fumes. Yeah. You take the window out to prevent the windscreen from fogging up, but then you start coughing and spluttering because you're choking on the exhaust fumes. So did have that once with an Aston that had a damage in qualifying, not by me, I have to say, where the windscreen was broken. So the regulations said we could run the car without the windscreen, provided you had a full face helmet, because it's effectively an open car. But of course we had to remove the rear window, because otherwise the air would pop it out anyway, which would be a danger on track. So the rear window was removed as well, and that was exactly the issue. After about an hour in, it was exhaust fumes coming into the car, and it was not funny, I can tell you.
I mean, the problem is when it starts to, just trick your mind, I suppose, so you can start to talk yourself into it's not as bad as you think, but in actual fact, it's probably beyond the point where it's then safe. I remember Max Angelelli coming to the end of a Daytona 24-hour race in one of the old-school Wayne Taylor Racing prototypes prior to, I don't even think it was DPI, I think it was the back end of the previous iteration of the top class. And yeah, there was fuel fumes being pumped into that cockpit, and he was almost out for the count at the end. Somehow he got the thing to the finish, because he was, I don't think he won, but he was on course for a podium, and amazingly did get the car to the line, but then the medics just flooded around the car to make sure that he was okay, and it did take a bit of time just to get some oxygen into his lungs and get him to think straight again. But that's what's often on the line, especially at the end of a 24-hour race, when you push like crazy along with 3 other people. You say, well, regardless of whether I could even see the hand in front of my face, I'm going to get this car to the finish.
It's what they do, isn't it? Mad drivers, absolutely mad.
I've always said you are of a different mindset entirely.
Yes, but that's not necessarily a compliment either, I know.
Without people willing to drive cars very, very fast, then that will put me out of work. So I'm very happy that you do it and provide us with all the entertainment. So the plan now is to have about an hour off, and then to go into I suppose a 20-minute rolling lap, isn't there? So the cars actually will need to be fueled and ready to go within the next 20 minutes, I'm going to say. 20 minutes to prep the car, 20 minutes to get it on the grid, and then 20 minutes to kick off with a rolling lap before we start at 2 o'clock. There's not really much downtime here at all, Snowy.
Not at all. To what we were saying earlier, how much time do you need to prep a car and turn it round? I mean, as ever with these teams, they will always adapt to that whichever the officials have decreed, and they've got their reasons for doing things. And this one is there's a curfew on noise, so they want to get them as long a race as possible. We can't quite do the full 6 hours, so they've managed to do a race within 90 minutes of that, so 4 hours 30, which is great. So it's a bit different to an ordinary NLS round, so a little bit of a difference there for strategy, etc. But teams they're so adaptable. These things, once you get a race control bulletin to say this is the time start, this is the time distance, and that's the end time, people just go, right, okay, and we just all tend to get on with it. Whether that be teams, strategy, drivers, commentators, whatever, we just accept it and say, right, at least we know what it is now, and we all put our thinking caps on and away we go. And so it will be.
Yeah, and the nice thing, I suppose, is that an NLS race sort of runs automatically for a lot of the experienced teams, so some of it's down to muscle memory, and they can get the jobs list out and say, right, well, we can cut that short a little bit, we can scrap that entirely, as long as it's not mitigating or not compromising any safety, of course, but there are certain bits that they can tighten up. And sometimes there's the luxury of getting, I don't know, a photograph with the 3 or 4 drivers that you're going to be running with around the car. Just things like that. The bit of social media that perhaps is done at the start of the race will have to go by the wayside, because the priority will be getting the cars out onto the grid. And for that, then an official grid needs to be produced fairly rapidly as well from the team within Vega Timing. Can have a little look in a moment or two at the provisional times that have just been set. As mentioned, Nico Menzel in the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, setting an 8:10.838 to be quickest. He managed 4 laps in that session. There were 1 or 2 that did 5, but no more than that in the top 20-odd positions. So the Nico Menzel Porsche quickest from Dan Arrow's Black Falcon team, EAE number 48 Porsche. The 948 Tobias Muller driven 48 Loesch Motorsport Porsche was 3rd fastest and tops the Cup 2s. These are Cup 2 Pro cars, ahead of 921 David Yarn in the Mullner Motorsport car. Also, Klaus Bachler in his Falcon Motorsport car, not faster than the 2 Cup 2s, interestingly. Part of that, of course, will have been down to the fact that the yellows came out at just the wrong time. And Klaus Bachler only capable of an 8:22.7. He was a second away from the slowest of those 2 Cup 2s. A great lap, by the way, for Alexander Fehlenbach in the 917 Porsche. Car number 917 is 6th, ahead of Ben Bunagel's sister Mullner Motorsport Cup 2 Porsche. Then Robin Cherzanovsky in the 919 Cup 2 911. Equipe Vitesse with their Audi, car number 50, in an SP9 AM division, was 9th fastest, ahead of Farnbacher. That's not Dominic Farnbacher, is it? Who I've completely missed from the entry list. No, it's Mario Farnbacher. So of the same family, car 78, Mario Farnbacher doing a time in his RPM Porsche 991 Cup car. So that is that's an SP7 entered car. 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th overall are all SP8T cars. So Marek Bockman was fastest in his Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage GT4, 8:35.9. Ahead of the Team Bilstein by Black Falcon BMW M4 of Manuel Metzger. And then Griesik and Wustenhagen were 3rd and 4th in SP8T. Further down the order, Harley Horton, quickest in Cup 3, which is the class exclusively reserved for Porsche 718 Caymans, and his SRS Team Zorg Rennsport 959 car, fastest in that division and 19th overall. And a little further down, 41st. By the way, a total of 108 cars were able to do laps within that shortened session. Max Partel. Well, was it Max? It was one of the two family Partels. I can't tell you specifically which one, but the Partel family's 188 BMW M4, sixth fastest in SP8T. And behind that, the Stanko family Audi, number 323, second in SP3T. Quickest of the BMW M240Is was the number 1 car. And who set that time? Bear with me. It was Sven Markert in the number 1 BMW 240i. That BMW, Kevin Van Bach and Adrian Rishny, together with Sven Markert, they were, as a team, the champions in 2024, hence the reason why they run with the number 1 car. And much further down the order, 91st position for the 664 BMW 240i of the Cooper and Cooper family, I'm going to say, although one is with an umlaut and one is not, so that's interesting. I think that's actually the same spelling, but it might be just how they've been entered onto the sheet. 101st place for the SP4T pole sitter, which is another Porsche 718 Cayman, and there are a couple of BMW 325i's towards the back of the field, together with the SP4 pole sitter. Just the one SP4 car in today's entry as well. We have a few classes in today's race that just have the 1 car entered into them, and SP4 is the Hendrik Launhardt and Torsten Kopert, Christian Koger and Katharina Lipke's BMW 325Ci. So well done to those guys for managing to set a time, and not a moment to lose now then, ahead of the latest edition of the 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen with a new sponsor for 2025, KW 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, with, we hope, as many cars that qualified to start this race. So we haven't quite got to the 111 that were on the entry list, Snowy. Some do fall by the wayside for whatever reason, but 108 cars on site. There is the scope, I suppose, if you didn't manage to take part in qualifying, to through a method of force majeure, be able to take the race start. But still, north of 100 cars is pretty good for the middle of August, particularly as there's so much other racing taking place around this part of Europe.
Yes, I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen to the number 8 Jutta Audi, because that obviously we saw it going into the gravel, or we saw it in the gravel and causing the code 60 there. But has it been? Well, obviously, it will have been retrieved. But is it did it connect? Well, you know, what collateral is there to it? Because it did just. I've just seen the onboard I saw at the time, which is what alerted me to it. Was just, it looked like it had just gone straight on, to be honest, and stopped as it not connected with the barrier. That's the proverbial optimist in me, I hope. It hasn't actually got to the barrier and done any problem taking that car out. Just largely because it's one of our front running cars. But we say 111 on the entry list, so down to 108. So 3 cars missing. I don't think what the other 2 are, Johnny, off the top of my head.
Ooh, now you're asking. Yeah,
I'm kind of asking myself, not you. Don't worry, I'm not fine. I wasn't expecting you to sort of come up with some magical answer and pluck a car out of the air. Go on, pick a car, any car.
Well, also, I mean, yeah, if you gave me 40-odd minutes, I could probably compare the 2 lists side by side. But the problem is you just have no idea where you might be looking on such a long entry list, which already extends to, it's normally about 10 pages. Is it the same today?
Yeah, 11.
11, okay, yeah. So there's a couple of the Cup 3s that extend onto page 11. Well done to Harley Horton, who shares with Heiko Eichenberg in such a highly competitive class, which is Cup 3. The SRS Team Zorg Rennsport duo in their 959 car will start from the best possible position, which will be from Group 2, the front of Group 2, generally speaking.
Just looking down into the pit lane there, one of the Adrenaline Motorsport BMWs, one of the 330i's, competition number 500, very easy to remember. That was jacked up and mechanics working underneath it as if it's a diff issue or something well underneath the back of that car. Having a look at something there. We've got a pit lane full of spectators again. They're getting value for money this weekend, haven't they, with that delay from the fog earlier on, getting a lot of pit lane time to hang around the cars. And as you say, we saw a little bit of footage earlier on of people, you know, spectators that being able to sit in cars in the garage as well, which is, you know, to some people, they're just like once in a lifetime opportunity. Yes, absolutely. And not the easiest things to get into these days, these modern cars.
But there's also a sense of relaxation from the crew preparing that car, and also the drivers that, you know, are wanting to be driving it within 30 minutes or so. That everything is, you know, those very controlling drivers that just think, right, that's my workspace, I've set it all up, I'm raring to go, and then somebody that you don't know is invited into the car and you think, hang on a minute, fine in the morning when the qualifying is not till the afternoon or the race is not till the afternoon, but moments before. But it just shows you the different level that this event is held at. I remember being struck by that, but the 24 hours, the first time I was there.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
And silence descends across the start-finish line. This is the interval between qualifying and today's race then. 1:15, we're due for a 2 o'clock start. And this awkward number to get to the finish. Normally, you could slice the cake evenly, i.e. pit on about the hour. But there's this extra 30 minutes now that one or two teams might be thinking, right, how best do we approach this then?
Well, I think teams being teams, Johnny, will, how can they take advantage of it? How can they make something of it? As ever. It is only 30 minutes, but that's going to be effectively, what, three and a bit more laps, isn't it? Than an ordinary 4-hour race.
Yeah, well, again, it depends on whether certain teams decide to do the full 8 laps, because once you get beyond the opening stint, the maximum that a GT3 car can do is 8 laps, 8 times 25 kilometres, which takes you to about 60, somewhere between 60 and 65 minutes. But if you railed that back to 7 laps, which you can still make work pretty well, then that could effectively then be a 28-35 lap race. 7:14, yeah, 28-35. And 35 laps, depending on where the cautions fall, might fit perfectly. So rather than doing 4 full stints and then the extra at the end, if you take the punishment slightly earlier, you know, and move your pit stop forward a lap, bring it closer to the start of the race a lap each time, and do it in chunks of 7, I just wonder whether that's going to be a better point of view from strategy. But, you know, I'm saying this without necessarily plotting it all out on a spreadsheet, and that's precisely what the teams can do. They don't have to talk us through it at the same time. Oh, the negatives of being a commentator, eh, Snowy?
the jeopardy, yeah. I'm with you, though, Johnny, I'd have to say. But first thing I would say is that you're absolutely right. The strategists, the boffins, the people who do algorithms and maths and spreadsheets and numbers and things, which I never understood anyway, never did at school, never did now, they will have better reasoning than we will. But I would tend to favour the approach you've suggested of kind of get it out of the way early rather than leave it as jeopardy. You know where you stand then, and that's just my way of thinking. But teams know better. They'll have different reasons. There'll be different factors about the car, its tyre wear, its differences, the weather, all sorts of things. And at the end of the day, you as a driver just have to get on with driving the car, but the team know how to work out strategy and put you in the best place possible to do that.
And it's about knowing, from an engineering point of view, from a strategist point of view, about knowing the strengths of your driver and actually how much information you do pass on, because their job is basically to drive the car as quickly as possible within certain parameters. You know, there are radios back and forth to the cockpit, assuming that the radio reception is as good as it generally is around the circuit. There are little black spots here and there, so you need to be aware of where the car is on the circuit and making sure that communication is as full as it possibly could be. But sometimes you might be asked to do a bit of fuel saving here and there just to make sure that the car will make it to the end of a particular stint. But no amount of fuel saving is going to produce a 9th lap, let's say, in a stint, unless there are 5 or 6 areas of code 60. And even on the track with this level of jeopardy, that's kind of unlikely. Two spots, maybe 3, but when you're talking about let's say a third of the racetrack being affected by speed limits, that is much rarer. And the dreams of saving enough fuel to get a car onto a 9th lap are Exactly that, just too much of a dream, I would say. So generally the rule is go as long as you can, even at the start. Try and get to 7 laps, then do chunks of 8. But I'm sure we will see 1 or 2 teams within this relatively small GT3 category thinking, do you know what, we've only done 5 laps, but that's okay. We are now legally allowed to put fuel in the car. Let's do it whilst everyone else is not in the pit lane, so we get a nice clean exit and entry into it.
I think your point about drivers and their different strengths, and not necessarily weaknesses, but their different strengths. Yeah. Everybody brings something different to the party. It is teamwork, quite literally, but it is exactly that of how much has a driver got left in the tank, not so much as what's in the fuel tank of the car. That's obviously important. We always say that, but you know, if a driver, if they're lapping at a set time, how much have they got in reserve to go quicker if required to do so? Because if that driver can't, another driver has, say, can lap at a similar time but have, say, 3 seconds in the bag, as it were, spare, you know, you can ask that driver, should the need arise, to say, right, push, and they can do 3 seconds quicker. If you've got a driver who can't do that, who's operating at, you know, the race pace is pretty well their maximum, and that does happen sometimes, and you've got to operate to the pace of your weakest driver, if you like. So there's a lot to take on board.
And also, you know, you can very easily blind them with science or just litter their brain with stuff that's not relevant to an individual driver.
Very, very easy to confuse a driver. I mean, it's always the most easily changed component in the car, the loosen up behind the wheel.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what they do most stops, isn't it? So, right, we're bored of you. Get
exactly, yes.
Fresh sheet of paper.
I could tell you a few stories of that, but not
on air.
Not on air, no. And names that you wouldn't believe either, but we'll have that conversation off air.
Okay.
That's piqued everybody's interest now, hasn't it?
I was going to say, that's good just to dangle that there,
yeah.
Isn't it?
It was only Le Mans, so it wasn't even like a big event either.
Oh, no. That's the smallest one on the calendar.
Yeah.
The Tim Lucas and Desiree Muller Porsche, number 977, they run in Cup 3, and in the Group A and the AM part of it. So let me just work this out. There are various different Cup 3 cars. I think, are they not all in Group A, or is there a B class as well? No, there's one car that is in Group B, as it's called, and that is labelled as a guest car for Matisse Lismont. Chris Lullam's in that car. Interesting. Lullam has come through from sim racing, done a lot of stuff in radicals, and he's very, very fast. So I hadn't realised Lullam was now sampling the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Maybe you've been having a word with Jimmy Broadbent, who's come from a similar part of non-metal racing, as our colleague Bruce Jones calls it, but now putting his talents to good use in the real world, along with highly entertaining, well, from a Broadbent point of view, highly entertaining content as well that goes on to his various social media channels. I'm not sure whether Chris Lullam is as strident in that area himself, but he's certainly a whiz kid when it comes to the sim rigs. Kyle Tilley's in that car as well, so great that Lion Speed have brought some big names to the 6 hours of the Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen this weekend. That'll be a car to look out for. 980. And then all the other Cup 3s are in Group A, and they're either a Pro, an AM, or a Pro-Am driver lineup. The guest is not labelled Pro-Am or Pro-Am. They're just simply a guest entry, but everybody else in Cup 3 have their individual subcategories to look out for as well. And a great number of Cup 3s, 17 in total. The 777 Audi working its way now out towards the Mercedes Arena 2. So this is the Artur Gorian, Roman Mavlanov, Oleg Kvitka and Danny Brink, a former VLN and NLS champion. So Brink in a TCR car this weekend. There are obviously concerns for the other Audi, car number 10, which is not running in TCR proper this weekend. Where did we put car 10, which is a Max Cruiser car?
That was one of the early cars, one of the first cars to go off, wasn't it, this morning in quality?
Yes, yes. That's it's an AT car, so alternative fuel for the RS3 of Christoph Lenz Timo Hochwind and Jasmine Preissig, who is a regular runner in the 24H series as well. They're the all-female driving lineup, but also female crewed, as in all of the pit team are female as well. The 146 GT Tyre Motorsport by WS BMW M4 also runs in the AT class for Carrie Schreiner, Janina Schal, Patricia Stalidzana and Beitske Visser. And then the third car in the AT division is the Porsche 718 Cayman for the 4 Motors Bio-Concept crew. And they're sort of mainstay runners. They're nearly always present. And 420 has, in inverted commas, Michelle Gatting. Now, surely that's the Michelle Gatting. It doesn't necessarily need the inverted commas, does it? Unless we're now getting to a point where pseudonyms are adopting another driver's name. Well, that's just the real Michelle Gatting, surely.
Well, I was just like you, John, I was wondering what that's actually alluding to. It's a slightly odd thing, isn't it? It answers on...
Says she's from Denmark as well.
Yeah? So, well, that all ties then.
Yeah. And coming back from a broken foot, after what happened at Le Mans Test Day, the end of Le Mans Test, they were doing a practice driver change, and the car got released from the air jacks straight onto her foot.
It's not going to tickle, is it?
Certainly not. That was one of the most painful things I think she's ever experienced, and it has taken quite some time to heal as well. Although amazingly, she was racing again in Brazil for the 6 hours there as part of the World Endurance Championship. She said, because she left foot brakes, she said thankfully it wasn't her left foot, it was her throttle foot that was broken, and therefore she's not having to put ridiculous amounts of pressure through it to brake, especially in the GT3 with the ABS. You just wallop that. I was going to say middle pedal, but it's more like the left pedal, isn't it?
It is these days. I mean, it's the same in a GT4 car as well. They do, if particularly you've got the ABS turned up and you're relying on it, then yes. But thank goodness you've learned the art well of left foot braking them, because for somebody else that might be a bit more of a problem.
What's your style, Snowy? Are you a traditionalist, as in you use the right foot for everything?
No, because obviously it varies. If it's a historic car, then yes, but you can left foot brake in an historic still. You just have to be a bit quick on the clutch. But in a modern car, GT4, whatever, it's back to karting. It's 2 pedals, 2 feet. You just learn to do it, and I think it's something you either adopt quite early in your racing time, career, whatever you want to call it, or you don't. And there are people that don't believe in it and left foot braking. I do, on the basis that you can keep your foot on the throttle if you've got older type diffs and things where you need to spool them and stuff over. You can keep the thing going. It isn't dead, is it? So you can blend. And sometimes you want to, some of the faster corners, you might want to, blend the brake a little bit with your left foot whilst maintaining, good 80% throttle. Now, it sounds a bit odd, but rather than a sort of confidence lift, you don't want to come off the throttle all the way.
Okay, so you do actually have slightly, you'd have both pedals applied.
Correct. You modulate the two. I mean, as you know, I was doing a bit of testing in a GT4 Aston earlier this year, and Craner Curves is pretty well flat in one of those things these days. It is flat actually. It's about 132 miles an hour, which is bonkers in a GT4 car. But the old hairpin, which is quite a tight right-hander, if you're familiar with Donington back in the UK, that can be. You can literally you have to lift for it and down a couple of gears, but you can definitely have an advantage by left foot braking into there because you're back on the throttle quicker.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. I had a similar conversation with Johnny Molam a few weeks ago when I was covering the 6 hours of Brazil, funnily enough, the race where Michelle Gatting came back. Well, actually, she'd been racing the previous weekend in the European Le Mans Series as well. I won't say he's dead against left foot braking, but he's just never done it. And he says that to him, you're losing time at any point where both pedals are applied in even minuscule amounts. But it is about that sort of cross point and getting that as efficient as possible when you're using both feet. But it was interesting to speak to more of a traditionalist, as in Molam, as in he says, I just never have left foot braked, and I don't think I ever will. There we are.
I don't think it's a disadvantage. I mean, obviously Johnny's record is, incontestable, so it hasn't affected him, has it, at all?
No.
But it's interesting. I think it is one of those things you either adopt or you don't. It's almost like the sort of flat Earth society. There are some people that will still say, "What do you mean you left foot brake? Why?" and they just don't get it. It just seems totally bizarre. But I was encouraged to early on, and in a rare case of being open-minded about something, I did it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, there is never too late to learn a new skill. But we are talking a few years ago now, so that's probably become the norm for you as well. Still very cloudy above head on the start-finish straight. Thankfully, though, the cloud is at a more reasonable level, as in the sky, rather than down on the ground, and preventing us from racing. We are going to be sending cars off in about 10 minutes, mind you. And included amongst those will be Dieter Schmidtmann in his Lamborghini Huracan. I had forgotten that the Conrad Motorsport Lambo had such a good result in the 24 hours, because without wishing to be rude, we often try to have a bit of a sweepstake as to how long a Lamborghini might actually last in the race. Well, it got all the way to the finish, and it finished in 8th position overall. So Renazzo Motorsport Team's Lambo that Dieter drives, that Christoph Breuer and Sak Nana drive, will be looking to get to the end of 4 hours and 30 minutes in their AM car. So their nearest rival is the 50 Audi for Equipe Vitesse of Michael Heimrich, Erik Ullström, the Swede, and Arno Klassen, who did most of the laps in qualifying. That's the other thing, Snowy, about having a shorter qualifying session, is that if certain drivers are less experienced, they might be the AM, they might, you know, be businessmen, businesswomen the rest of the year, so they show up at the Nürburgring. But if you're in a high-performance car, the last time you will have been able to drive at the Nürburgring will have been in the 24 hours, and that's even if you got into it. Otherwise, we're looking back to, what was it, NLS-3, which might have been April, May time. And there probably wasn't enough time to cycle all the drivers through in qualifying today, because it was only 40 minutes. So there'll be some drivers getting on board a car going, blimey, this is all quite fresh for me, even though I'm quite experienced around the Nürburgring. I haven't actually done a competitive lap for a good few months.
Yeah, you take it in your stride, don't you? But you're absolutely right. It's new, it's different. You've just got to get on with it, I guess.
So there may be some that will have said, make sure I do some lappery in qualifying. So, you know, rotate the drivers as much as possible. But 40-minute session, I suppose that would have allowed, even if you're doing 10-minute laps, that probably would have allowed 3 driver changes if necessary.
I think it'd be quite tight to do that with your pit in, pit out, and your driver change.
Yes,
so it's going to be quite frantic. And I think you'd certainly do 2. 3 would be, it's possible, but you've got to be slick to do it.
You have to be quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I suppose you prioritise the drivers, and that comes through in a briefing at the start of the weekend. You prioritise the drivers who want to get laps in qualifying, purely to just refresh their memory and get a feel for the track surface, as relevant as it might be from one session to the race.
A couple of race control updates for us, Johnny. There's 4 cars that had a GPS issue, so got mechanical black flags during that session. That's the number 50 Equipe VTS R8 Audi, the 75 Asbest Racing Porsche Cayman, and 164, which is the WNS Motorsport 718 Cayman, and 347, which was Toyo Tires 991 GT3 Cup. More interestingly, or more of note, is that penalty for car number 163, code 60, speeding, was actually 70 kph, so therefore goes to the back of the start group. We've always said how very strict they are on this, and it's only 10k over 70 onto 60, but there it is. And of all the people to fall foul of that, it's Charles Espinel.
Oh, wow.
In the 163 car, which is, I mean, he's going to hate me for highlighting that, but my reason for highlighting it is most unlike him, somebody more experienced you couldn't really imagine, but just got caught out. I mean, we have to remember these goes from yellow to 120 to 60 sometimes, and just maybe just don't get down to it quite in time and just go over that line, as you say, that they'll pick up on it, and there you are starting at the back of the grid. So that sort of negates qualifying for you.
Yeah, when qualifying is clearly meant to be an aid, it's meant to judge the pace of cars and put them into a relevant order for them to then do battle, but of course it's only ever based on a single lap by a single driver. So if you have AM or Pro-Am driver lineups, then it's not really representative of how the car is going to go at an average speed. But nevertheless, if you're putting in your gun driver to start things off, then things should be about right. Now, I was suggesting that the SP9s might be grouped together, but do you know what? So far, that's not proving the case, because one of the Mühlner cars is very much up there, which it was in qualifying, in fairness. See whether the qualifying sheet has been issued to the main championship website. No, it hasn't. But we spoke about Nico Menzel being quickest, and I'm now trying to remember who was second fastest. It was Dan Arrow, wasn't it, in the 48 car who
I think it was,
second
yes.
fastest. Yeah. So Dan's car, I don't think, has arrived on the grid yet, but it does appear that the Mühlner car that was then faster than Klaus Bachler, because Bachler got caught up in those yellows, looks like the Mühlner car will be permitted to start ahead of the second of the Falcon cars. So we do get a jumbling up of the grid, and that rather suggests that if a Cup 2 car had taken pole, it would have been allowed to start there. So we've got some fans of our theory in race control by the sounds of things, Snowy.
Well, if our theory is right, and I sincerely hope it is, then brilliant, because as we both said, they've earned the place and the time, and that's to me how it should be. And the fact that it's a different category car, if it was, as you said, sessioned, so you've got a prototype session or an SB4, so a GT4 category or a GT3 category, then I get that, because you're at different times on the track and different conditions. But as it was one complete session, then yeah, that's what they've done. That's what they've done.
Yeah, and I fully identify the difference that you're pointing out there. You know, everyone is able to do effectively the same time, because it's the same conditions for all. And if you don't glean a good enough time to be quicker than a Cup 2 car, well, that's your own lookout. But the Cup 2 has earned its better starting position. Sometimes the racing gods go against you. Sometimes somebody else has an incident preventing you from putting in a good time. And one or two GT3s did struggle in that regard. The 48 numbered Porsche is now being shown a safe route to the front of the grid. And thankfully those personnel that are positioned in the middle of the grid are getting the warnings, the whistles being blown by the marshals. Dan Arrow, Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, Gabriele Piana and Mike Stursberg then will be starting, well, depending on who starts that car, it may well be the talented young Dutchman for the opening stint, but I wouldn't imagine him to be bookending the race. He'll do pretty much a stint and then have to get out to allow the non-pros to do their relevant time. But Gabriele Piana could well be held back for the final stint and a half, as it could turn out to be, because he's just about as quick as Dan Arrow to bring that car home, and we will see where it finishes.
So just refresh me, Johnny, you were taking that from the starting group order from race control?
Yeah, well, from the way that they're being lined up.
Right. Well, that's why I wanted to check that I wasn't just repeating that which you've said. So I've got the starting group orders here, and it does say this is issued by race control. So row 1, pole position, Marshall Menzel in the Porsche. Alongside is Arrow Kaya in the GT3. Got the 948 GT3 Cup car is third.
Yes.
921. Fourth.
That's the Mühlner car, the first of two Mühlner cars.
Yeah, and then Bachler, number 4, is fifth.
Bachler is in car 3, is he not?
Correct. Yeah. So that order is right. So it is GT3 on the front row, GT3 Cup the second row, GT3 and GT Cup on the third row, 917. It can only be a Porsche, can't it? 917. Yeah, that is the order, so they are taking it that way. So we've even got some there. We've got the Aston Vantage you commented on, the Dumoulin car is in car number 140, is on the 6th row, with alongside that the Broadbent Brown M4 GT4 BMW, number 150. So Stippler is as far back as row 8 in the Mustang.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
I'm just looking for. I can't see. So the 8 is listed with Vedemenko and Selv. Another one of those nom de plumes on row 13. We have 18 rows in the starting group. Espinau in the M4 GT4 and 163 being put at the back because of that 10k violation under code 60, as I just mentioned. And that's just starting group 1.
Indeed. So start group 2, which should have the Cup 3s at the front of it from memory. Does that have 959 on pole position? Because it was a great effort from...
Of course it does.
Yeah. Great effort from Harley Horton.
There's no point in me looking it up, because you just know anyway.
Well, British driver Harley Horton, tremendous effort from him. He's sharing with Heiko Eichenberg, but it was Harley's time through and through. Has put the 959 on the front of that massive grid. There's 17 cars in Cup 3, so that's going to keep us very entertained for 4.5 hours.
So he's got the 940 alongside.
940.
Silver Greshner, 9718.
Yes. So Nico Silva, David Griesner, who's vastly experienced, and Norwegian racer Oscar Sandberg. And then the second row you said was
962 and 944. So again, that's an all-Porsche number, that isn't it? 962 and 944.
Big time, yeah. So W&S Motorsport, and the 944 car is the entry from, well, team nameless, but Leonard and Moritz Irmer, a family crew, and they run in pro as well. So all of these, I'm going to say, are pro cars, although they don't necessarily have to be. They're all built the same, and whether you've entered with a pro or a pro-am or an am lineup, less likely, I suppose, with an all-am lineup to be locking out the front 4 positions. But if you put your pro in for qualifying, as most pro-am crews will have done, then we could have 1 or 2 interlopers there as well.
Yep, so row 3 is 949, 955.
949 is the Team Zorg Rennsport crew for another British driver, Josh Hislop, with Jan-Niklas Stieler and Kasparas Vingilis. And 949 is joined by, which number did you say?
955.
955.
Linden Stick and
yes.
Schicht, my apologies.
In the Speedworks automotive crew, not that Speedworks.
No, not British Touring Car Speedworks.
Not British Touring Car Speedworks. Speedworks with a couple of X's at the end for Alexander Fehlenbach. Well, it was a great lap actually for Fehlenbach from 955 to go 6th place. But already the grid is having to be cleared because, well, we've got a rolling lap to begin.
Yeah, we've got a 1-minute board.
Yeah. Most unconventional race day then for the latest race of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, billed to be a 6-hour. It's now going to be 4 hours and 30 minutes. The KW, we'll still call it a 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. Every moment of this 4.5-hour race brought to you live on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer in the Global Broadcast Centre. About to see the cars waved off with Dennis Marshall or Nico Menzel doing the opening stint. Remember, it was Nico Menzel who did the time to put car number 4 on the front of the grid, but we're not going to get driver IDs until part way around this rolling lap, possibly not until they actually start racing and cross the line for the first time. So a little bit of guesswork. We can often do an educated guess. Big question for me is, which car is Frank Stippler going to start? He'll be in one of them, either the 8 Audi or the number 6 Mustang. But bear in mind, the 8 Audi had an off, didn't it, towards the end of qualifying? So have they been able to get that car back? Didn't need repairs. And it's certainly going to have quite a lot of gravel taken out of it. So the problem is, Arenberg's not the furthest point away from the paddock, but it's still a fair schlep. And was there a flatbed in the vicinity to pick it up, bring it back in time?
Well, there's so many variables in there, aren't there, Johnny, of what was the cause of it going off, what damage was there to it, and is that repairable, or is it the other end of the scale where there's no real issue to, and they've just picked it up out of the gravel and brought it back? Best case scenario. and also what the deal is between Haupt Racing and the Mustang that he's driving and the Jutta Audi as to what the priority are, who gets what. So just from a sort of team manager point of view, I'd probably want him to start in the Audi because it's a bit further back, and try and get him to gain some time on the start. That's his first stint. That's just my view on it, but we don't know what the ins and outs of it all are between the two teams.
Does your start Group 1 sheet have a place for the Audi?
Yes.
Is it listed?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's you're gonna make me go back and find it now, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes, I knew
need
that.
to work out then whether it's actually there or not. The Equipe Vitesse Audi's there, number 50, but I'm not seeing a black Audi, which should be in this initial group. Of course, it had already set a reasonable time. I'm trying to remember whether Frank Stipper... Yeah, I think Stipper was in it.
I think it was listed as row 8, I think, off the top of my head.
No, that was the,
the
Mustang, 15th for the Mustang.
Correct.
I thought the Audi was actually quicker.
No, it is. No, I was right. It's there. It's Veremenko, and so it's in row 13, alongside 929. Is listed on the start group. Whether it's actually taken the track is another issue, of course.
Yes. So row 13, not position 13.
Correct. Row 13.
Okay. So I'm not sure whether we saw all the way back to the rear of that start group, but the second of the starting groups now going to be led by Porsche, Cup 3 Porsche 959. And again, it remains to be seen who's going to be doing the opening stint within that car after a great performance from Harley Horton, but he does have Heiko Eichenberg, who is supremely talented as well as his co-driver. Great to see the number 10 Audi, though, returning to the racetrack, because that was the other car that had a more significant off at Arenberg. Looked like it had landed in the barrier quite heavily and couldn't get out of the gravel on its own, so they did have to call a flatbed. But that was the earlier incident in qualifying, so clearly they got the car back, and they're just having to sort of, you know, look at it as quickly as possible, address any minor difficulties. Let's hope the suspension's not bent. I mean, they wouldn't be putting it in the race if it was. They consider it still to be reasonably straight, and then they'll get a report from the opening driver at the end of his stint to say, how's the car? Because sometimes you have to drive a car that is far from ideal. In a 24-hour race, when you get to hours 21, 22, 23, the car that you were first given for the opening stint is incomparable very often. But that is the beauty of driving around problems and trying to get a car to the finish of a time test such as that. Slightly shorter time test today, shorter than we were expecting as well, but nevertheless a big challenge. So the Cup 3 Porsches are pouring out now towards the Vidal chicane, and we will wave them onto the hats and back shortly, Snowy.
Yeah, very quick update for us, Johnny, from our good friend Ian McCarthy, who has picked up on your comments about the Michelle Gatting in the 420. It is her, and it is in aid of earning permits for a move into GT3 in the near future for all the drivers in that car.
Okay.
That's why she's taking part. So yeah, that was cleared up. So welcome again, Ian. Always valuable input. Thank you.
So that rather suggests some other of the Iron Dames will get an opportunity then in maybe later NLS races this year. Rahel Fry, quite possibly. Sarah Bovey, Celia Martin, who's the new bronze in the GT part of that. But there are also other drivers within the Michelin Le Mans Cup and the Iron Dames initiative.
Just a little aside for you there, I was talking to Sarah Bovey at the Festival of Speed, or interviewing her for Goodwood Radio actually, and in the top 10 shootout she had their car, and despite baking hot weather they were running it on wets up the hill, and I just commented to her and I said, oh, you said, why the wets? And she said, oh, we just said it's so quick, we thought we'd have a bit more fun. It's a relaxed garden party atmosphere, and we'd have a bit more fun and run it on wets and have a little bit more interest and intrigue to it all. I'm like, okay, fair enough, and turned the microphone off, and then she said, we didn't bring any slicks.
Okay. That's the bit I couldn't tell you.
It's the bit I couldn't tell you at the time. So I hope I haven't broken any confidence there, Sarah. If I have, my apologies. So that's my interview at Le Mans next year, Cannes, isn't it?
No doubt. She'll see you coming in. Then
Exactly. You again. Yes. Yes. I tell you a secret and you go and blag it. Yeah. Brag it.
She's not like that.
No, not at all. No.
Very short memory, so she won't even recall that whole incident.
She won't recall me for certain. No.
But there are other drivers as well to look out for, like Karen Gaillard, who's part of the Iron Dames initiative, and Karen took Dua Lipa up the Goodwood Hill climb. I seem to remember in that Porsche that Dua had designed the livery she'd designed herself, not the car, but that sort of turquoisey with orange flames down the side. But it was Karen Gaillard who was given the responsibility of driving the pop superstar. Celia Martin I've mentioned. Marta Garcia is another one that could be looking for signatures as well. So I wonder whether that's another step forward into other areas of motor racing that the Iron Dames are thinking about. Watch this space.
Look forward to it.
Well, yeah, I know. It's been really exclusively reserved for ACO rules type racing, but there's no reason why. Mind you, no, that's nonsense. They have raced also in the World Challenge as well, GT World Challenge in the past. And Rahel Fries raced in DTM, but that was well before Iron Dames became a thing. The formation lap continuing then ahead of this latest edition of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden cannot wait to see this race starting 2 hours later than build, an hour and a half unfortunately shorter than build as well, but at least we are still going to see plenty of action. And I kind of quite like the awkward number of this race distance, as the key runners are now heading down towards Breitscheid at the front of this start group. And no doubt about it, the Klaus Bachler Sven Muller car has some work to do.
A couple of things to note there. We've got the 500 Adrenaline Motorsport BMW going around waving to the crowd on the way around on a formation lap.
Einmal im Rennwagen über die Nordschleife. Ein Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid. Der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenauer ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell. Benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Stallkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen. Der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Falkenreifen.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
The Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series returning to its traditional home. It never goes anywhere else, frankly, but it has been away for a few months because of the inaugural NLS-Light. That was part of the NLS series, strictly speaking, but minus the very high-performance cars. They are back on the bill now then, after a 2-month break since the latest edition of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, and prior to that, 2 N24 qualifier races. And this was meant to be the extended race distance, the real party weekend of the 6 hours, with a new sponsor for 2025, the KW 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. But after early mist and fog, rather threw the schedule out the window. Well done to all involved for getting that back on track, by the way. We are now about to begin a 4.5-hour race instead, with qualifying held at midday today, at the point that we should have been racing. And there are 1 or 2 cars out of position as well, so it's going to be fascinating to see how the Klaas Bachler car number 3 gets on in the early stages, together with 1 or 2 others as well that are quick, just that they weren't able to do the quick times at the right times because of various other cars falling off towards the scenery. Remember that just as in qualifying, in the race, if there's an incident, it will be dealt with in a live format. So we don't get a safety car, we don't get a full track neutralisation. It is local yellows, it is local speed limits, and very often large yellow HGVs mingling with race traffic, which is done nowhere else to my mind. You might get the odd free practice session in the World Endurance Championship. We'll have a tourist bus out with prototypes. That's also equally bizarre, but they're not racing in that setup. They are racing here, and reliant entirely on all of the marshal signals that are done very officially and therefore must be obeyed. White flags, single wave yellows, double wave yellows, code 120s, code 60s, all may well be used, and you have to be highly observant around this 160 plus corner racetrack. Hairs standing up on my arms, the back of my neck as well. It's been a little while since we've been able to call a race around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and I've been counting off the days, Snowy, but we're about to get going again. So the leading cars in that first group now starting to get into their 2x2 formation. Falcon versus Loesch, and then in behind, if you don't recognise those SP9 cars, that's because they're not SP9 cars, they are Cup 2 machines. And congratulations to the 48 crew, or the 948 crew in fact, that got their car onto the pole position, and the 921 of Mühlner Motorsport. Will they get out of the way of the following group, or the following row, which are both more SP9 cars, or will they start to dish it out just as much as they are receiving? The Mühlner car just holding back a little bit as the Dennis Marschall and Dennis Fetzer Falcon Motorsport car waits for the red lights to change to green. They do so now, and the 6-hour Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen live from the Nürburgring Nordschleife is go here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Already one of the leading Cup 2 cars tried to take the race lead away from the Falcon car there, didn't quite manage to do it, but the 48 cars, the Loesch machines, are in different paint schemes, but they are from the same team. As to the high side now goes the Klaus Bachler number 3 Porsche. Is that been started by Bachler? No, it's Nico Müller in the number 3 car, and he's made short work of the Mühlner Cup 2 car, but cannot get by car 948, also started by a Müller. That's Tobias Müller, who is currently in 3rd position. Nip and tuck, as it always is, but so far, this Porsche tribute race, really, it's Porsche certainly in the top 6 positions, but they are all neat and tidy in the early stages of a 4.5-hour race, Snowy.
Yeah, what you're saying, will the Müller cars and the Cup cars actually sort of hold station or get out of the way? Well, they certainly didn't, certainly not the leading one, and it made very hard work for the second of the Falcon Porsche there. You said made short work of it. We had to make the long way round, and that was the advantage of that, the grip of that car. But we've seen it in the straight line. The Cup 2 cars, we've seen it on the Dottinger now, can actually hold a candle to some of these other cars. Now that's got through again. So number 3 is Müller is up to, I think that's 4th place now already, if not 3rd. Going on to Hatzenbach Stock Group 2, just coming up to Tiergarten now.
Yeah, so that was Müller overtaking Müller, Sven Müller overtaking Tobias Müller in the leading Cup 2 car. But now 17 Cup 3 Porsches, so they're all the 718 Cayman variety, with the Harley Horton Heiko Eichenberg 959 on pole position, but they are not going to get it all their own way for sure. And will they be leading for the first time out of the Mercedes arena? Well, that is clearly the aim, because this is the most difficult part of the racetrack, to actually stay ahead. Loads of overtaking opportunities, it being a Grand Prix circuit, but 959 stays nice and wide. The one that didn't get away was from the outside of the front row with the orange wheels, and that car's already fallen back to 4th place, it looks like. So car number 950's not got away too well. Other cars working their way through include the GT Tyre Motorsport BMW M4, that was starting a bit further back.
And that turn 1 is always like a sort of compelling vortex there, because if you're down the inside, you think you can dive down the inside and it's tighter than you think. If you go around the left-hand side, around the outside, you think you've got more space than you have, but you don't. You run out of track and have a load of runoff area and end up increasing the radii. So it's a real difficult one to judge correctly, but it's always, you're trying to capitalise as much as you can at the start of a race.
Yeah, because you stand to gain so much, but equally, if it goes wrong, you will lose a hatful of places. So Nico Silva, I reckon in 940, who should have started 2nd, has lost the ground, but we will check on that the next time they go through a split. It is Harley Horton who's begun in 9.59, who is in the lead of that category. Having said that, I think that might have changed now as well. Cup 3 not that far away from taking their start to the race. But yes, the second group now led by a couple of SP7 Porsches by the look of things. Unless the SP7 started at the tail of, yeah, the SP7 were in Group 1, weren't they? So Cup 3 up against some of the other Cup 3 runners. But remember, you've got Cup 3 within Pro, Pro-Am, and the Am lineup as well. So lots of different subcategories to weave into the mixture. As the third starting group now is heading towards the start-finish line. So out of Tiergarten, they will go. It's one of the Hoffer BMWs on the front row from start group 3. So that's the family Partel M4 from SP8T, which heads away. One of the Audis in there as well, which may well be the Jürgen Nett, amongst others, Audi S3, which didn't get that far into the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. I seem to remember they were so excited about getting going, but didn't necessarily have the luck in the early sessions of the week, and were kind of chasing their tail from that point on. Around the Mercedes arena then will go this first group of cars in Group 3, but at the head of the order, Dennis Marschall led them off from Dan Arrow and Tobias Müller. But remember that by Sabine Schmidt's curve, Sven Müller had ducked underneath his namesake and hustled the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches into third position. There are no yellow flags being shown at Schwedenkreuz, though, that very fast left-hander down towards Arenberg, which may suggest a car has left the road at that really flat out in some cars left-hander before you then muscle the car to the left-hand side of the racing line to work your way through Arenberg. And there are now yellow flags at Arenberg as well. Marshall Post 88.
Yeah, it's 959 is the number.
Oh, that's the leader in Cup 3.
Yeah.
From the pole. So have they made contact, or did Harley Horton make a mistake? We may never know if there are no cameras recording that. We might be able to explore some on board. But if Silver and Horton, or possibly Bednarski, getting involved as well in the lead for Cup 3, but 959 from pole position, sounding like, if not out of the race, being now heavily delayed by being in the gravel at Arenberg. And the fight is on between one of the Mühlner cars and the Equipe Vitesse Audi now, number 50, which is an SP9 AM entry. But remember that the Audi, through the twisty stuff, is going to be much quicker than a bog standard, say bog standard, they're still rapid cars, the Cup 2 Porsche Cup car. Sorry, Snowy, cut you off there.
No, not at all. I was in an effort to try and don't know what I've done. I've just pulled up on a different screen of mine the onboard footage of the number 3 Porsche Falcon car. So when that comes to that part at Arenberg, I'll try and get eyes on that and see what we can see literally there, because obviously we can't see it from here. So it's a great shame for Harley Horton to say if that's it's definitely stopped and stationary in the gravel at Arenberg at the moment, which is not good.
The 48 car, which has been started by Dan Arrow, is certainly moving a great deal through the right-hander at Galgenkopf and onto the Dottinger Hoor. Is being caught, though, every metre of the way by Sven Müller, who's got a cracking run. He is right in the sweet spot to be picking up the toe, picking up that draft, and even has the opportunity to just adjust, tighten those belts. Can he get the overlap with Dan Arrow, though? The answer is no, so the Dutchman fends off the approaches of Sven Müller. And Sven is going to have to stay in the wheel tracks of car number 48, but at least Sven has gained 2 positions on this first lap. He has dispatched Tobias Müller's Cup 2 Porsche and Tim Scheerbart in the 948 and 921 Cup 2 Porsches, respectively. Heading down towards the first corner, Mercedes Arena, which is a much tighter right-hander than we were utilising during the 24 hours, remember. then the track rather opens up a little bit into these two left-handers. So 48 from 3, and very nearly Sven Muller wasn't quite able to stop the car in time, so just had to adjust the steering. I don't think he was in any risk of running into the back of Dan Arrow. Maybe didn't expect Dan to be braking as readily as he did in the second bit of the Mercedes arena. Yeah, despite being in identical cars, theoretically, obviously got different team setups, disciplines and beliefs on it, but it does look like Muller's just slightly quicker than Dan Arrow there, and it's only going to be a matter of time before he gets through and makes it a Falcon 1-2. It just seems to be, I think he was just caught out unexpectedly there by Dan Arrow, wasn't he? Where how early he braked. I'm not saying he did anything wrong, Arrow, just it was close. Yeah. Well, you can start to be distracted a bit too much by the mirrors and then lose focus on the road in front of you. There's also different tyre manufacturers to be weaving into this as well. Not that different tyres necessarily mean that you're going to be braking earlier, but he wanted to be confident that he was going to make the corner, and very likely Sven Muller was trying for the overtaking opportunity, but the door was shut, so he had to open the steering a little bit to avoid any slight contact. Good dice as well, as we always knew it would be at the top end of Cup 2, which has Kiki Reshko in the mixture. So that was the second batch of Cup 2 Porsches. Tobias Muller leads from Tim Scheerbart. Then the second of the blue and white cars is the 917. Also run out of Belgium for... beg pardon, 917 is Speedworks car, isn't it? So which car is Kiki Reshko? No, I'm going to keep an eye on this now, because these two cars have got this on board. No, just going through Flugplatz now, which means you've got Schwedenkreuz and approaching Arenberg. So I'm trying to see if we can see anything quite literally to be able to report of that Harley Horton car in the gravel at Arenberg. Yellow flags there being waved as we go down Foxhole. Is that? No, not sorry. That's sorry, Schwedenkreuz. My apologies. So double yellows now, which will become a code 60, which would suggest that that car is still in the gravel there. That is an issue. And Muller just almost catching the back of Dan Arrow there as they slowed right down. Arrow exactly doing what he needed to do. And it's so close to the back of Dan Arrow's car, I can't even see into the gravel there. Now, there's nothing appearing to be in the gravel, but there are slippery surface flags on the right-hand side and left at that point. So the Harley Horton's car has been removed. I was waiting to see the green flag appear, but that would suggest that there's gravel and debris on the track where that car's been retrieved. No, I think we're going to get a yes, he's gone off on the left-hand side, gone on the right-hand side first. Yeah, that's a huge off. That's a huge off. It doesn't look like it's actually connecting over there. It's almost suggested some kind of failure. Well, maybe. But the car's certainly been removed, so that's back to green flag now. So, and that was a 9. Was it a 959? I said it was. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So 959 either out of the race or, if not, heavily delayed. What I couldn't work out, because there was so much gravel in the vicinity, was whether it had hit a barrier firmly. It didn't actually look like it had gone deep enough into the gravel at Arenberg to have made the barrier. No, I agree. But it might have hit the fence much earlier, you know, before the corner on either the right or the left, because it did seem to have gone out wide on the right and then maybe come back across the track to collect the barrier. Well, good news is it's approaching the Caracciolo Carousel now, the 959, so it is back on track. Literally. And under its own steam? Yes. Wow. The pace it's going according to the tracker, yes. Yeah. If not, it's a very fast flatbed. Well, it might be that Harley Horton has taken control of the flatbed in eagerness yes. to get the car back as quickly as possible. He wouldn't be permitted to do that, I jest, of course, but let's hope that he thinks that the car is absolutely fine. And to be honest, the suggestion from our tracker would echo that. Dan Arrow still up against Sven Muller, and they're in the same order, second and third. So Muller's got to find a way through, and it is more difficult to do that on the tight, twisty confines of the Nordschleife proper, because a Dan Arrow mistake would have to be a big one in order to allow that car through. The opportunity, the best opportunity, will surely come towards the end of the lap for Sven Muller. but there'll be a concern a little bit about how much time he's dropping to the overall race leader. Yes, they are teammates, and they'll want, you know, the ideal finish, which will be both cars in the top 2 positions. But knowing Klaus Bachler and his teammate Sven Muller, they'll want an opportunity to actually fight for the race lead out on track. So they don't want to give up too much time in clearing Dan Arrow. By the way, we can add a new driver compared to the midweek entry list. New driver to Porsche number 917, and in fact starting driver to Porsche 917 is Oleksiy Kikireshko, the Ukrainian from Kyiv, and he has raced several times around the Nordschleife, but Kikireshko is currently driving 917. And where did I say he was? In amongst the top 10. He's 7th right now.
Now, interestingly, Johnny, this battle between 48 and 3, Dan Arrow and Sven Muller in these 2 Porsches, as ever, they're busy holding one another up. And look who's decided to come and join the party. Frank Stippler in the number 6 Mustang.
From 15th on the grid.
It's suddenly right with them, yes. It's like, hello, boys, I'm here. It's just like, and they're like, and then you can see, you almost imagine Sven Muller going like, Frank, really? We didn't even send you an invite, and you're here.
Yeah. Well, he's spent a career of ignoring invitations, I think, and just getting on the scene. He ticked off another year in obviously his racing career, but also a round figure in terms of his age. Still platinum, officially. Might be at an age now where you drop back a rating. Anyway.
I think you have to get to my age before that happens.
Oh, is it another 10 years on from that? Okay.
God, you were straight in there, weren't you? Wow. Cool. Somebody slept in the knife drawer last night.
There you go. I didn't know whether being a platinum, whether you were permanently a platinum forevermore then. Probably
my understanding was that I think it is, although I guess there has to be some kind of cut-off. Maybe it's 60, I'm just guessing, I don't know. But I certainly thought in your 50s, if you're platinum because of the measure of the grading.
Yes. Yeah, it's sort of ring-fenced, protected, whether you like it or not. And those teams that are looking to try and make up a Pro-Am lineup will be expectant of the day where Frank Stippler is no longer platinum. He would only drop back to, well, it could only be bronze, couldn't it? He didn't drop to silver, for instance, because silver tends to reserve for up-and-coming drivers.
Yeah, they'll have timers set in their phones and calendar reminders, won't they, for the midnight it changes and the phone will ring.
Yeah.
So Stippler, they said now, so Sven Muller not getting the side draft again on Dan Arrow, but it's Stippler that's made the most ground on the 2 Porsches there on the Dottinghoe coming up to the Tiergarten at the end of that lap. He's gained it there. Looks, I'm not going to say cumbersome, but the Mustang just doesn't seem quite as agile yet as the Porsches are through the section, the more technical sections like Tiergarten there. It's obviously got the straight line speed, and its overall lap time is clearly adequate enough. Now, that said, Stippler is now down the pit straight. He's flashing the lights at Muller, who has a look down the inside of Dan Arrow to say, I'm still here.
Yeah, Dan not really in need of that reminder because his mirrors are full.
No, you've got to run your own race. You were saying earlier about getting drawn into the mirrors. Although Dan Arrow taking yet again that very tight line all the way over the curb, and almost say it's bordering on track limits. He's so far over the curbing with that gold Porsche through the left-hand part of the Mercedes arena. But
well, Dan
Stippler now. Sorry, Johnny. It's just to finish off. It's Stippler now that's right in touch with them. He's gained that down the Dottinghoe and carried it through, despite my concerns over the agility of that car through the more technical sections. He's not dropped back at all now. So it's now a 3-way battle for second place now.
Dan was a champion last year in the GT World Challenge Endurance part of that series in the silver category, so has come from a background of racing Mercedes AMGs. This is quite a big gear shift, if you will take that pun, to move to Porsches. Although he's still racing with Windward Racing elsewhere this year, that's also in a Mercedes, so he's dovetailing a part season in an AMG with this action with the 48 Loesch crew, who are Porsches through and through. They've got one in GT3, they've got one in Cup 2, Dan's first taste of the Nürburgring Nordschleife was, I reckon, 3 years ago, when he was earning signatures in an adrenaline motorsport.
Well, Dan Arrow just being held up a little bit there, Johnny. I think as so we've got that. There's a white flag, so we've got a slow-moving vehicle. Now becomes a yellow flag. This is Hatzenbach, but that's put Muller right in touch. There's an incident vehicle there on the track. That's because of a flatbed with barriers on the back of being taken out to be repaired. But that's given Sven Muller a real opportunity now to capitalise and try and get past Dan Arrow's Porsche in front. Frank Stippler conflated the two names there. Frank Stippler just sat back a little bit just to see what happened there, and just years and years of experience again. Once again they slow down. Muller nearly overlapping with Arrow's car. Once again, this is approaching Arenberg, isn't it, where the scene of the Horton incident was. There was a bit of a splitter on the grass on the right-hand side, I noticed. So I'm guessing you're absolutely right, Johnny, about the amount of gravel dust didn't seem commensurate with the car just going straight on into the gravel at Arenberg there. So I think he's gone off Harley Horton there and collected the barriers one side, and I guess where that flatbed is going to take that delivery of metal to replace it. So this could be a code 6 at Arenberg for quite a while yet.
Barrier on the right-hand side is definitely buckled, so I reckon Harley Horton's hit it there. Then it did appear that he crossed the track and certainly arrived on the grass to the left-hand approach of Arenberg. They're back up to speed though, and that was well before the gravel track, so car no longer there, and that therefore means that the concern is the damaged barrier well before the right-hander at Arenberg and well short of the road bridge.
Yeah, and a quick clock of the number 3 Porsche there, Johnny. We can see that the foxhole is now nice and dry. We saw that in qualifying that it wasn't. So now an hour and a bit ago, that's now completely dry. We saw both those Porsches having issues up there, didn't we? Certainly the very top of it, Adenauer Force, but that's completely dry now.
Alexander Fehlenbach is the new race leader in Cup 3. Remember, because of the demise of 959, although he's got going again, Harley Horton, but giving up the race lead, and that will open the door to Fehlenbach and Bednarski in 955 rather than 959. So 955 and 962 are your new leaders in Cup 3. We're focusing quite rightly on the scrap for 2nd and 3rd overall. These are two SP9s from one's from Pro-Am, because although Dan Arrow is very much a pro at 22 years old from the Netherlands, he will be handing over to lesser experienced and generally less quick drivers. Frank Stippler sniffs an opportunity in the 4th placed Ford Mustang because, for whatever reason, Sven Muller was just a little bit slower picking up the pace coming out of the latest yellow flag area. So 3 cars absolutely together for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And this is giving the dream scenario to Dennis Marshall, who at the start of the lap had built up a 4.5 second advantage over this next 3 cars. It's probably even more than that, because there have been massive gains in the 2nd sector, about 0.4 of a second gained in the 3rd sector. That was even Stevens because of the 2 separate yellow flag areas, but a big increase in the gap now, 1st to 2nd through sector 2 for Dennis Marshall.
Well, the battle is really for 3rd place now, because it's Stippler all over the back of Muller, isn't it? Now Muller's now just caught up a little bit onto Arrow, and Dennis Marshall will want Muller to get past Dan Arrow, largely because he'll want his teammate as a buffer right behind him to let him carry on. Now Stippler having a little look down the inside, never misses an opportunity. He was never going to go for it, but he still put the white nose of that Mustang just alongside, just to say, I'm here. He was flashing his lights. Muller was flashing his lights at Dan Arrow. He's now flashing his lights in turn at the back marker in front. 1, 2, 3, they're all past it nice and clear into the carousel, hooking into that concrete onto the left-hand side and out nice and cleanly. But great battle for 2nd place here. It really is anybody's guess at the moment. It's equaled out again. They all spread out nice and evenly. A couple of car spaces between each of them now, whereas a moment ago it was Frank Stippler right over the back of Muller. Muller dropping back from Arrow. Then all of a sudden that just changed in a matter of probably 100 metres. So absolutely great racing here again, Johnny.
Sadly, the same can't be said for the number 605 BMW M3 from Hoffa Racing. Alexander Prins has brought that car in very early on and is now parked up in the garage. Hopefully the team aren't giving up on that and they're trying to assess what needs to be done. But the car entered into the H4 category, already into the pit lane, the garage, and possibly into retirement. But work is still going on there. As meantime, working their way through Brunchen now, Arrow, Muller of the Sven variety, and Stippler not officially connected, but so they might as well be. You could almost throw a blanket over them through the right-hander at Brunchen. They're now heading on towards Flanskart, where the cars will briefly leave the ground. And then the Stefan Bellof S, the Kleiner Carousel, and the run back towards the start-finish line via the Dottinger Hoor. And another great opportunity for Muller, maybe in third, Stippler maybe in fourth, because the Mustang impressed me with its straight-line speed coming down the Dottinger Hoor on the previous lap.
Just a quick update on the situation at Arenberg. I'm just trying to process the fact that as you say, the Mustang coming out of the mini carousel a little bit quicker there, as you say, almost on the back of Muller. Just back to the Arenberg incident, the amount of gravel and dust we had about, as you say, doesn't seem to relate to Harley Horton managing to keep that car going. That may be because I think there may be unrelated incidents. There's cars 111 and 117, which are both BMW 325i's, the 111 being the JS competition car and the 117 being the rent-to-drive car. I think they had it coming together at Arenberg, which that might be that then Harley Horton got a little bit involved in. Meanwhile, Frank Stippler cruises past Sven Muller in the Falcon Porsche on the kink of the Dottinger Hoer, and now he's going to set about Dan Arrow. So I'm not sure whether Mr. Muller's going to have a view on that. Well, of course he's going to have a view on it, but is he going to be a view down the inside into the first corner? Muller sitting right behind the Mustang now. Can he do anything about it? That Mustang has got phenomenal straight line speed. Muller's teammate takes the line. Dennis Marshall crosses the line for another leading lap.
Just hoping that the front left wheel arch of the Mustang didn't slightly... Oh, there's contact for Dan Arrow as he went for a gap and then wasn't there. That's a BMW 325i, I think.
Yes, it is.
She's caught the back end of. And that's, amazingly, he's held on to second position, but that has dishevelled some of the bodywork. Stippler from so far back nearly takes both Porsches in one fell swoop, but he was already in front of Sven Muller. But I wondered whether Muller had got back ahead of him in the confusion after Dan Arrow's contact. There's definite damage or a slight misalignment for Dan Arrow's bodywork on the front left corner. I was about to say that I was wondering whether Stippler's front left wheel arch on his Mustang had just tagged very slightly the rear right wheel arch of Sven Muller's Porsche, because they were level pegging down the Dottinger Hoor, and then all of a sudden Stippler, for fear of making contact, jumped the car from kind of lane 2 all the way across to lane 5 of the Dottinger Hoor. It's a radical departure in direction. Kept control of that car. I think this problem for Dan Arrow, though, is just going to get steadily worse, because these Porsches are built in a modular style, and he could very easily, by the end of this lap, lose that front right portion or front left portion of the wing. So he went for a gap, and then the BMW 123 turned in.
Yeah, keeping sport car.
Yeah, and it's Reimer at the wheel of a 325i, also, of course, battling in amongst fellow BMWs. Maybe Reimer had to have a one final look into the mirror. What do you reckon?
No, I'm just going to say, from that aerial shot we've just seen there, I'm going to say, to be honest, I think that the BMW was absolutely in his rights. That's now pitting, because that's obviously had some damage and track. Oh yeah, it's got some serious tracking on the rear issue there. Well, that's been clouded by the Arrow Porsche. But I think it looked like Dan Arrow, just from the aerial shot, just understeered and totally missed the apex and just went into the side of the BMW. So it's definitely a racing incident, if you like. Arrow hasn't died for something that wasn't there. But Sven Muller just been completely caught up in back marks now. That's cost him a load of time. That's going to drop him almost 10 car lengths on Frank Stippler, particularly to go into a slow zone as well. I think that's coming up to Arenberg, is it not? I think they're at Schwedenkreuz now. Yeah. So Arrow's through, Stippler's right behind him, but there are two back markers now in between Stippler and Muller. There's nothing he can do about it, because it's one of those slow zones. Now, he'll get past them again quite quickly afterwards, but it's agonising. That said, Dennis Marshall is also behind a back marker just as they approach the intervention vehicle. There's the barrier repair Unimog on the right, replacing the barriers where that is where 111, 117 or 959. We're not quite sure who did or didn't collect the barrier there, but it's very dry on the grass there, so it wouldn't take much to create a load of dust. We're clear Arenberg now, so that's Dennis Marshall. He's scampered. Arrow and Stippler go. We're still waiting. This is agonising for Sven Muller. He still can't get there because the back markers are right in front of him. Only now can he go, Johnny.
Yeah, and did entirely the right thing. Remember that you are hampered by the back markers. You're not allowed to overtake, and you're not allowed to overtake cars whether they're in your category or not, of course. So they were going more slowly than his SP9 car into the caution. They're going to pick up the speed less readily than his car, and he has to wait for a green flag. But there was a quick blip of the flashing lights. They flash on their own. You just press them once and they'll flash several times. There's also a stricken car on the exit of Adenauer Forst, which cannot be left there partly up the curb. That was on driver's left for Sven Muller. So typically in one of these races, you have to have eyes absolutely everywhere. One of the BMWs indicating right to say you can take the natural racing line now at Metzgersfeld, and down the inside of one of the eggshell blue Hyundais goes Sven Muller. He's lost a load of time, but he cannot let this affect him now, because you know, a race with 4 hours still to go, as it has, is going to give you some stuff back that it's now just taken away from you in the run into Arenberg. But the balance of traffic generally gives and takes away, not always to the same measure, but you will get on the right side of one or two of the cautions, which should give him an opportunity to take the fight back again to Arrow and Stippler. I just wondered whether Dan Arrow and Frank Stippler might be even closer than they were to Dennis Marshall, but it's still a fair old tranche of time, about 8 or 9 seconds.
Well, quick update on the Adenauer Forst. According to the GPS tracker, there isn't anything stricken there. So, yes, you saw it, I saw it, but it might look like it's just rotated and continued again. What is of more pertinence, though, is Johnny, is that according to race control, cars 1, 2, 3 and 048, that's Dan Arrow and the other BMW, are now under investigation.
Yes, perhaps unsurprising.
No, that is actually usually standard procedure, so let's not dramatise it, but that will be perfectly natural. Like all start groups are under, start is always under investigation until they've cleared it. That's normal. But Frank Stippler is capitalising on that. He's right on the back, almost under the rear wing. Oh, using a little bit of curb on the right-hand side to dodge the back marker and not lose any time there to stay in touch with Dan Arrow. As they're coming up to, are they coming to Carousel? I think they are.
Yes,
yes they are. And I'm amazed at the pace of this Mustang. Its straight line stuff is phenomenal, but it's getting more and more agile. It's almost like the car's dialing itself in and getting better and better. Or is that just the skills of Frank Stippler, or a combination of both?
Well, it's Stippler who put in a fair bit of driving during the 24 hours. His car wasn't the best placed at the end of it, and I'm now beginning to think that his car may have retired. The Mustang that he was driving might have retired, but they did at HRT get one of their cars, the Pro-Am car, to 4th overall. Of course, the incident then that involved Dan Arrow and the 1-2-3 BMW for Reimer. Reimer, remember, pitted at the end of that Grand Prix lap. This is Robin Reimer, so he had little choice but not to not continue. And then the other issue now for Dan Arrow is that how long is the frontal bodywork of his Porsche going to stay in the correct alignment? I was going to say stay in one piece. Well, it's done so at this point in time. The cracks are beginning to appear around the headlight block there, and that's part of the wheel arch as well. So that will have to be looked at during the first pit stop for car 48, even if it's just a bit of tape applied to make sure that the airflow is not too excessive, because no doubt about it, that Porsche is not going to travel through the air anywhere near as well as it was doing at the start of the race. And we already know that the Ford Mustang is blisteringly quick on the Dottinger Hohe, so it might be a bit of a sitting duck this time around for Dan Arrow.
Well, exactly as Frank Stippler is demonstrating right now, although Arenberg, he did have just a little moment, sorry, not Arenberg, it was at Brunchen, sorry, he had a little front end wobble, little mid-corner understeer where the car twitched noticeably. I don't mean a tiny bit, it was quite noticeable. I think he just carried quite a bit of speed in trying to get past a back marker. But here they come now. This is where he's going to have his opportunity. I think it's almost a slam dunk here. I think this Mustang will just breeze past Dan Arrow's Porsche. The left-hand side of that Porsche is the issue, is it not?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can see the gap in the overhead shot now. You can see the wing is the perfect side draw from Frank Stifler there. Plots Adenauer in behind another back marker. In fact, two of them reads the traffic to perfection and just gets the job done. As I said, absolute slam dunk. But that Porsche bodywork, front panel and bodywork. Of course, you've got your radiators and stuff inside there, so it's only going to get looser with the vibration and more you go over curbs and stuff. And we know that Adenauer uses quite a lot of curbs, especially on the Mercedes Arena left-hand part, the hairpin there. He hasn't pulled away though for all that straight line speed of the Mustang on the Dottinger Hohe. He hasn't dropped Adenauer's Porsche down the pit straight, which would suggest that he used the back markers perfectly in the side drafting, but hasn't actually got the ability to punch a hole through the air quite as well as the Porsche has. Well, he's getting it in reverse now. He's almost like sort of just getting the slipstream, isn't he?
Yes. Well, the advantage for Dan is the size of that Ford Mustang, punching a massive hole into it. And Adenauer is going to try and go around the high side now of the Mercedes Arena, the second part of it, second left-hander, but doesn't quite make it. And I'm just trying to judge whether that front left wing, where the headlight sits at the first part of the wheel arch, whether it is getting looser or whether it's sort of found its new location and is happy to sit there.
No, I don't think it has, Johnny. It's not getting any worse yet. It's not exactly a panel gap fit when it left the factory, shall we say? No. 10 feet away, squinting its mint, but not at the moment.
But that's my fear, is that these holes, these cracks, are just going to be gulping in extra air, and therefore the airflow is ruined.
Yeah, and also going to just get air under the panel and start to lift it. It's there's what have we got? We've got just under 4 hours to go still, so we're only just over half an hour into the race.
Yeah, but I mean, when it comes in at the end of, let's say, 7 laps, they might even choose to pit it slightly earlier. Then perhaps the mechanics can leap on it, push it back into position, then a bit of tape as well. But even tape will start to wear away at the end of 4 hours or so.
Yes, if they can, if it's secure enough to be in place and not moving, the air is the thing that's going to lift it. So if they can take away the air going underneath the panel by putting tape on it, that's going to help enormously.
Yeah. Well, that will be the aim. And remember that the pit stops are done to a set duration, depending on how long you've just done or how many laps you've just completed in your opening stint. And that is then continued all the way through to the final 70 minutes of the race. So if it's an 8-lap stint, then you have the longest stop to serve, and that stop allows you to easily fill the car with fuel, change all 4 tyres, change the driver as well, and still have a bit of time to spare for a quick biscuit maybe at the end before you send the car out. That's the mechanics rather than the driver.
Yeah, Muller's through.
There we go. Yes, beg pardon. So Sven Muller's got by Adenauer, and that was just before Arenberg. So whether 1 or 2 were still expecting yellow flags there, but they have been withdrawn now. And Sven Muller, from a fair way back, gets underneath Adenauer's sick car. It's only sick in the sense that the bodywork is no longer as well fitting as it was at the start of the race. So it doesn't change Frank Stifler's second place. 2 Porsches in behind him have now flipped around, and Sven Muller's maybe a tad slow into Adenauer Force because he had a slower bright red Audi to negotiate, and that's exactly what Adenauer does now, and loses about the same amount of time.
Yeah, he was Muller was quite circumspect there, wasn't he? Which is exactly what you have to do as part of the kit you have in the toolbox as a driver, that you go diving down the inside of a car that's got every right to be there, but runs at a different pace, shall we say. They're doing their own thing, so just got to be a little bit careful. So we've got a Cayman in the pits with it's been mowing a lot of grass. It's brought an awful amount of the Nürburgring grass back into the pit lane. This is the car number 70, which is the Black Falcon car.
Yeah, Team Zimmermann emblazoned on it from all angles. So 70 has been brought in by Anton Ruff, and Ruff sharing with David Bast, Axel Sartingen and Leon Vassatura. On the racetrack, the Porsches have changed positions, so Sven Muller now 3rd, Adenauer down to 4th as a result, and a lot of ground has been lost, though, to Frank Stippler's Ford Mustang, which has truly torn up the road in front of it. It has disappeared, and Frank was eager, you could tell from the body language of the car, to not allow Dennis Marshall too far up the road. Marshall, through the last split, enjoying, well, probably well north of an 8-second lead now. Stippler having wriggled through into second, wanting to close that gap to the race leader. So Stippler turning right at Flugplatz. There was then a delay for Dan Arrow because he couldn't get quite underneath one of the midfield runners as easily as Stippler did. So some time lost there. Yes, and that's the momentum that was lost as well. Sven Muller coming from what seemed like a long way back, but he had a much better run out of Flugplatz. I reckon Dan Arrow had to get off the throttle briefly there, out of the power to avoid the back marker, and then you're paying for that movement all the way down towards Arenberg, and it cost him a place. Stippler working his way to the left and then to the right at Brunchen corner. And no, in fact that was Flansgarten, I think. And there's some barrier repairs taking place there as well. Oh, Hedvigs Hoor. Yes, Hedvigs Hoor just after Hoor Act, in fact. So they haven't quite got to Brunchen yet, but they have just done the carousel. There is a yellow ADAC lorry towing a trailer full of Armco bits too. So everybody being warned of that by the white flag. And as Hedvigs Hoor becomes clear in the wake of the race leaders, but Dennis Marshall did need to slow for that whole incident. And meanwhile, Sven Muller is now at Brunchen, further up the road. Can't actually see Frank Stippler. So that's Muller can't see Stippler, but is obviously very aware that he is just a few corners ahead and doesn't want this Ford Mustang to dominate in the early stage of the race. We've had just over 40 minutes of it. Remember, it's an extended distance, 4 hours and 30 minutes. So we're going to be racing through till 6:30 tonight. What happened to the first, as I hear you ask, of a 6-hour race? Well, that was all delayed because of early morning fog here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, no stranger to this venue, and it's put everything back. We did eventually run qualifying, but only for 40 minutes, and that began at midday, with the race starting at 2. So the teams have turned their mounts around very quickly indeed. Frank Stippler's a little closer this time to Dennis Marshall, who leads towards the end of lap 5. And this being the end of lap 5 does indicate that you are allowed to pit for the first time in the race as well, or pit for fuel at least. But I think many of these front runners in SP9 will elect to stay out for at least one more lap, probably 2, to get to the full quota of 7, and then 8 after that. But I still think just sticking on the 7-lap pattern might pay off as well, because of the need for half a stint at the end. The question is, has there ever been a 4.5-hour NLS race in the past? It's not the normal length, but this has had to be thought about on the fly.
I bet there has somewhere. 2-second difference there, in fact, a little bit more actually. It was 8.8, I think it was, now 6.1 between Dennis Marshall in the number 4 Falcon Porsche and number 6 Frank Stippler in the Haupt Mustang. Muller it is that's in 3rd position. Obviously he came up past Dan Arrow, so that's Falcon Porsche's 1st and 3rd. He is some 10.5 seconds adrift to Frank Stippler, and Dan Arrow now dropped down 8 seconds to actually, sorry, my apologies, 14 seconds, my apologies, I'm reading the wrong column.
I've spent much of today doing that, in truth, so welcome to the club. The 917 car, we're just getting some whispers of a throttle sensor problem for Tim Heinemann in his Pro-Am Cup 2 car. But 917 is running in 8th place. Well, It was 8th. It's going to get worse than that now because that car's actually come into the pit lane. And I remember telling you that it was Alexei Kikireshko to start car 917. Well, there's actually been a driver change there as well. Kikireshko was not on the initial entry list. Tim Heinemann was. So that remains to be seen whether Kikireshko has replaced Eric Brown or whether they are actually doing this race with 4 different drivers. I know Alex Fielenbach is definitely in the 917 because he qualified the car into a good position of 3rd in class, I seem to remember. So Heinemann's in the car, Fielenbach is getting a drive today. Kikireshko's already been in it, but will we see Eric Brown? Watch this space about that, as one of the recovery teams is already heading back for home now, so having done the replacement of the Armco. Heading down the Dottingerhoor on the main racetrack, yes, with race traffic and with those white flags being erratically waved to make sure that everyone sees them and abides by a slower car going down the fastest part of the circuit. 5 laps completed. Race leader is the number 4 Porsche for Dennis Marschall, 6 seconds to the good. So it's been a little bit of a close there of 3 seconds, first to second. And whether we can hear this interview with Guiretti, Frenchman, so he'll be speaking in English.
Against Robert de Haan. Now you're sharing the car to be on the first time for the Nürburgring Nordschleife, just to do your permit. It's like that?
Yes, I'm super happy to be here with Motors. Such a nice team. It's a good race actually because I did the first race last time in the NLS for my permit. So yeah, actually Michel is in the car.
Alessandro Guiretti leading then the Porsche Carrera Super Cup, the championship that follows the Formula 1 Grand Prix to a lot of venues. So he's leading, but only by 4 points over Robert de Haan. Very, very narrow margin. Here's another question, though. Yeah, talking about being in the car for half an hour compared to 4.5 hours today, although admittedly Alessandro won't be doing the whole of the race. But Guiretti to Robert de Haan, the gap is 4 points. Guiretti's got 85.5, Robert de Haan 81.5, and just 2 points back from that, Flint Schuring, who is Maurice Schuring's younger brother. So a tremendous fight with, what, 2 more races to go. And Guiretti and de Haan sharing a car today with Michel Gatting. That's quite some story, and excellent to get them all doing their signatures, because you can't just arrive in a GT3 car at this place. You have to know how it is policed, how it works, because there are so many unique elements to it. Dennis Marschall leads the way by 6 seconds over Frank Stippler. Stippler getting closer and closer, it feels, in that chasing Ford Mustang, Snowy.
Yeah, and you're probably going to accuse me straight away of being a driver mentality there, but Guiretti and de Haan battling it out for that Super Cup championship, say 4 points in the favour of Guiretti at the moment. But the first thing I'll be doing when you're sharing a car this weekend is having a look at de Haan's data to see how he's doing it and see what he's doing.
Yeah.
And see what Guiretti is. Well, I'm sure they'll be doing that. I mean, just stick it on a little USB for me and I'll have a look at it in the hotel.
It's the perfect
that
opportunity.
It, didn't it, USB?
Well, true. Yeah, but it's the perfect opportunity. I forget now whether they're in the same team or not.
No, because I think De Haan is in Lechner, isn't he?
Guiretti's with Schumacher CLRT.
So yeah, but De Haan's with Lechner. BWT Lechner, I'm sure.
Right.
Yeah.
With Marvin Klein.
Yeah.
So yes, they are not great bedfellows, shall we say, the CLRT crew versus Lechner. And I wonder what they've had to say about the two drivers sharing a car. Maybe it's all top secret, but there'll be ways of making them talk, as the old phrase goes.
All's love in racing.
Yes, something like that. Tremendous end to the season, though. The next Porsche Super Cup race is going to take place at Zandvoort at the end of this month, and then the following weekend at Monza on the 7th of September. And it's scored as the Grand Prix, is it not, 25 points for a race win, so plenty of points still on offer, with the top three just separated by 6. Yeah, 25 for a race win. Part of the reason why they're on the half points is because what happened at Monaco, where there was a track blockage on the opening lap, and they did eventually get a result, but it was after 2 safety car laps, I think, so only half points awarded. Hoffa BMW moving again, but at least it's no longer in the pit lane and will complete a racing lap, but not at race speed, sadly. So Alexander Prinz will bring 605 back in again to the pit lane for more treatment. It's the 6 hours about.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Liebe Fans.
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Thankfully, the fog is now a distant memory, which hampered our day earlier on this morning. Very, very misty around the Grand Prix track of the Nürburgring, which delayed our start. But now, even from a fair old height, good views of the Nürburgring Grand Prix track are there to be had. And the Joker lap, which I think is used for MotoGP, is still painted onto the road surface. We're not using that, but the wider line through the Mercedes arena is sometimes utilised in other forms of motor racing. Formula E use a version of that as well. As the 900 Porsche exits the first corner, that tricky right-hander where you're approaching at high speed, and you have to get your braking spot on right. A Cup 2 car, generally speaking, does not carry any sort of ABS. Now, there are versions of the Porsche Carrera Cup around the world where the AM categories do have some braking assistance, but I'm pretty sure all of the Cup 2s at this level, it's not permitted. So therefore, braking even more reliant on some finesse into that, particularly that first corner. And the 900 car is being driven by that's the Porsche that's mentioned. It's Alexander Hart at the wheel. Now, a couple of seconds ago, Aston Martin getting a good jump on the 150 BMW, as long as the Aston didn't go too early, coming out of, I thought that was Arenberg, but it may well be Arenberg actually, and then the plummet downhill into the foxhole. But that's a good fight for, no, it's further around the lap than that, I apologise. That's the fight for SP8T, I reckon. Let's just check what category 150 is in. Yes, SP8T, which is the BMW M4 for Team Bilstein. And also in that area was the Marek Bachmann Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, and they were doing battle a little while ago. In from that same category is now the Plus Line Motorsport BMW M4. Car 155 rejoining the race. They might have done a driver change there as well. But remember, it's the Grisek family, Richard and Philippe. So even if one Grisek got out and the other one got in, we can't differentiate between them on our timing screen. Race control will have a fuller version of which driver is in at any one point, but that's the Plus Line Motorsport car, which now drops from second place after an early-ish stop for SP8T. Let us hope that wasn't because of a problem, and more so a scheduled stop. And we're working lap 7 for the SP9s, so at the end of this lap we are going to get the race leaders in, and they have all stayed out for the maximum time period. Snowy, so I was questioning whether some might come in at the end of lap 5, which you can legally do, maybe lap 6, but it looks like they're all going to pile in at the end of lap 7.
It's going to make for a busy pit, isn't it? We just at the moment we've just got also 514, which is our SRS Team Sorg Rennsport 330i BMW from VT2 rear-wheel drive class, crawling up the Tiergarten at the moment. It's becoming painfully slow all the way down the Dottinger Höhe as the leader car is going to catch up with them soon, isn't it? Any second now, actually. I think it's going to just get itself into the pits in time, but it's certainly an issue for that car.
Yeah, well, depending on where that struck, it's a better place for
Stippler and Porsche
arrive.
in. There you go.
Here we go. Yeah. Well, as I thought, Marshall will have come in as well, a little further up. Is that Stippler ahead of Marshall?
I'm just wondering if...
Yes.
I think it is, you know. I think you're right.
So how on earth did that happen? Yeah, red door mirrors for Marshall, so he's got ahead.
Yes, there's the other car. There's the other Falcon car.
So the second Falcon car with the blue door mirrors of Sven Muller. Well, we already knew that Stippler was in front. He must have overtaken him down the Dottinger Hohe. We were focused on the slower car, and that was the one that was potentially causing an issue. But Stippler thinking, well, we're all going to head into the pits, and I want to be leading when we get there. And he was. So Ford Mustang in. Now, they're all going to spend the same amount of time in the pit lane because they've all done 7 laps. So the clock is ticking, but this is not quite the longest time period that you would be in the pits. That would be after an 8-lap stint, which might be the decision for these 3 cars next time around. You don't have to do 8 laps. 7 is also an option, but there's very little point doing fewer than 7. My only thought about 7 is that will just be potentially a nice even way of serving this extra half an hour within the race, rather than doing a splash and dash. However, the splash and dash might give you road position and might be more favoured for that reason. So a last-minute overtake, and Sven Muller now giving his thoughts to Patrick Simon in German. So we won't pause for this, but Stippler, I mean, you know, talk about the man of the opportunistic moment. Stippler was always going to be on point with that, and comes in to the pits at the end of the first stint as the race leader. Most unlikely, considering he started in 15th position.
Well, it's going to make an interesting outlap, isn't it, with these 3 all going out, you know, hammer and tongue together. So the 3 cars should be released first. Now that, of course, is tucked in behind the number 4 car at the moment. That sounds really silly, but it is. That's because they're pitted together, the 2 teammates. It's the number 4 car that's clearer to head out. Sven Muller now slightly better on the interview, although it's in German for us, no use to us, but he hasn't at least got his crash helmet off now, so we can hear him a little bit better for those of you that are German speaking, as a few moments ago we couldn't. But yeah, so these 2 Porsches, trying to think which one was it, the 4 that came in and parked up first, wasn't it? So that should release a matter of seconds earlier, shouldn't it?
Yes. So Stippler, who's much further down the pit lane, he and the 4 will be sent at roughly the same point.
Well, he's got out ahead of Stippler. Stippler's only gone out now, so Stippler's not back to second.
Well, that was a genuine delay for some reason for the Ford, and I wonder why that was the case, because remember they entered the pit lane at the same time, so it's all governed by the clock. But they didn't send the Ford Mustang at anywhere near the same point as the Porsche. The Porsche obviously gets to its pit stall earlier, and the clock is ticking down nicely. But it's a time from pit in to pit out, rather than the time the car is stationary.
Yeah, Vincent Kolb taking over that car, Nico Menzler in the number 4 Porsche, and Klaus Bachler in the number 3 Falcon Porsche. So it's now other way around now. Our timing screens are saying, of course, that Kolb is in the lead. Of course, he physically isn't, because that car had a slight delay in the pit lane, as we just said, Johnny.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't get redressed, the order of the cars.
Until they cross the line again, yes.
Yeah, precisely. So
in 10 minutes' time. 8.
Strangely, they actually cross the main start-finish line before they come into the pit lane garage. So the initial order was showing us that the 4 was ahead of the number 6 car, and then as soon as they entered pit lane, it flipped around again. But yeah, the order on timing, if you're finding that online, doesn't get readjusted when they head back out again via the timing loop at the end of pit lane, even though there is a loop there. So we will have to wait for that all to be corrected, but I don't know what the delay was for Kolb, and precisely why he was told to wait, I assume, unless the other option, the other possibility is that the Menzel car was waved away too early.
I was going to say that was it a short pit stop, and therefore would invoke a penalty. We're not trying to create drama, but as you said, Stippler has brought the Mustang in, managed to get ahead of the other Porsche, so they came in Mustang 2 Porsches, as you said. First pit stop should be identical times, therefore there shouldn't really be a change of order unless something has gone awry. The question is, which is it? Is it the Mustang had a delay, or the Porsche got out early? Now the delay, there's nothing we can do about it because they've kind of self-penalised themselves. Whereas if the Porsche's gone out a bit early, that will be penalised. So we'll keep an eye on the race control ticker to see what happens there, see if anything comes up.
And if anything, the quickest pit stop time of those 3 cars was done by the number 3 Porsche, but I do think there's a little bit of misinformation floating around, at least online. The timekeepers will have it to the absolute 1,000th of a second, so there'll be no issue there. But I just wonder whether on the road, Klaus Bachler's chasing number Porsche might have made a bit of ground up. Yes, it has, because it's now right with the cold Mustang. So the 3 Porsche has had a very quick stop as well. They also did a driver change with Sven Muller getting out and Klaus Bachler getting in. Bachler, though, has also had a terrific start to this lap. I'm just looking at the sector times. The first sector time for Cole of 4 minutes 2.3. That includes the pit stop, remember. So they'll go over the timing line and then the cars are released. So it's from the point that the car crossed the timing line to the first sector split, and that's a 4 minutes 2.3, 3:58 for the number 4 Porsche, and a 3:57.8 for the number 3 Porsche. So of those 3 cars that all pitted together, the quickest stop was done by Porsche number 3.
Just watching the onboard footage there, actually, of that car, actually, number 3, Klaus Bachler. Just looking behind, down through the foxhole and up to the top, Adenauer Forst, and just watching the Mustang with its distinctive 3-stripe tail lights that were always part of that car originally, and they've carried that over into the current iteration of it. But it was interesting that when Vincent Cole stabs the brake pedal, the brake lights don't come on together. Or more to the point, when it's turning, it looks like the left-hand tail light comes on and then the right-hand tail light comes on. It's almost as if it's on a steering sensor, which is slightly odd. I've never seen that before, but I'm not going mad. Trust me, Johnny, just bear with me. That's exactly what happened.
Okay.
We've seen this before, where you've got brake lights that flash, obviously, because it's over the brake pedal pressure, which is for normal road use. That's quite standard. We've seen that in the past, but I've never seen that before. Though, so it almost just gently illuminates one side, then the other. Then when he hits the brakes, they both come on much brighter.
You do get, of course, with the LED tail lights, the fact that the frame rate from a camera lens is quicker than the human frame rate, the human eye frame rate. So LEDs are flash, even though to us they are not flashing.
Yeah, this is definitely side to side, which is what intrigued me. It's Frank Stipper being interviewed, of course, will be in German, so probably not a great little point to be highlighting that, was there? Unless you're a German speaker.
They've not yet given him a race suit that matches the livery of his car, I noticed. He's in yellow and a very smart blue.
It's previous Haupt colours, wasn't it, as per a couple of races ago?
Well, they had one car, in fact, they had 2 cars that were blue and white. One mainly blue with a bit of yellow, sorry, blue and yellow, rather. So mixing the blue and white, the blue and yellow. There were 2 at the 24 hours. There was one that was principally blue with yellow details, and then they inverted that for the other car. And then the final car, which was also at the 24 hours, is here this weekend in the white and blue, the much more classic Ford Mustang colours, as now in at the end of, now I'm not quite sure how Dan Arrow has managed that, but he's done 8 laps on the opening stint. Is that right? Yes, 8 laps for Dan Arrow. Oh no, because he's already back out. No, he's not back out again. That's his first stop.
No, you're right. 8 laps, yes.
Yeah, Dan Arrow has done a rolling lap and now 8 laps as well. So did he have a slower lap somewhere, which has enabled him to do that? I just wonder whether the caution, because he came in with an 8:14, and if there was enough caution out during the stint, have they eked out an extra lap, which is normally a total impossibility. But that's great fleet of foot driving from the young Dutchman, if that has been possible. He's had the carpet slippers on there, burning very little fuel, but has crucially got to the end of the stint, and therefore is scored as the race leader, because so far that's the only car to have completed 8 laps. So leads by a decent margin, but remember, is now soaking up the time for doing an 8-lap stint, and this will be a longer time period, more than 3 minutes, I'm going to suggest, longer than the other 3 cars that pitted at the end of 7 laps. Also in on this lap is Arno Classen, who has managed to do an 8-lap stint as well in his Equipe Vitesse Audi. Maybe an adjustment in the balance of performance has allowed this to happen as well. Although you would have thought if one Porsche is capable of doing it, then why could the two in the Falcon Motorsport awning not do the same? Ford Mustang should lead at the end of this lap because it's just a quicker lap time than Dan Arrow is permitted to do. But Ford will not be shown as the race leader until probably the next lap around. Because also in on this lap, Michele Di Martino. Now that's more logical because he's in a Cup 2 Pro car. The Cup 2 Porsches burn fuel less readily than the SP9 GT3s. Mustang struggling to get by one of the back markers. Of course, if Frank Stippler's in the garage talking to Patrick Simon, then there's a new driver in car 6, and that is Vincent Kolb, as we described. Kolb now heading back across the line. And he will become the new race leader. That just won't be shown on the timing screen until the next time around, because still to be sent back into the race, Dan Arrow in his Black Falcon Team Porsche, the gold and red, the Equipe Vitesse Audi, which has made a stop after 8 laps, and the K. Kramer Racing Porsche of Michele Di Martino stopping after 8 laps in number 929. So it's the Falcon Motorsport Porsche, I beg your pardon, Nico Menzel, who now leads, of course, because of that slower stop for Vincent Kolb. Kolb fell behind Bachler in the end as well. So a very good stop for Klaus Bachler, and also a good stop for Nico Menzel, but not quite as good as the sister number 3 car. And was there a hold up on the Vincent Kolb Mustang, or are they the only car that's done a legal stop? We're keeping our eyes on the ticker for any news to come of that. But the new top 3, Falcon Porsche number 4, Falcon Porsche number 3, and the Ford Mustang car number 6 is 3rd.
I'm just trying to look at the analysis to see if I can get the pit stop times, but fortunately it's not playing ball at the moment, so I could see how long those cars had stopped for if anything had fallen short, but it's not wanting to at the moment.
Have you, I know you always carry the bit of paper for pit stops at the end.
The aggregator, yep.
Have you got the ones where you've just done, for example, a 7-lap stint, and how long you have to be in the pit lane for?
I can have, bear with me.
Okay.
Stand by, just
Thank you.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, yeah, we can do that. So the 900 car in Cup 2 has just done that category's fastest lap of the race, and that is Alex Hart, who has already made a stop and is going really quite well. Alexander Hart sharing with Peter Ludwig and Mike Rosenberg. They run as a Pro-Am driver combination, so that they've just done the best Pro-Am lap time in actual fact. Michele Di Martino leads Cup 2 Pro from the pit lane. Another Cup 2 Pro car is the Carlos Rivas driven 48 Loesch Motorsport car. David Yarn in the Mulner Motorsport 921. And Robin Cherzanovsky shouldn't be overlooked either. I need to check what category Cherzanovsky is in, because he's just shown as a Cup 2 car. It doesn't actually give me the class at the moment. Cherzanovsky runs in AM with Kirsten Joe Dexnis. So he's in the 919 car, just the 2 drivers in that particular entry. As I say, for a Cup 2 AM lineup. On the racetrack, Mike Stursberg has taken over the number 48 Black Falcon Porsche. That was a considerably longer pit stop, but it needed to be, according to the rules, of course. So I reckon that was about 20 seconds longer for the 48 Porsche, having stopped after 8 laps. And I'm expecting, therefore, for the Equipe Vitesse Audi to spend about the same amount of time in pit lane. So roughly 20 seconds longer than the 3 that pitted after only 7 laps. I say only 7 laps. I honestly thought that was the furthest you could go, but clearly the Black Falcon Team EAE Porsche is capable of driving on fumes, just fumes, for the final run to the line. Would love to know how nip and tuck, how close that might have been to running out of fuel entirely. But then, as Dan Arrow was able to be successful with 8 laps, so was the Equipe Vitesse Audi, which has now been handed over to Ullstrom. And Vasquez Garcia takes charge of the K. Kramer Racing Porsche from the Cup 2 division. So Vasquez Garcia, the driver, I thought originally from Spain, but saying that Tobias Vasquez Garcia certainly lives in Germany these days. 929, a car that he shares with Michele Di Martino, Italian. Christopher Brook, the former Bentley Continental Works driver, and Fidel Leib, all part of the K. Kramer Racing outfit. 8 laps done, and therefore the pattern may well be set by several drivers now. Keep it at 8 laps all the way to the finish, but it's going to be fascinating to work out if there's a chance to vary the strategy a little bit, considering we're no longer working towards 6 o'clock as our finish time, instead 6:30. So 3:15 it says on my clock for the day, as in 3:15, and 3:15 it says on the time to go. So that means 3 hours and 15 minutes still to elapse. A long, long way. Many different drivers to be cycled through. Lots of different cars as well. As I can now tell you that Joe Dexnis spent 3 minutes and 23 seconds in the pit lane just then. And Joe Dexnis rejoining in Cup 2 Porsche 919. So that's its first stop. And potentially should have been, oh no, that's okay. 4 minutes 27 for his first split time on an out lap. Looks to be fine for Joe Dexnis. Let's just see whether we can pause, as Patrick Simon's going to catch up with Michel Gatting, a surprise name on the entry list. It definitely is Michel. Yeah, so there was doubt in my mind that it was the real Michel Gatting taking part in what I think is her first NLS race, or if it's not her first, it's been a little while since she's taken part on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But her name appeared on the entry list in inverted commas, which normally tells us that it's not her real name, but Michel Gatting definitely is her name. The Dane, and a superstar in ACO rules racing, behind the wheel of a GT car. So Gatting entered this weekend in car number 420, which runs in the alternatively fueled category, and is a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, sharing it with Alessandro Giretti and Robert Dehaan, who happen to be the top 2 runners in the current Porsche Carrera Cup Super Cup, the Mobil 1 Super Cup, which follows the Grand Prix, and there are 2 more races to go there. Any news, Snowy, on, or you're now buried in paperwork, on precisely how many minutes you have to serve for a 7-lap stint?
Yes, I'm working it. It is 361 seconds, is that right?
It could be. 361, did you say?
Yes, because it reduces on the first stop. And then becomes 341. Yeah, at 7 laps. But 8 laps, it's 374.
361 is
7 laps.
361 minutes is 6 seconds. Minutes, isn't it? sorry, 361 seconds is 6 minutes and 1 second.
Yep.
Nothing like that. It's more like 3 minutes and 50 or thereabouts. What I'm intrigued by is the difference between a 7-lap stint and an 8-lap stint appears to be about 20 seconds.
Exactly.
If they've got that right. So
my paper's very, very faded now. So what I'll do is I've got an electronic version of it somewhere. I was trying to look up the driver stints as well and the times, but the analysis isn't actually coming up. It's not loading it. It's not letting me see anything. So bear with me, Johnny, while I just try and get the other part up for us.
Well, if it's about 4 minutes when you've done 7 laps, 4 minutes is the equivalent of 240 seconds, and you divide that by the 7 laps that somebody's completed, that's about half a minute. So if it increases by 30 seconds with every extra lap you do, you might not be too far away. What I don't understand is there was really quite a lot of variable between the number 3 Porsche of Klaus Bachler, who did a 3-minute 56-second stop, there or thereabouts, and the Vincent Kolb Mustang, which was closer to, well, it was over 4 minutes. So they certainly cost themselves some time. There was a little bit of contact there for one of the 2 Müllner Motorsport Porsches in Cup 2, and that's David Jahn, therefore, being slightly delayed coming out of the Caracciolo carousel, as there was just a bit of confusion between him and a slower BMW, an all-white BMW, and it meant that David Jahn had to get off the power, and Carlos Rivas, in the chasing 48 Loesch Motorsport Porsche, has a chance now to bear right down on the back of the blue and white car. 5.5 seconds was the gap at the sharp end of Cup 2, and this, by the way, is for 5th and 6th overall. Well, it should be a lot less than that towards the end of this lap. By the way, Mike Stursberg is now back into the race. That is after a pit stop for Dan Arrow's 48 car. And Dan Arrow spent about 20 seconds longer than the initial 3 cars that all pitted together in the pits. And the reason for that was because he completed an extra lap, and I have no idea how he managed to do it. 8 laps were in the book by the time that number 48 car pitted for the first time. I wonder whether, if you extrapolate that, therefore, can the 48 Porsche do as many as 9 laps in the race? Surely that's too much of a stretch, and you would need quite a bit of caution out there. As far as cautions are concerned at the moment, well, Dottinger Hoor is clear again. On your little automated tracker, which delivers all of the incidents to you, Snowy, is the track now appearing to be clear, or is there still something being dealt with?
No, it is full green, full course green at the moment, yes.
Wow, so this is a big chance now for those that have dropped a bit of time here and there to try and gather that back up again. It's also bad news for David Jahn, who, not because of a caution, just because of a bit of a misjudgment in traffic, has lost time to the chasing Carlos Rivas, and Rivas will be right with him towards the end of this lap. The sky blue and white Porsche heads into the Tiergarten. That's the 353 by the looks of things. Car 353. No, it can't be 353. 263. Let's try. 263 is the SP4T 718 Cayman GT4. From memory, the only SP4T that is in the field, and Harold Rettisch drives that. He shares it with Jacques Duren, the Belgian. Now climbing out of the carousel, 2 Falcon Porsches totally together and leading and being second place in this race. So Menzel from Bachler started this lap separated by just under 6 seconds. It's nothing like that now, as Bachler has got the better of the traffic. Remember, being a few meters back also just helps you, gives you a bit more time to do the final judgment. And also, Oh, not sure which side to go. There's traffic. Is Nico Menzel? Is there a gap underneath the little hatchback car, the VW Golf? And the Falken cars virtually side by side, but Blackler didn't want to go fully side by side into Brunchen. They now go towards Ice Curver, where you get well over one half of the car over the curbing there. Flansgarten next, and certainly the leading Porsche briefly left the ground. Another slower car to negotiate, and once more Backler, just with that bit more time to respond, is able to get the better exit speed. He then, though, couldn't see the next back marker because it was totally silhouetted by the Menzel car. So Nico Menzel got a much better view of one of the smaller TCR type cars into the tricky left-hander at the Kleiner carousel. Now Backler desperate to be closer to Menzel than he is currently, and he has been much closer to him throughout this lap, but Menzel's just got the break at maybe the crucial time, although he does kick up some of the dry earth through Galgenkopf, and as they head back onto the Dottinger Hoor. So Backler might still have an opportunity, but he needs to be making more progress towards the leading Porsche than this. It's getting closer, but might just run out of road before an overtake could even be thought about. Antonius Bucher in the distance. But Volker Motorsports, though, is certainly giving us a good show here. And even though they're together and potentially slowing one another up, I think the gap's opening up as well to Vincent Kolb, who's not as quick in the Ford Mustang as Frank Stippler.
It would appear not, and I did say at the beginning that you said is going to be another Porsche one. The Mustang's got the straight line speed. These two Falcon cars, they've got to be careful they don't trip over one another, as they've got very, very close to that. I'm not doubting their skills or abilities, but they've got pretty close on the Nordschleife bits of the circuit. At one point I thought there was a contact, a little look down the inside there for the number 3 car, down the inside of the 4, trying to take advantage of back markers, but this is the one thing you don't want to do as teammates is trip over one another, and the team will let them race, but as long as it's clean and fair and they don't take each other out, that's the main thing. I'm surprised at the difference between Kolb and Stippler in that Mustang, to be honest.
Yeah, Kolb is, well, he's not as experienced in different race cars as experienced as Frank Stippler. I think Vincent Kolb is still a silver-rated driver as well. I don't think he's gold, but I will just check that to be absolutely sure. But Kolb is one for the future, you might say, as well. So I certainly didn't expect him to be able to be as consistent as Stippler, but a drop-off of this level is a surprise. And is there perhaps suggestion that there was a problem with the car during the stop, and that's now extended into this race stint? Yeah, Vincent Kolb is 30 years old, and he is silver. So you might say if he was going to get bumped up to gold or platinum, that might have happened already prior to reaching his 4th decade. Still opportunity to do that if he stays in partnership with somebody like Frank Stippler, but Kolb is less experienced with this front engine type of car and may be less able to apply himself as quickly as Frank Stippler does. Coming from a mid and rear engine background, Vincent Kolb has driven several times with Herbert Motorsport with the Renault twins, so that will have been in a Porsche, and also in Audis from teams like Scherer Sport Phoenix. So that's where the connection comes with Stippler. Stippler, a regular runner with Scherer Sport in the past, and still was due to race an Audi today, in fact, before the 8 car in the hands of Sergei Veremenko had an incident during qualifying at Arenberg, and they weren't able to get the car back in time for it to take part in the race. So Stippler, we knew for certain, was only going to take part in one car, but it just seems that whatever car he is in, he can just go fast in it with very little time needed to adjust his driving style. Further down the order, how are the other classes getting on? Well, Cup 2 has at the sharp end the 921 Müllner Motorsport prepared 911 GT3 Cup, and David Jahn is at the wheel of that. I mentioned that Jahn might have got caught by Carlos Rivas in some confusion coming out of the Caracciolo carousel. He was trying to go one side of a back marker. The back marker thought he was going the other side, and in the end, Jan had to get massively off the power. That gave Rivas a chance to fight back, but at the end of that particular lap, it might have been the lap later, there's this 13-second gap that's appeared when it was only 5.5. What, about 10 minutes ago? So that's very much going the way of Mulder Motorsport at this stage. 48 Loesch Motorsport, though, are okay. They have a buffer zone of 7 seconds back then to Alexander Hart in his Black Falcon Porsche number 900. And following that, it is Tobias Vasquez Garcia for K. Kramer Racing. In SP Pro, there's only one car entered in the race from that subcategory. That is the Sandler-driven Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Porsche. SP9 Pros, well, that's the top 3 overall. SP9 Pro-Am is led by Mike Stursberg's Porsche now. And speaking of the SP Pro car, Snowy, there's now a slow, what looks like Toyo tyres Porsche. So this, I think, is the 347.
Yeah, left rear puncture, isn't it? Dragging itself back to the pitch. Carcass hasn't come off completely, so that's good. I've got the digital version of the aggregator when you want it.
Okay, excellent. Well,
which is a lot clearer and a lot different times, funnily enough. So it's obviously the fading version of mine that's 6 years old is going to go in the bin. That it's going to go in Route 101.
Fair enough. Well, okay, so 7 lap stints. Regardless of when you do that in the race, as long as it's not in the final 70 minutes, a 7-lap stint means you have to do a pit stop of what time?
Well, if it's the first pit stop, you have to do 182 seconds.
182 seconds.
Whereas you do 8 laps, it's 203. So you're right, it's still 19 seconds different, isn't it? 21 seconds, actually.
21 seconds, yes. It was a difference of 1. It was depending on whether you went
which way
or one down.
Yeah. I did say maths wasn't a strong point.
Yeah, well, to be honest, it's the blind leading the blind a little bit here anyway.
I think not.
So 182, minus 60, minus 60, minus 60, that is 3 minutes and 2 seconds. It still ended up being quite a bit longer than that.
Yeah.
Anyway, the difference...
Which car was the long?
Well, for all 3 that came in together. So the 4 and the 3 Falcon Porsches and the Mustang, they were all in the pits, I thought, for closer to 4, no, maybe it wasn't 4 minutes.
Because the regulations are obviously for that car, so it's pit stop A, i.e. your first pit stop, that's if it's pit stop 2, the second start after the start of the race, it's a different figure, but it's less, not going up, so...
Right. Now, I think, actually, I'm confusing myself. I think it was a 2-minute 56 stop for one of the cars, but unfortunately, some of that data, which gives me a total pit stop time, has a deviance, has a kind of grace period of about 5 seconds either side.
So 2 minutes 6 would be 126 seconds.
Not 2 minutes 6, sorry, 3 minutes 6. 2:56, I think it said. 2:56 wouldn't be enough, because that is 176 seconds, isn't it? So anyway, what I don't get is that there did seem to be a difference between the quickest Porsche, as in both of the Falcon Porsches didn't pit at the same rate. There must have been about 4 seconds between them, and then the Mustang was even slower.
Well, having now found that in the regs, I will keep that open to one side, so if we need to refer to it later in the race, we can do.
Indeed.
Save a lot of time, bit of continuity for us there.
The one thing that fits perfectly is the fact that Dan Arrow could do an extra lap, and he spent about 20 more seconds in the pit. So that
just bear in mind that is for SB9, SBX, and SB Pro cars. Different.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Different ones for different things. So yes, but you mustn't get caught up if we do an SB4T. It's totally different again. And Cup 2 have a different set of rules as well.
They do like to make our brains work as violently or as noisily as possible. Manuel Metzger in the 150. Tim Bilstein BMW has just done the fastest SP8T time of the race so far. So Metzger is getting the hurry up. He's got about half a minute to try and find on the Griesick family BMW. The Plus Line Motorsport entered 155. So that's second to third, but no one at the moment is going to catch 187, which is the leader in SP8T, and has at the wheel, well, to bring it in to pit lane, Ranko Majatovic. sharing with Nick Wustenhagen and Tobias Wahl. Giuliano Alesi is still in this race and was catching up with Patrick Simon not that long ago. He's in the Toyo Tyres with Ring Racing Supra, so thankfully is uninvolved with the incident for the 347 Porsche. But Andreas Goulden, Tim Sandler, Mark Hederici now in strife with that puncture partway around the lap. What I was going to do is try and work out where that puncture struck the 347. Where did the lap time start to fall away? It's all happened in the final sector, hasn't it? And ordinarily that would take you 50 seconds, and it's taken well over 3 minutes for Mark Hederici. But it does appear that it's happened basically coming through that right-hander onto the Dottinger Hoor, and not before, because his penultimate sector is pretty good at 3 minutes 15. He's only lost about 5 seconds there. So if you're going to get a puncture, much better for it to happen in the final sector of the race. Very good dice for the lead at the moment, Snow. It's just a shame that the Mustang's fallen away for whatever reason. I think it's just maybe Kolb's got the wrong side of a caution here and there, as in the Porsches have managed to skip through a problem zone. Then something has hit straight afterwards. Let's hope not literally, but maybe a car has clanged into a barrier and Vincent Kolb has had to get well off it to abide by the speed limits.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the two Porsche, the two Falcon cars right at the front, Menzel and Bachler, 7:56 and 7:57 are their respective fastest laps, whoever was driving in the car. The Mustang is an 8:03.8, that would obviously with Frank Stipper at the wheel. The Porsches have dropped off from 56:57 to 8:02s, identical, in fact an 8:02, 7:31 and a 7:06, so they're pretty well matched, are they not? So that's gone up, what's that, 6 seconds, whereas the Vincent Kolb Mustang has dropped down to an 8:15. That's 12 seconds slower than its bet on the lap. So I'm like you, Johnny, I'm kind of hoping that's a bit of traffic and just the way it goes. We've seen this before, haven't we, around here in the Nordschleife? We know not to fall into it and just go, oh, it's suddenly lost a load of time. It might be for different reasons. Just catch a slow zone at the wrong time, or a slow zone clears for other cars. I think the next lap will be the interesting one to see what Vincent Kolb does.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Let's not throw him under the bus yet, put it that way.
No, but just, I mean, look at the last lap times. 8:02 from the two leading Porsches, and then 8:15, 8:21, 8:80 for everybody else in behind. So there has to have been a code 60 or even just a double waved yellow somewhere, which has now increased the gap second to third. It's almost a minute. So this has become definitely a Falcon Motorsport benefit to throw away, if you like. It's fallen in their lap and only they can send it in the other direction at this stage. 3 hours, mind you, to go. So all sorts of things can strike in a long distance race. Stursberg in his Black Falcon Team EAE Porsche number 48 that, remember, started on the front row with Dan Arrow at the wheel. Mike Stursberg, I'll remind myself of his rating and therefore a likely sort of pace that we would see from Mike Stursberg. So bear with me. So Dan Arrow's up and coming and is silver. Stursberg is bronze, but is a Nürburgring expert, having taken part certainly in the 24-hour race as early as 2007 and possibly earlier than that. But he has come through the ranks of all sorts of different categories. He used to drive a Honda S2000 in SP4 and has sampled all sorts of other different categories, including the top division for Haribo Team Manthey 15 years ago. And Mike Stursberg has driven the full-fat SP9 cars as well, and is, of course, driving one today, sharing with Dan Arrow. But this is the natural point where a Pro-Am car will just drop away from the all-pro lineups. And that is no detriment or no negative towards the AM drivers, the non-pros. They will find and identify a time that they are happy to be going at and produce that lap time consistently, a delta time if you like. And you're looking to try and lose as little time as possible when the traffic starts to interfere. So either you have to work your way by a big clump of it, or some quicker cars want to find their way through. It's your job not actually to dodge out of the way. You've got to stick to the racing line, but at the same time lose as little time in the process. This looks suspiciously like the 917 Porsche, which is a tad slow. Again on the Dottinger Ruhr, it had stopped in a little lay-by and now picks up the pace again. So was that a turn everything off, turn it back on again, potentially for Tim Heinemann in the all-silver car? This livery more akin to a Mercedes. We haven't got a Mercedes in the field today, so maybe this is standing in for a Silver Arrows. You can't say that about a Porsche, can you?
Not really, no.
Bit of rival.
Yes, other brands are available, yeah, but it's continuing on. So, as you say, suggest possibly pull over and a little bit of a hard reset, and it's back working again. My road car does that all the time.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
How many miles?
It'll turn 342,000 the next couple of days.
The odd hiccup is forgiven.
Well, exactly. You forgive it a little bit, don't you?
Right. Tim Heinemann, who is mightily experienced in things like KTM crossbows of the past, but now driving a 917 Porsche, 8th place in Cup 2, and he has remained ahead of the Equipe Vitesse Audi, which is yet to cross the line. That Equipe Vitesse Audi with Eric Ullström at the wheel. Half blue, half black BMW with the number 1 on the side, meaning that that team are defending champions. A little bit too early in this 2025 season to start talking about championship permutations, because you are also allowed drop scores. Remember, it used to be 2. I think it still is 2, even though there are officially 10 NLS races. But that's... Now, does the list of 10 include the NLS-Light? I always forget. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't around.
Okay. So even for those categories that ran in it, they weren't picking up NLS points.
No.
Thank you for the confirmation there. So it sat as an independent race, but remember that the 2 N24 qualifier races are rounds this year. So we jumped from NLS1, NLS2, NLS3 to this, which is NLS6, the KW 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, not running to its full 6 hours for reasons we've already identified. But the reason why we didn't have an NLS 4 and 5 by title is that they were the 24-hour qualifying races, but also carrying NLS points this year. Is this an opportunity for Klaus Bachler to get ahead of his teammate? Because again, they arrive absolutely
nose to tail. That's too late. He's done it by now.
Antonius Bucher.
Sorry to be miserable, sorry.
Well,
sorry to interrupt as well, Johnny, sorry.
No, it's okay.
I spoke without thinking. Normal.
I'm getting excited. Because unfortunately, you know, a 3-way dice for the overall race lead has compressed.
Yeah. This, however, might be.
To 2. This is a good opportunity, isn't it? Not sure necessarily the sound of the flat 8 really married with the pictures there.
Flat
outside
8?
Inside trick. Flat 8, flat 6.
Yeah, listen,
can you get a flat 8?
Listen to what you mean, not what you say.
That's an instrument, I think.
Exactly.
So I'm not sure that's necessarily whether the pictures married up with the engine note, because it sounded like Klaus Bachler was actually getting off the throttle well before the corner, but he is properly back on it again now. And down through the gears, much better closing speed into the cut through. But Nico Menzel just ever aware of what was going on around him. You almost don't need to look in the mirrors. You can just sense sometimes where particularly your teammate is.
Bachler so quick on the back on the throttle for that hairpin then, but unfortunately couldn't capitalise on it, because the car in front of his teammates is the one car you can't go and tap. Not that you can do that with anybody anyway, but it's the one car you absolutely must not do that to.
But then again, Bachler strikes me as someone who, together with his teammate Sven Muller, wants to almost spook somebody into an error. So, you know, make it really look like there's going to be a...
Well, here's a chance to get the Hatton back behind one of the Supras. That's out of the way already, so that's cleared very quickly. I thought that was going to last a little bit longer there. I thought we were going to have a little bit more on the middle section of the Hatton back.
Now, those Supras run well, depending on which one it was, it's an SP8T car, I think. We need probably a Cup 2 car for them to stumble across, which is sufficiently fast enough to cause the race leader a problem. And Hatzenbach's a rare opportunity, but sometimes a bit of traffic can make that possible. Flugplatz is a bit too fast on the approach, but the other area that we have seen overtakes in the past is Schwebenkreuz-Arenberg. That's where we're going to now, Snowy.
Yeah, Bachler's got a good run there. He's going to have a little look down here. He's getting closer and closer. Can he do anything about it? Can he nip? Can't really nip to the right-hand side here. It's not really on there. It's tempting. You've got to look in the mirrors and fill your teammates' mirrors up with its team car, just to say, Arenberg not quite got the job done yet, but if you can get a run out of here and get down the hill, that's another possibility, but you've got to be brave to do that. But these boys certainly are. Down the foxhole, super quick. Can he do anything? Can he pop out to the top that little bit quicker? Get a bit of a toe down here. Highly unlikely, I'd have thought, but he's certainly going to look. It's constant pressure, isn't it, between these two teammates? This is the really slow bit. Now, that's where there's a possibility. Look, almost to, hey, can you not get any closer to your teammate than that? Klaus Bachler, right literally at the back of Nico Menzel. There must have been the thickness of a respray between those two Falcon Porsches.
Yeah, those at Falcon will have maybe had fingers over the eyes there for fear. For fear that the cars weren't going to make contact.
So peeking one eye open.
Exactly, yeah, there's an emoji for that these days as well. But yeah, they weren't never close enough and going at enough of a speed to take one another out, but they could easily have been paint exchanged, or should I say wrap exchanged.
And what we've got to admire here is, Johnny, that we're saying this about battling it out. We're looking from a commentator's point of view because we want to see a dice or a change, whatever.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Falkenreifen.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
An excellent tussle at the head of the order, and a really good chance this time for Klaus Bachler, but again he might have left himself a bit too much to do. Is he going to draw level with his teammate? Had that been any other car, I think he would have forced the issue, but he doesn't want to clean both cars out in the same movement. So Klaus Bachler sticking with the race leader Nico Menzel. They're going to tick off 13 laps on this occasion. Remember, they came in at the end of 7 laps for the first time of asking, so they could potentially go to 15 laps during this stint. So that is 2 more. Or do they come in at the end of this lap, lap 14, to make it a more even run to the end of this awkward number that we're now competing with, 4 hours and 30 minutes, rather than the originally billed 6 hours. But if this is the only league battle we're going to be treated to throughout the race, Snowy, it's very, very good, isn't it? And it could go in any which way, and particularly if it lasts all the way through to the end of the race at 6:30 tonight.
Absolutely, it's not a bad one to have, is it? Just in answer to your question, that Vincent Kolb was the 3rd driver in the 63 Mustang in the 24-hour back in June, with Patrick Assenheimer and Hubert Haupt.
Okay, so he has past experience, but not prior to this season, I think I'm right in saying. Racing Phoenix Racing Audis, then Scherer Sport Team Phoenix Audis, and also sampling on a couple of occasions the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which was a GT3 car at things like the Dubai 24 Hours at the start of this year. We don't necessarily know, of course, that all is right with that Ford Mustang. The car took a little bit longer in the pits than we would have expected. Remember, though, Stippler got ahead of both Porsches by the point that they were stopping, and that was a big shock for both you and I, that Stippler was the first car to arrive on pit lane, having made the jump on Nico Menzel, we assume, at the end of the Dottinger Hohe, and that's where the Mustang was particularly rampant. It was at the end of that long straight through Antonius Bucher, and even though it's got a big silhouette, you know, much longer wheelbase, possibly wider car than the Porsche as well, the straight line speed in traffic was really to be revelled with. So a real shame then that the Ford Mustang could not retain its lead and fell, for whatever reason, back behind one of the Porsches, and now it was picked off by Klaus Bachler, and we have those 2 cars nose to tail.
Well, you say that now, it's just Vincent Coles posted an 8:09 at the end of that lap, so considerably quicker. So that just kind of points to that which we said, that maybe he just had an unfortunate fall of the dice with, you know, codes, flags, whatever, traffic, etc. So that's back, certainly, but it's not as quick as the cars in front, clearly, but it's we were slightly concerned he was way off the pace. An 8:15 back to an 8:09, you know, 6 seconds different. So that gives us some hope, does it not? It certainly does for them as well.
Yeah, agreed. And he is faster than everybody else behind him as well, although that's partly because there's a Pro-Am car behind, and Stursberg, with the greatest respect to Mike, is not as quick as his teammate Dan Arrow. And Gabriele Piana's in that car, I think, as well, kind of a 48 for Black Falcon Porsche. And then the cars behind that 48 GT3 are the Cup 2 Porsches, which, although they've got wonderful speed on the tubes, as they call them, the main straights, not as quick through the corners. The class is still led by David Yarn of Mulner Motorsport in 9.21, so 5th place, leader in Cup 2, exiting the Mercedes arena now, and leading by 25 seconds over Carlos Rivas, man from Luxembourg. Rivas was right with this car for probably 40-odd minutes at the start of the race, and again, I'm not quite sure what's happened to develop this gap of 25 seconds. It's going to be tricky to come back from now. Has Jan just been enough faster than Rivas for the last chunk of the race? Really good fight again, heading up the hill. This is Klostertal and Kesselchen, surely not side by side here, but Bachler's going to go for it, and then he gets off the power because he realised that was probably a bad time, although going a little bit too deep. It's not Klostertal and Kesselchen, it's Bergwerk. So he was coming up through Exmuller there, 2 abreast at Exmuller is ultimate bravery, particularly when Klaus Bachler's fighting his teammate.
It's just bonkers, if you ask me. But brilliant racing and great to watch. But he did get alongside, I would say more than alongside, enough to take the position. But he backed out of it very wisely. Possibly, as you say, Johnny, because he was teammate. Now the fastest part of the circuit came up to the carousel, and he hasn't got the job done now. He's not going to do it yet. So unless he's going to do a dive at the carousel, which you just can't imagine, not on your teammate. But that was as close as you want to be. Fantastic racing between these two mates, and what professional respect as well.
Well, Menzel, make no mistake about it, knows he's in an almighty tussle here, and has every faith, I'm sure, that Bachler's not going to do something stupid.
You can imagine being on the radio, can't you, saying, "Can you just tell him we're teammates?" no, sorry, I can't hear you, mate. Sorry.
Yeah. Does he not realise our cars are the same colour?
Yeah.
We park next to each other in the garages. We're not supposed to race like this, but Bachler says, no, I've got my own race to win. Because these guys are looking to maintain their drives with Falken Motorsport. This is a big opportunity, and if you're not trying to get through, then Falken could start to look elsewhere. So they have their own reputation to uphold. And Bachler wants to be showing not only Menzel, but others within the management that he is faster on certain parts of the circuit. That is certainly proving to be the case. Were they the other way around, do you think Bachler might actually be pulling away from Menzel? Or is it just so yin and yang around here? You know, you might get a sniff at an advantage through one corner, but then it just comes all back to you again through the next sequence because you found a load of traffic.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because I mean, look at the traffic they've just got now, and they're still getting their way through. And to stay that close to people and not acquiesce, it's extraordinary, fantastic. No better display of their skills can you get between these two. Absolutely top of the game and teammates. Just dodging around the Hyundai there. Admittedly had his indicator on. Yeah, Zach had his indicator on, so it's fine, he's staying there. But it's reading it, processing it, and staying. Blue flags being waved down the inside, one of the Caymans. So Cayman stays out of the way, lets both cars through. I mean, this is Nürburgring racing at its absolute finest.
I fear that Hyundai was going slower than it would ordinarily, though. And yeah, that last sector has taken 20 more seconds than, for instance, a sister car. So I think the car we're talking about is the number 496. Now the Porsches are going to get split by the number 1 BMW, the defending team's champion. And who is it?
Yeah, that was unlucky, wasn't it? That's just going to not take him out of the toe he needed down the pit, down the Dottinger-Höhe there. But that's just the way it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the driver of BMW number 1 doing nothing wrong had to go through Galgenkopf at some point. And they're told several times in the driver's briefing that if you've got leaders bearing down on you, stick to the natural racing line, which is exactly what he did. It is, just trying to work out who's in BMW number 1. That is a 240i entry. And it's Adrian Rishny sharing with Kevin Van Bach and Sven Markert. Markert, I seem to remember, started in that car, but Adrian now doing some laps. Again, not quite sure how far a 240i will do on a full tank of fuel, but that's once more going to be slightly complicated, I would suggest, in terms of when you do your driver changes, because you're not neatly going to split a 4.5-hour race into 3 equal segments. So 1 or 2 drivers will have to do a double or a 1.5. They'll just wait till the fuel runs out and then make the stop, because that will be the defining factor to determine when the stint comes to an end. So frustration for Bachler a little bit. What he will find is that, you know, the next few corners, the race leader Nico Menzel's a bit too far in front, but it probably won't be too long before they're back together again, because the traffic has held Menzel up unintentionally.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit of a breather till that moment for Nico Menzel, but as we always say, one of our colleague Bruce Jones's favourite phrases of the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, is "It giveth and it taketh away." So what happens in 2 corners can happen, you know, 5, 6 corners half a lap later. Get these two back in that battle again would be fantastic. That really was a case of those 2 Falcon boys, a sort of lead, follow, or get out of the way, wasn't there?
Yeah. No messing. Absolutely excellent to witness. 2 seconds is the difference between Menzel and Bachler, so that is definitely retrievable. Unfortunately, in third, Vincent Kolb continues to not be able to match the speed of these 2 Porsches, even though they're at such close quarters. They're not losing much time at all. Well, compared to their best, they are a little, 6 or so seconds.
You think of the distance covered in that lap, Johnny, and all the traffic they just had to encounter that we witnessed, and they're 0.4 of a second apart on that lap time. Whilst in that traffic, that is an absolute testimony to their ability and the talent of these 2.
Yeah, quite phenomenal. A couple of BMWs now heading for Tiergarten, where there's still quite a bit of cloud cover, but the track surface is at least dry. And the 187 BMW from the SP8T division is driven by Nick Wustenhagen. So the FK Performance Motors BMW, and in behind, although not strictly speaking in the same class, but very similar lap times, is an SP10 BMW. So that's to the strict GT4 rules. And AV Racing by Black Falcons M4 GT4 Evo is having a good dice with Nick Wustenhagen. Were they both to be in SP8T, this would be for 5th and 6th places. Or equally, you could say it's for 3rd and 4th in SP10, but actually Harrison in 163 is 3rd. On course for the bottom step of the podium, Harrison then in SP10. That's Ryan Harrison with his teammates Alexandru Vasilescu and Charles Espenlaub, who we've already spoken about. One of the 718 Caymans, quite possibly from Cup 3, now motoring its way down the Dottinger Hoor. By the way, in Cup 3, it's now the 962 W&S Motorsport Cayman that leads the way, and that's being driven by Lorenz Stegman, with Kai Riemer and Josh Bednarski as fellow drivers within the Cup 3 leader. Podium positions at this early-ish stage, because what have we got? 4.5 hours. So we're not quite at half distance, another 15 minutes and we will be there. So just prior to half distance, the Cup 3 podium positions provisionally are 962 first, 940 second, the Adrenaline Motorsport 718 Cayman of Sandberg, and then third in Cup 3 a bit further back is the 955, which has been in the wars at times, and 995 being driven by Rüdiger Schicht, shared by Alex Fielenbach, who started that car, and Franz Linden. Shame we've not got more Lamborghinis in the race. Enjoyed the time when Conrad Motorsport appeared again for another 24 hours back in June, but Renazzo Motorsport team are here with an Huracan Evo 2, and Christoph Breuer in number 786 enjoying his time behind the wheel of this instantly recognisable Italian Raging Bull. This car's made one stop, 786, and Dieter Schmidtmann was being interviewed on the grid, so I know for a fact that he didn't do the opening stint. Just trying to work out who did. I think it was Christoph Breuer, who's likely to be been in from the start, actually. Zach Nana was impressive, though, in qualifying, doing the quickest time in this car, and Zach still to come.
It'd be nice to see the Lamborghini have a bit more sort of consistency. Just I'm not going to say it's hit and miss, but it's quick. That's never an issue, and they've had Conrad had the tyre issue, didn't they, a few years ago in one race that they really cost them an NLS race, I think it was. But it just never seems to have a consistency to it, and I don't know why that is. I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with the car or the team prep or whoever runs one, but it just they always seem to sort of flatter to almost quite deceive, which is a great shame, because it's one of the most fabulous sounding cars out there, certainly looking fantastic in that bright yellow livery. It's just not up there. It was in qualifying, but where is it at the moment, Johnny? It is 7th, isn't it? Well, it's not. At least it's breaking up some of the Porsches.
True, yeah.
7th isn't that bad. Perhaps I shouldn't be so harsh.
And in the Red Bull team apt hands, the same car was very impressive in the 24-hour race. I mean, Mirko Bortolotti didn't exactly surround himself in a lot of esteem because of the red flag incidents in one of the sessions earlier on in the week. But he was permitted to race under a suspended ban, and he, along with Danny Juncadere and Jordan Pepper, did a very good job. The car didn't reach the end in the end, but it did do 126 laps, and compared to the winner that did, was it 141? It was in the final few hours that car sadly headed into retirement, and I forget the precise reason why it dropped away now, but it was only, what, 15 laps away from the ultimate distance covered. So maybe Lambo aren't that far away from threatening the podium in that particular race in forthcoming years. The 312 Porsche heading through the intricate section of the Grand Prix track. Now, Klaus Bachler with a clear road in front of him, and he leads Nico Menzel. So, is that right? No, it's still Menzel ahead, isn't it? Let's just work this out. Yeah, the Red Bull Americas is the number 4, so there's been no change. Thought for just a second there, peering out from the front of Klaus Bachler's car, that there was an open road in front of him, but it's Menzel that leads, and Menzel he will pit at the end of 15 laps. So that is a 7-lap stint and then an 8-lap stint. So they are doing this more conventionally than, well, than perhaps I was guessing they might. And they pit together, because neither Porsche could have gone onto a 16th lap without fear of running out of fuel. Menzel, Bachler, they will stop nose to tail, and because Menzel is the race leader, has the better route out of here. And unlike the earlier stops, when they were accompanied by a Ford Mustang, then in the hands of Frank Stippler, it'll be about a minute or so, maybe a minute and 15, before Vincent Kolb in the same Ford Mustang arrives on pit lane. So that being an 8-lap stint, Snowy, should therefore be 203 seconds in the pits, or is this, because this is the second stint, is there another table to go by?
There certainly is, so of course. So how many laps are we in now?
That was an 8-lap stint.
So that requires them to have a 194 stop.
194 seconds, okay. So that is 3 minutes and 14.
Yeah.
3 minutes 14 seconds, and therefore an additional, well, no, actually less than, isn't it? Because for an opening stint of 8 laps, you have to spend 203 seconds in pit lane, whereas an 8-lap stint for your second stint is 7 seconds, no, 9 seconds less.
Sorry, yes.
Is that right? Yeah, 9 seconds. Yeah, 194 plays 203.
Correct.
Anyway, it will be the same for both, and it will be the same for Vincent Kolb as well, who has now arrived on pit lane from 3rd position, so he will spend 194 seconds in pit lane as well.
Yeah, so it's 3 minutes 23, isn't it? 194.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, 194 seconds is 3 minutes 23.
Okay. I'll make it 3 minutes and 14 seconds. 60 plus 60 plus 60 is 180. And then 14 seconds to take it to 194. But you were going by the 203, weren't you?
No, it's in the 194.
But what I was saying was the difference between doing an 8-lap stint as your opener or an 8-lap stint as your second stint, the difference in time spent in the pits is actually 9 seconds. As in, you can be 9 seconds quicker. Oh, was there a reason to get onto the brakes there? No, I heard the squeal of brakes all of a sudden from the leading Porsche, but I don't think it was actually from that car. It may have been from something else that was being fed in to that particular onboard FX. Now rejoining next to a bright yellow, also Renazzo car, I think. So similar to the Lamborghini. And that is the 718 Cayman in Cup 3 for number 945. 945 is in the hands of Nolken. First name Marcus. Or indeed Ulrich Daniel, because there are 2 Nolkens in the Renazzo Motorsport team's Porsche. And the Nolken family stay well out of the scrap for the lead of the race, which has that stayed as the lead battle as well. Well, actually, it shouldn't have done, because Mike Stursberg did not pit. And remember, Stursberg was one of those that, well, his teammate, Dan Arrow, got 8 laps out of the opener. And they're going to try for another 8 laps in this one. Surely Stursberg can't do a 9-lap stint. That is very much unheard of.
So that'd be unprecedented, wouldn't it? I've not heard of that before.
Unbelievable. As was really the attempted overtake of Klaus Bachler on Nico Menzel not that long ago. By the way, the 2 Porsches from Falken are now in different hands again, the same hands that started the race. So Dennis Marschall in Porsche number 4 leads from Sven Müller in car 3. And once again, quicker through the first sector was Sven Müller, who's doing the chasing. He was 6/10 of a second quicker through the first sector. Now, I don't know whether that was just a quicker pit stop or whether it was just better driving from the chasing German. That lead advantage has come down very slightly to Dennis Marschall. Vincent Kolb was handed over to Patrick Assenheimer, who again has raced with Vincent Kolb in the past, maybe in Mercedes. So Assenheimer, who's another one to jump over to the Ford Mustang initiative, ran in the 24 hours in June, but Assenheimer still in the adjustment period, you might argue, changing from a Mercedes to a Ford. I suppose there are some skills that cross over.
He was in the car at the 24 hour as well.
Yeah, as I suggested.
Yeah. Sorry, yes.
Yeah. So he's driven the car, but pretty sure, did the Ford Mustangs not featured in any NLS races prior to it? Well, they might have done the qualifiers, I suppose.
I think they did.
Okay. So it's not just all of the 24-hour weekend, but they might have had a few other races as well to get their hands on this Ford Mustang. And with every event, the more experience they're getting. But again, I just cannot see Assenheimer being able to produce the sort of times that Stippler was able to do. And they're going to have to be quicker than Stippler anyway in order for any hope of pressurising these Porsches. The real-time gap extended again. Yeah, because the in-lap was an 8:18, and I'm not sure there was any caution throughout that. Although, having said that, Hoher Act is now affected by yellow flag, so something's happened at Marshall Post 149 at the highest point of the circuit.
I'll have a look at that. Just looking at this, the sectors just very quickly coming out of there. There's nothing on the GPS yet for Hoher Act. The 2 Falcon Porsches, Sector 1, 411, 410, Sector 2, 102, 102. The the Mustang, my apology, 414, so 4 seconds down on the first sector already. It hasn't got to the end of Sector 2 yet. So Assenheimer still not getting the pace out of that Mustang that it would appear his teammate Frank Stippler can.
Hoher Act very quickly clearing. Now a slow BMW towards the end of the lap, which is one of those pretty standard-looking cars. Might be 254. It is 254.
That's your Silver Arrows BMW, isn't it? Or one of them?
Oh no, that was a Porsche.
It was a Porsche. You were right. My apologies.
Yeah.
Other brands are available in Silver Arrows.
I mean, I think I'm just enjoying winding up the other three major German manufacturers by calling them Silver Arrows, and then running away very quickly.
You're safe under my desk. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks.
I won't give you away.
You'll provide me the protection.
Absolutely, always have.
Katarina Lipka will bring this car in. She's sharing with Henrik Launhardt and Torsten Kopart, Christian Koga. They are the SP4 entry today, but have been suitably finding cars to fight with. As now the 777 is on a bit of a mission. So this is the TCR leader. Again, TCR a little slim on the ground this weekend, small but perfectly formed, and driven by Oleg Kvitka. But the big name within this driver lineup is definitely Danny Brink, a previous multiple NLS champion. And Brink still fairly new to TCR action. He's been in the BMW 235i competition a good few years ago, then moved forward into the 240s. But now getting more established in front-wheel drive machinery. And it'll be exciting to see how he gets on in this Audi RS3. I don't think Danny's been in that car just yet. It's the Goroyan RT by Sharkey Racing Audi RS3. Sharkey Racing have entered things like Minis in the past, and a couple of Audis as well. That is half distance, is it not? Oh, and as I say that, the clock all of a sudden jumps to 4 hours and 30. It's sort of reset.
I thought
that's
exactly
concerning.
I looked up at exactly the same time as you to confirm. It went 4:30. I'm like, sorry, hang on. That's, yeah, am I?
Right, so that means we're now. That actually means we're racing through until 18, about 8:45 tonight then. But we're not. Still built for a 6:30 finish, and we've had plenty of action to this point. We will amend the details with the clock, but it was a cracking getaway initially from Dan Arrow, who nearly snatched the lead from the pole-sitting car. And in the end, Dan drove a very good opening stint, although there was that small contact with one of the BMWs from the 325i category, which rather dislodged the Porsche's bodywork, and Mike Stursberg has been doing a good job in not making that worse. I'm sure the team addressed it during the pit stop, but there was also great fuel mileage offered by Dan Arrow, and in fact Mike Stursberg has brought that car in now from what was the race lead after 16 laps, and Mustafa Mehmet Kaya is now shown as the new driver, but I don't think he's left the pits yet, or if he has, he's had to go around and come back in again. No, but it's not showing us 3 stops, so just the 2 have been made, and we're still waiting for Kaya, therefore, I think, to rejoin the race. What I don't understand is why it's already changed to Kaya's name, because it wasn't him bringing the car in, it was Stursberg. So has that car had to pit twice, and therefore this is going to be a substantial delay for number 48. It will not have affected the SP9 Pro battle anyway, because that is between 3 cars, the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches and the Patrick Assenheimer Mustang. Very good run in the end from Frank Stifler on Dan Arrow to pick off the Dutchman. But just before this clip, the incident down at the first corner when Arrow went for a gap and the BMW either didn't see Dan approaching or thought that that was their corner. And unfortunately, contact was made. It rotated the BMW. It was briefly facing the wrong direction, but both cars were able to rejoin. Dan, though, carrying some damage on the front left corner of his number 48 Porsche, and created some cracks as the modular front wing, which also carries the headlight, had just split away very slightly from the nose cover, and the back section of the rear, that front wing then a moment of indecision or just confusion for the then Cup 2 leader, the Mühlner Motorsport Porsche, now being driven by Arne Hofmeister. That might have been a chance for Carlos Rivas to catch up the time, but in the end, first to second in Cup 2 has been opened up quite a bit. A puncture for 3:47, the Toyo Tires Porsche, that happened in just about the best possible area of the track, i.e. the Dottinger Hohe, as the Ford Mustang crosses the line now, and the clock thankfully has been corrected, so we are indeed into the second half of today's race, not running the full 6 hours, instead a 4 hour and 30-minute race. Bollard has been dislodged down at the first corner there, but yes, psychologically Snowy, a little bit of a hurdle jumped there. 2 hours 15 over that now has been completed, and there are 2 hours and 11 minutes to go.
Yes, we've got an interview in German we can't actually pick up at the moment. My analysis is working finally, although not the pit stop bit, the times, which was most unhelpful. That would have been quite a bit to be able to add to that. Full course green though, Johnny, that's good.
Yes, and it's been a little while.
It has now, yeah. I think
that's happened, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think about over an hour, I think.
Oh, really? Okay.
Certainly a decent amount of time.
Yeah, so it's been a fair while, but a good job nevertheless by all the marshals to sort that out, and we are back to almost nose to tail between these two Porsches. So Muller with the second win, that's Nico Muller chasing down, no it's not, it's Sven Muller I should say. Nico Muller has driven these cars in the past. Sven Muller, we also have Tobias Muller in this race, and a variety of other Mullers that are particularly good in the corners. Dennis Marshall, car number 4, leads the way over Sven, who's chasing his teammate down. 2 minutes the gap, in fact 2:20 first to third, 2 minutes more likely from, well, it's less than that now, isn't it? So you can basically count the first and the second place cars as one. And yeah, 2 minutes 20 further back is the third place car, the Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustang, now in the hands of Patrick Assenheimer. I'm just trying to work out whether Mustafa Mehmet Kaya was put into car 48 just the once and that he hasn't needed to pit again. I'm still only seeing 2 pit stops next to the 48 car, so I think that is the case. It confused me that Kaya was being shown in the pits when actually it should have been Mike Stursberg in the pits handing over to Kaya as Kaya then came back into the race, but the timing screen might have just...
Well, I was just looking at exactly the same, yeah, because it's at the top of the screen, isn't it? But that must need to shake out at some point.
Well, yes.
It slightly confused me as well, but...
Stursberg came in as the race leader because, remember, they are on longer stint lengths. Well, amazingly, Dan Arrow was able to do an 8-lap stint when I don't think I've ever seen that done before in the history of NLS racing, from an SP9 car at least. So Dan got amazing fuel economy. His teammate Mike Stursberg has then just done a standard 8-lap stint, so that takes us to 16 laps. But Stursberg had to pit for fuel, so that's taken him away from the race lead. And the way we work that out is because the first sector on this lap is north of 4 minutes. So that has put the 48 car now behind, in reality, the 4, the 3 and the 6 cars, I reckon. So it should now be the 4 Porsche leading, the 3 Porsche second, but a hair's breadth between the 2 of them. And then much further back, Patrick Assenheimer. And then where will Kaya feed in? I reckon 4th, ahead of Arne Hofmeister's Mühlner Motorsport Porsche, which leads Cup 2.
Well, Kaya's just come out to the top of Adenauer Ford, and now off to Metgesveld.
Yes.
So that's only that far around, so a long way to go yet on this lap.
But the 2 Porsches are ahead of him because they've already gone through Sector 3, and I reckon Assenheimer is just ahead of him as well.
Yeah, the number 6 Mustang is up at Bergwerk now. So, yeah.
The Mustang's just gone through Sector 3, the end of Sector 3, whereas Kaya has not yet. So Kaya's 4th, but that's still very good going from an SP9 Pro-Am car. A testament to the amazing fuel mileage that car 48 can do. bright gold and red colours. 6:05 has had a troubled run to this point. It's not been going particularly well for the Hoffa Racing BMW, but at least they are still pounding round, and you get many psychological points for that in this endurance lark. Thomas Mullens sharing with Alexander Prinz and Michael Kroll, but it's Mullens driving right now, the driver registered in Menden. And Mullens puts in that car's fastest lap of the race to date. Sadly, they are down in 104th position, though, in this 107 car field. It's got a bit more spicy between first and second in Cup 2, because at the point when Leo Messenger pitted,
and the lead, Johnny,
7 seconds. Oh, hey up, yes, sorry, forget about the timing screen. Here come the two overall.
Just a change there.
Round the outside,
yes.
And he makes it stick finally to Sven Muller. Well, that's precisely what Klaus Bachler had been trying to do, lap after lap. Now we've plugged different drivers in. Thank you for calling my attention to that, because I was way off it. But down to Dottinger Hoor again, had got into the wheel, into the draft, and this time Muller, with a much more considered approach, he made the move earlier down the Dottinger Hoor and was able to draw level pretty much at the kink underneath the bridge now. A terrific overtake.
Well, he just got the job done, so actually he was coming through the kink around the outside anyway, so then it's just down to the right-hand side, and it just, as you say, timed to perfection, and a well-considered approach to get around the outside there. Great job done. So, but I'm sure these two will catch up again, and with one another. There's a couple of car lengths between them already. Sven Muller will want to keep that as is at the moment, but that will change, I'm sure, on this lap as they get into a little bit of traffic through the switchback or the loop on the GP circuits. They sort of head up to the rest of it. Light flashing furiously. That Hyundai again that you thought was going a little bit slower earlier on. I think it's just a pace difference in class, to be honest there.
Well, I was comparing it to another Hyundai in the same class, and it definitely had a slow middle sector, but that could have just been a blip. It could have been a cough and a splutter, and, you know, reset it in the moment. And
it's not till you see one of these GT3 Porsches behind a similar Porsche you think it is, and then it's just what a massive footprint they have. I think it's is that a Cup car that just gone past? I was just trying to get the number of it if I could see it.
That was at Sabina Schmidt's curve.
Yeah.
And maybe the tracker will give you a clue.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway. Just doing, yeah. I think it was a 909 car, actually.
909.
It's a GT3 car, yeah.
It's just like a Cup 2 car, yeah.
Yeah, it is a Cup 2 car, but that's a quick car. We've said those Cup 2 cars right up at the front of the qualifying this morning, and in a straight line can almost, you know, hold their own with a GT3 car. But then when you see them physically on track and you see the two Falcon cars behind it, you think, gosh, it looks about a foot wide at either side.
Really good and close fighting within the Cup 3s as well, and the car second in that sequence with the orange wheels darts to the pit lane. So that is 940 coming in. So that may well have been Sandberg right with Stegman. Yes, it was, for the lead of the class. So 962 can continue for another lap. Laurens Stegman staying out, and his very near rival Sandberg, or was that Peter Sander, in fact? What number did I just say that was? So Stegman versus, no, Sandberg, as I thought, 940, and 940 bails out of the battle in just need of fuel. 347 Toyo tyres Porsche, the SP Pro entry, has had a new tyre fitted to the rear left corner and is going a lot better because of that. Surprise, surprise. Mark Henrici stayed at the wheel once that work had been done. So Muller versus Marshall for the lead scrap, and very slightly Sven Muller able to eke out a gap through the first sector. He did the same through the second sector. Dennis Marshall not quite as quick therefore as his teammate, open road in front of them at this stage, so a full second gained by the race leader Muller over Marshall, but that could tumble again towards the end of the lap, of course. SP7 led by the RPM Racing car, and RPM Racing here with just one car. So this is Milan Kodedek and Mario Farnbacher, Chris Cools, but also in car 78 we have an additional driver who I don't think is on the, no, he wasn't on the original entry list, but Charles has now joined this trio to potentially make it a quartet of drivers. And just trying to work out which of the Charles that may well be. Reinhardt, Charles, it's been a little while, time away actually. Is it Ralph Charles who drives that car? Could well be. You know, I'm gonna loosely bet on Ralph, because Andreas Charles has not competed at the Nürburgring 24 Hours for about 40 odd years. So there are a few Charles who have history around this place, but 78 now with a 4-driver lineup by the looks of things. Dieter Schmidtmann in car number 786, the SP9 AM runner in the Renazzo Motorsport team Huracan, still inside the top 10 positions. And here indeed comes Dieter Schmidtmann, arriving now at Tiergarten with the number 10 Max Cruiser Racing Audi just in front.
Yeah, I think he was waiting which way that car was going to go. The Max Cruiser car just dived into the pits and out of his way, so he had to make sure he got on the right side. But then looking at the right-hand side as it would dive across into the pits in front of you for Dieter Schmidtmann in the Lamborghini. A couple of little things further down the order. The 520 car, which is the Toyo Tyres Toyota Supra, that's had a pit speed, had a 30-second stop-go penalty, which I saw in the pits a few minutes ago, for doing 65.8k in the pit, so 5.8k over, and 494, which is the Golf F&S Motorsport Golf. Fletcher had a code 120 speeding at 145k, so 25k over, so got a 95-second penalty and 1 penalty point on his license. So as ever, they're being as strict as they need to be here for the rules here and speeding and under safety. So the Dumoulin Aston into the pits, taking their time, driver doing the changeover, new set of slicks coming out, but just pottering out, ambling out with his seat. Has absolutely no urgency whatsoever, because there's no, it's a timed amount, isn't it? Pit stop.
But going back to your mentioning of various rules and adhering to precedent, crucially, because if you're strict through a certain set of regulations, that has to then be the benchmark moving forward, just as it was for the big race 2 months ago. In fact, one or two thought that a little bit more strictness was required for certain drivers after some performances earlier on in the week. That one will run, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. Yes, it's Maxime Dumoulin, by the way, that's getting out of the Pro Sport Racing Aston, and Guido Dumoulin that's going in.
Guido getting out, I'd say, with the green helmet.
Did I not say that?
No.
Well done. I wasn't sure that you were awake, so I'm just making sure. Well done, you passed the test, Johnny.
I didn't say that the Porsche had the right engine, or I didn't say that the Porsche had the right engine.
It's not a competition, my friend.
But
no, you're absolutely quite right. So green overalls and green helmet for Guido, and white overalls for Maxime. So really quite easy to spot, and I still managed to mess it up.
Well, your brain was saying one thing and your lips were saying the opposite.
Well, you mentioned brain, that's an oversell for a start. Very kind of you.
You're in very good company in saying exactly the opposite of what you mean, because I spent half a career doing that.
Well, as we always say, listen to what I mean, not what I say.
Yeah, precisely. The good news is we're inside the final 2 hours, so that's even less time now to be making errors, as there's a new fastest lap of the race. Sven Muller's just gone across the line with a 7:56.1. So he is thoroughly enjoying his time out front, having finally got ahead of Dennis Marshall and did that much earlier on the Dottinger Ruhr than his teammate Klaus Bachler was able to do. And then once Muller got ahead, he's now been able to do a lap time that was, well, it's a smidge better than earlier. But bear in mind, Dennis Marshall's was not particularly slow, 7:57.3. It was a second slower than his teammate, but still within 7/10 of the number 4's best effort to date. Aston Martin number 140 is waiting to be waved back into the race. And one of the all-white BMW 325i's is heading that way as well, having had a bit of work in one of the garages. So that car is now being driven down the pit lane to be sent back in to action. Müller, Marshall, Assenheimer, the top 3. Then Mustafa Mehmet Kaya and Arne Hofmeister leading the Cup 2s by just under half a minute. So Noah Nagelsdijk has not necessarily given that up in the 48 Loesch Motorsport car. Nagelsdijk's time, whatever his sector time's like, in comparison to Arne Hofmeister, they are better, quite a bit better. So is this where the Porsche Cup 2 fight is going to get very close in the closing stages? Mike Rosenberg in his number 900 Black Falcon team Zimmermann Porsche could be one to watch as well. He's only 4 seconds adrift of the Dieter Schmidtmann Lamborghini, and if Rosenberg can get ahead, that'll put the Cup 2 Porsches 1st, 2nd and 3rd together on the screen. 5th, 6th and 7th places. Wow, a bit tight there for the number 4 Porsche that is second in the race, because it couldn't afford to go wide on the exit of Schwedenkreuz because there was a TCR car parked there. I say parked, it was still in motion, but all of a sudden the Dennis Marshall driven Porsche needed to just let up very slightly, and that might allow a bigger advantage now for Sven Muller, who, frustratingly for Marshall, he can see Sven turning through Adenauer Forst away in the distance, so can certainly see where that car is, but is no longer in touching distance for the time being.
I can tell you it's absolutely agonising when you're in that, especially as a teammate. You know the car's effectively the same and prepared the same. There are, of course, always differences one side of the garage to the other, but you think about it less because if it's a different team, drivers will naturally, if a car's pulling away in front, even if it's the same model of car, will go, well, they're doing something different, or they've got an advantage. That's what drivers do. If it's in the same team, some of that is taken away from you because it is the same team, but there's nothing more frustrating. Oh, why was there not contact? There was contact there between that's the Dan Arrow car, the Porsche, isn't it? It's just, but yes, come back. He's pulling off to the right there. That's already had an incident at the same spot earlier in the race, and just being this is the 48 car, just being clipped by an arrow. There's the tape we were talking about that we said would appear on that car. It's got a penalty lap as well.
Yeah, just been through that box, which I was actually referring
that's
to.
What sorry, you're right. Sorry, Johnny, I missed that. But you saying that bit.
When I was referring to it, being used for things like MotoGP and Formula E. I hadn't realised that they were also using it in this race. So
it's a very neat way of serving a penalty on track, but it did definitely got. I wonder if what happened there was that he was just slowing more to turn harder right to go into that penalty box, and it caught out the Audi, which just appeared to just clip it a little bit.
Yeah. Well, maybe mindful. By the way, it's not Dan Arrow anymore. Dan
Arrow car earlier, yes.
It's the car associated with Dan Arrow. I know where you're going with that. But Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, probably mindful of needing to serve that penalty by driving through the long box.
Very similar name to Dan Arrow. It's easy to mistake, isn't it?
But I just wonder whether he got the line into turn 1 slightly wrong, because he thought, oh, yes, I'm going to have to tuck in now to driver's right. So he was shaping up the 50 Equipe Vitesse Audi potentially for an overtake, but I think this would have been lapping the 50 car. And yeah, there was definitely a clash there. Still, Kaya was able to then drive through the dotted white line on well over to driver's right to serve a penalty in motion. So he clashed there with the Equipe Vitesse car, which is being driven by Heinrich.
So we've got a code 120 at the carousel, or the approach to the carousel. In fact, it's on the right-hand side, and the right-hander approaching it, Dr. Crossetol, with the 651 Adrenaline Motorsport BMW M240i, which just appears to have stopped there. I'm not really sure why at the moment, so I'll have a quick look on CCTV and see if I can see why that's stationary there. But and that's just become a code 60 as we speak. That said, it appears to be on the right-hand side. As we get to the apex of the big right-hander before they run up to the carousel, it is green almost immediately, which is marshal post 139. So yellow flags start at 136, 7, 8 becomes a code 60, and by 139 it's back to green again. So a short delay there for cars.
So yeah, plenty of action in this race, plenty for us to keep our eye upon as well. As in SP8T, Nick Wustenhagen leads in his BMW. The 962 car of Bednarski was the race leader in Cup 3, but Bednarski's now on an outlap, so has rejoined right behind the 940 car. So again, a cracking fight in Cup 3, with Griesner just ahead of the rejoining 962. So that is not actually for the race lead, although 944 pitted on that lap as well. So which is the best of the Cup 3 runners? If 944 pitted, 955 pitted, so actually this should now be for the race lead, with one car rejoining from the pit lane, the other had been out for at least a lap, and Griesner up against the rejoining 962 car of Bednarski. Meanwhile, Porsche number 900 with Mike Rosenberg at the wheel runs in 3rd position in Cup 2, and therefore behind Arne Hofmeister and Noah Nagelsdijk. Hofmeister to Nagelsdijk, that gap is definitely coming down. I'd sort of written the lead battle in Cup 2 off, but give that another, well, the rest of this stint, which will take us to basically about an hour to go, and the top 2 in Cup 2 could be neck and neck again, because Noah Nagelsdijk's times are quite a bit better than Arne Hofmeister. Now, whether that is just through traffic or Arne is struggling for whatever reason, but Nagelsdijk has proven himself to be a bit of a star in recent years and is turning the screw on Arne Hofmeister, but from a fair distance away, 25 seconds down. Mike Rosenberg 3rd in the number 900 car, and then in 4th place it's the 929, and that is being driven by Fidel Leib, with Tobias Vazquez Garcia, Michele Di Martino, Chris Brook, all as part of that lineup. It's interesting that from a GT3 SP9 perspective, drivers, in terms of depth of drivers, are a little bit slim on the ground. 7 GT3s entered into this race, but when you drill down into the Cup 2s and the Cup 3s, a lot of those lineups are 4 drivers, and no shortage of talent. Because I suppose, you know, people like Noah Nagelsdijk and Dieter Schmidtmann, Mike Rosenberg, this is their bread and butter, turning up for all of the key NLS races to try and score points as much as possible. You enter all of the NLS races down in your diary and then try and work a life around that, because this by far will be the priority for those that are regular names in Cup 2 and Cup 3.
Yes, what we forget is that quite often this is, you have lots of gentleman racers is the term we use, amateur, if you want to call it, drivers, and there's people that are, you know, businessmen that want to go and do some racing and are very professional about it still. But for some of these people we're talking about, it's actually their job. We always think of, you know, Formula One being, you know, being racing drivers being Formula One and such thing. It's what gets the most attention. But we have people here that are extremely talented drivers that are making their living in sports car racing, and that is their job just as much as anything else.
Yeah, indeed. And some are given the opportunity by those that are providing the project, the platform for them to show their talent. And it's always exciting to me to see a new name appearing on an entry list that you're not necessarily familiar with, to work out where they've come from, what experience they've had in the past, whether it be out of karting or some other motor racing discipline, single-seaters, to then make the step into endurance racing, two-seater sports cars, to be sharing with a more experienced, although sometimes a driver that may have raced a lot here at the Nürburgring, but is still looking for tips from a young up-and-coming racer to hone their skill level. And that's fascinating to witness as well, because, you know, you take on, yes, an ability to drive a car fast, Snowy, but you've also got to coach the non-pro as well.
100%, and that's sometimes it's not always that easy to explain to somebody how to drive the car fast. Some people just do it automatically, intuitively, and that's great for the team. But it's not so good if you're in a pro-am setup, because your am is quite often paying the bills or a proportion towards the team, may even own the team, and actually may even be employing you. So at which point you've got to be able to sort that out, and got to be able to convey that. So that's as you say, John, that's another skill set of not just driving it fast, but explaining how you drive it fast and where the differences are between you and the other driver, which initially may start as being a bit of a gap, and then you bring that down and where it is, and those first few seconds, if there are that much, come very quickly, and it's then the finer bits that take so much longer, usually the last couple of seconds or even second. That's where you really, as a coach, really earn your money.
The yellow flags are steadily reappearing now at places like Brunchen and Eschbach, which is just before the right-hander at Brunchen, the scene of so much action when the tourist laps are watched by spectators. Wippermann, which falls just before Eschbach, is also now affected by some sort of incident. So the yellows, they've all now actually been withdrawn. That yellow flag area looked to be growing. And now Brunchen 1, Eschbach, and where else did I say? Wippermann. They're not showing they're clear at Wippermann yet. Oh no, there we go, 159 is clear as well. So whatever the drama, it has either resolved itself or been dealt with very, very quickly. And back to green flag running we go, at least on that part of the circuit. However, Brunchen 2 now is affected. Is that just a slower, is that an intervention vehicle working its way through that part of the circuit?
I think it is, to be honest, yes. Okay. It always amuses me when we look at the sector times on here. Obviously you've got the Grand Prix circuit, then you've got the Nordschleife, but you've got, where you just mentioned Wippermann, that's sector 7 that starts at Klostertal and comes all the way back to Galbenkolb. It's almost 7.3 meters, kilometers, that section, yeah? And then you've got, your shortest one is 696, sector 4, which is just a tiny bit between Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz.
Yeah.
It's almost like, why is the one so short, isn't it? Not even a kilometre.
Yeah, I know, and I've often thought that as well. There's obviously a reason for it, whether it's an easy access point to put in a loop into the ground,
yeah.
Or it's a very fast section of the circuit which is useful for pulling some data from. I think there are smaller sectors than that, but they're not public facing, so the timekeepers can see them, and also there's an ability to use that as evidence of drivers' cars speeding in, for instance, a code 60. You can, if you've got lots of short sectors, then you can work out an average speed, but we're in the format of either getting the 5 sector lap, which is used generally for NLS events, or the 9 sector lap, which is used for the qualifiers and, of course, the main 24-hour race. 10.6 seconds now, the advantage for Sven Müller. So he has bolted, you might say, got ahead by about 2 or 3 seconds, and now that has been amplified by a bit of caution here and there, because Dennis Marshall ordinarily wouldn't be doing a lap time that's 8 minutes and 9 seconds. So clearly he's been caught up by something, whether that is to do with traffic or to do with the area that was yellow flagged around Brunchen and Eschbach, I should say. But clearly that's been pretty costly to the number 4 Porsche because at the end of the previous lap there was over 10 seconds a deficit for Dennis Marshall. He's not quite in danger of falling back within the clutches of Patrick Assenheimer. And a few moments ago, something happened with the 121 BMW in the Mercedes arena. This is the Lempart-driven 325i, just taking lots and lots of curb, and meaning that the car actually wasn't on the racetrack briefly. It was, the whole thing was the illegal side of the white line. The white line on the exit of the Mercedes arena is often ignored because that's sort of the other bit of the racetrack rejoining, merging with the bit that we're using. So that's generally considered to be okay if you put the car that far out. How far into the stint are we currently? The Porsche's pitted at the end of lap 15, so we're now 5 laps in to this next current stint. 3 more to go, including this one, and another top of fuel will be necessary. Looks like the 2 Falcon Porsches are just happy to pit whenever they run out of fuel, and if it's going to take a 3-lap sprint to the finish, that's what it takes to top up the time, unless they get within an hour of the end of the race and then decide, actually, we'll get the cars in now and brim the tanks so that they can run it all the way to the finish, so that they likely will do that at about 5:30 today to ensure that they will get to the line at 6:30 or just after. The complication there, though, is that if the checkered flag falls in the wrong direction for you, you cross the line and the checkered flag falls just after you've crossed the line, then you're going to have to go all the way around again. And from a fuel mileage point of view, always best to edge on the side of caution, put an extra lap's worth of fuel in case that is the scenario. So there's an hour and 40 minutes still to go. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And this is the 6-hour Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Liebe Fans.
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Few more pit stops taking place. It's going to be another 3 laps, well this one and 2 more for the race leaders to next need some fuel. And massive advantage now to Sven Muller, 15 seconds better off than Dennis Marshall. They are matching one another stride for stride in terms of the pit stops. Great to have a Ford Mustang returning after the 3 from Haupt Racing Team had I think a good first step into NLS 24-hour racing 2 months ago, particularly as one of the Pro-Am Mustangs finished 4th in the hands of Salman Ovega, and Yusuf was in that car as well, brother Yusuf. And Salman actually the part of the driver lineup of the Advan by HRT Mercedes that won this equivalent race in 2024. Also a shortened affair, but nothing to do with weather that. Well, it sort of was to do with weather, as in the rain arrived in the blink of an eye and caused a huge pile-up early in the lap. And that meant that last year's 6-hour race could only run to just over 4 hours. We're going to get to 4 hours 30 today, fingers crossed, but no further. And we are having to look a little bit further down the order, Peter Snowden, for where the battles are. But I do think that Cup 2 will all come to a head in the closing stages. And Cup 3 has been neck and neck throughout to this point. Pretty open, though, now for the overall honours.
Yeah, we said, I mean, Cup 2 is 5th and 6th place overall at the moment. It's ahead of the Renato Motorsport Lamborghini SB9 AM car, admittedly, but that's quite extraordinary. Really, really impressive there. As I just said, that one of those pops into the pit. No, it's actually Cup who lead the Kramer Racing Cup car comes into the pits.
Squeal of tyres.
I was just hearing that, yes.
And that is at the Mercedes Arena.
That's 163. Yeah.
So that is Charles Espenlaub, again making an uncharacteristic mistake. So Espenlaub was 3rd for AV Racing by Black Falcon. He's recovered it very quickly indeed.
Sven Muller won 7:55.3, Johnny.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there's being on it and there's being on it, isn't there? There's proving a point here.
Well, Marshall can't get anywhere close to that. He's lost another 5 and a bit seconds now to the rapid German. And Marshall happy in 2nd, I'm sure, but not happy to be seeing the leading car, his teammate, 20 seconds further up the road. So Sven Muller having a whale of a time in the race leading car, continues to open up his advantage. Charles Espenlaub has rejoined, possibly in front of the Cup 3 leader, and the Cup 3 car, leader or not, actually the 2nd place car of Bednarski, looking for a way by the recovering Espenlaub.
He wasn't going to let that happen, was he? In a hurry?
No. Well, Josh Bednarski's thoughts are, I can't waste too much time behind you, Charles, because the leader in Cup 3 is getting away, and we've been neck and neck for an awful lot of this race. So it's the 940 car that Bednarski's trying to stick with. 940 in Cup 3, being driven by David Griesner. He's just taken that car over from Oscar Sandberg, and Nico Silva possibly still to come. Yeah, 940 and the chasing 962 separated by just 2.5 seconds. That's sort of the worst case scenario for Josh Bednarski, for Charles Espenlaub to have had his incident and then rejoined right in front of the WNS Motorsport Porsche. So it's just a distraction, a headache that Bednarski really did not need.
I we often talk about we talked about Frank Stippler earlier in the race, that going from the Mustang to the Audi that didn't actually start the race in the end, but how different the cars are and different types and mid-engine, front-engine, etc. And Charles Aspinall, as we mentioned, more used to driving the CP racing team that's now retired last year in a GT3 Mercedes, and suddenly going to a GT4 car. It's not like it's a lack of experience or skill, but it's going to be a totally different kind of car for you. So obviously it would appear not quite getting to terms with that car.
Wonderful entertainment, all sorts of different machinery available to so many different competitors as well. I love the fact that this is organised into a ladder system in the NLS too. So you can start off in one of the lower categories, ply your trade, work out how these races generally run. And then eventually, if you have the dreams, the aspirations, and potentially a big pile of cash to get to SP9 GT3 level, or you have somebody else paying the bills for you if you're quick enough, the 680 BMW in the 240i division, which is the Pete Erting Sports 240i Racing Cup car. And that is for Vendor Sarten. No, it's not. It's for Van der Sanden, I should say. Van der Sanden in the second-placed 240i, with Van Back leading the way. We've spoken about the #1 car a couple of times already as well. But a few different names featuring at the sharp end of the lower classes that we always try and keep you in tune with. So John Van der Sanden trying to keep within his sights Kevin Van Back. And the gap from first to second in that class is probably too big a bridge to close now, too big a gap to bridge, I should say. And #1 to 680 probably will end that way. I do remember in a couple of seasons ago when the BMW M240i's were hammer and tongs all the way through a standard 4-hour race for NLS, and it was not surprising to see them together on the Dottinger Hoar, then into Tiergarten on the final lap, still almost taking chunks out of one another. And that might be the leading duo, or maybe 3 or 4 cars still involved within a short distance after an amazing 4 hours of battling. I still have faith that the Cup 2 fight will get a little closer towards the end, although this time Noah Nagelstieg has lost some time in the second sector compared to Arne Hofmeister in those 2 Porsches, the Cup 2 Porsches, that are respectively second and first. So Nagelstieg in 948 is doing the chasing of Arne Hofmeister's car, number 921.
We have a yellow flag, which I suspect may become a code 60 at just on the exit of the Bergwerk for the 605 Hofer Racing M3. This is an older version, E46. That's just stopped on the right-hand side there. It is, say, currently it's just yellows, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if that evolves, depending on what it is. Just move it out of the way. I'm not sure what the barriers are like there, where there's a gap in the barriers to be able to pull the car out of the way.
Yeah, sometimes there are small gaps that are difficult to tell from a distance, but the marshals know all of the intricacies of getting cars to safety. 254 in the SP4 class has just set that division's best lap of the race, but that simply means a personal best that time, being the only entry into SP4 today. But nevertheless, a good effort from Henrik Launhardt. And once again, trying to pick his battles to find other cars doing similar lap times. He's not... There's a reasonable distance away from a few, actually, but they need not even to be on the same lap. It would help, don't get me wrong, but there's cars in other categories that he will be homing in on, knowing that he's got a similar performance spec as those cars. 325i's are further up the order as well, so whereas the Launhardt car is a 325 CI, 325Is are to be found in their own division, and that class is currently led by the number 130 car of Mietonen for Kievan Sports and Racing.
And just as I predicted, the yellow flags at Bergwerk for the 605 BMW Hoffa car had become a code 120, and as you were finishing your sentence there, it turned to a 60 as well. So just another slow part of the circuit for a minute. Not sure what's happened to it, whether it's just broken down or pulled to one side or had an incident, but we will see very shortly.
Full power for Sven Muller, and no distraction ahead of him. There's barely anybody behind either. They're all at a comfortable distance, including Dennis Marshall, who might be over 20 seconds in his wheel tracks now. Will this be an even better lap time from Sven Muller? Well, there's signs of improvement here and there. The last time through, he did a 7:55.359. Remember that these two leading Porsches pitted at the end of lap 15. So they are capable of ticking off another lap and going on to an 8th lap within this stint, and that is exactly what Sven Muller will do. We'll get our answer regarding Dennis Marshall in about 15 or so seconds time. And Marshall's going to come in. Okay, so they have decided to split the Falken Motorsport strategy a little bit. Marshall had another lap up his sleeve, should he have required it. But that's maybe not a bad hedging your bets decision by Falken Motorsports, because there's now lots of space to service both cars, and they'll service them a lap apart, Snowy.
Well, I was just thinking that they've serviced them together identically, haven't they? Literally stopping in the pit lane at the same moments, and not that it blocked one another, but it's busy, and it just adds a little bit of jeopardy. And now you've got that gap, so why not take advantage of it? Just very quickly back to the 605 Hoffa BMW. That actually had a problem at Callenharden originally, and has limped its way around to Bergwerk, where it's finally met its demise. Whether that was just mechanical tyre or something, I don't know, but I'm not sure what the reason was. But it had, that's why it stopped. It developed a little bit earlier in the lap. So it's got through Versailles for Exmoor and all the way through Bergwerk. We've got a bit of splitter on the trap on the Dottinger Hoa. You can see it from our long shot down, so everybody try and miss that and dodge round it. One either side of it. You don't want to run over that. Do all sorts of things. So interestingly, a change of surface flag being displayed, what I used to call an oil flag years ago, red and white stripes. It's actually a change of surface, means fluid or gravel or debris in this case. It is on the track, so it's just on the latter part of the Dottinger Hoa before they get to Tiergarten. You don't want that.
Certainly not.
We don't want to run over it anyway.
Well,
no. The team probably wants it back on their car as well.
Well, it appears to have fallen off the back of a Toyo Tyres Supra. So that's
suggesting it's not a splitter then, more the other end, isn't it? Diffuser.
Yes, yes.
It looked like a Porsche Cup splitter there.
Or just a bumper. Might just be a protective plastic bumper that has come off after some contact. From distance, it looked almost exhaust-shaped, but I do think it's probably plastic or...
Yeah, I think it is, because it's curved up at each end. You see it like it would suit the shape of the car. There's front and rear damage to that Supra that's in the pits, where we're assuming that's off the same car, that the two are related. I was just trying to get the number, but there's a technician standing right in the way. Doing his work, so he's allowed to do it. That's absolutely fine, but I was just trying to get a number on the car. Our cameraman's going around to the other side. No, he's focusing in on the front there.
160 it might be, because that's Toyo Tyres.
You are spot on, as ever, of course. Why did I ever doubt it? It's just really what I should do is just learn from this after all these years and just say, Johnny, what car is it? And you'll just tell me.
Yeah, I'll just tell you.
Yeah.
Well, that was a process.
Save a lot of time, wouldn't it? And inform the listeners a lot better.
I did a quick little word search for the word Toyo, and of course with that you get all the Toyotas coming up though as well. But there was only one Toyo Tyres car in the pit lane. Actually there are two, but Mark Henrici's is a Porsche, so I knew that wasn't it. And that's the 347 car. Let's hope a more standard stop for Mark Henrici's Toyo Tyres with Ring Racing Porsche, because remember earlier on in the race Mark suffered a fairly substantial puncture in the final sector and had to tour the 347 car in.
Now this is what I like to see, not just tape on a racing car, but cable ties. And such as the length of the panel they need to collect, their action mechanics are tying cable ties together and making it longer. even better to hold. Looks like the rain light on, which of course should that be needed. You know, you can't run without it under the regulation. You can't just let it drop off and it's dry. Don't need the rain light. Well, what if it rains?
Yeah, and prototypes in ACO rules racing have a similar rule. If it's what's called a legality panel, which means it carries some visual aid like a reflector or an illuminated rear light, it has to be present in order for the car to be scrutinized and to pass the post-race checks. So, but the problem is, the more of the back of the car that's fallen off, the more difficult it is to repair because you've got nothing to attach it to anymore. So yes, extension loops on cable ties is an innovative way to approach it. Can work sometimes.
I'm just looking at that piece of debris we've got on the Dottinger Hoa, and further up, now there's an intervention vehicle coming down to that now, but that's just getting that long shot on the CCTV we've got here in race control. There's actually an intervention car going faster than whatever car it is in front is gaining on it. That's unbelievable to come and get that split. Now that we keep wanting to get split, we don't know that it is. It's obviously going to come and remove that. But there's more debris further down the track, so I'm guessing this car's been on the grass or done something, and that's why it's got so many bits of it missing front and back. This is the 160 Supra. Now they're using the electric saw, even better. So cable tie didn't work, so they've actually cut. Now, what we're talking about, that it's got the rain light in that, so they've cut that panel out that has the rain light in, but you'll need to fit the rain light somewhere, as we've just said.
Yes. You would have thought so, but maybe there's nothing in the rules that says it has to go back in its original position.
Absolutely, well, no. It's going to be better at the back than the front, though, isn't it?
Generally, yes. If it's rear-facing, that's a bonus. There's also a water bottle that's being handed from the cockpit out to one of the mechanics, but they say, no, keep drinking, stay hydrated. Will be a little while yet.
The debris is now being collected, and the IV car goes off to the right-hand side, the gap in the marshals there, where just a rise into Tiergarten, so that's out of the way. The 160 Supra is not yet ready to go out. Well, I suspect it's not far off. They're taking the jacks out from under the stands out from underneath it. The blanket plate's off the exhaust, which they always cover up while they work on the car, so they can get down there. And it's away. The 160 Supra is back into the race, Johnny.
Splendid. Well, Miki Koyama, very patient through all of that, and she shares with Giuliano Alesi. But Koyama, mightily impressive Japanese racer who has been a former champion in the Formula Regional Japan competition, where she almost scored 350 points, 349 with 7 wins and 17 podiums, has tested Formula E cars, Miki Koyama, and is now partaking in the Super GT campaign in the GT300, so more used to GT3 machinery. I'm not sure who she shares with, actually, but Miki Koyama looking to get more and more experience on the ring as well. Hasn't yet competed in the 24 hours by my record, so that's got to be a target.
So with 1 hour 18 to go, Johnny, we go from one drama to another. It's still only a code 120 at the moment. Between the carousel and just before Hoa Act, we have the number 472 Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport Cupra Leon. That is now stationary on the left-hand side of the circuit. So it's double yellows before from Marshal Post 146. Only for 2 of them, actually. It's green by 149, but it hasn't gone to a 60 yet, but we never know. It's at 120 currently. So pink, grey and black Leon, very distinctive.
Okay, well, that's going to have to be attended to. There's 3 Leons, I make it, in the entry, and they are all from the same team, Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport. Sometimes when they're all from the same team, they all have the same livery, but it might be that because they are independently backed, different projects from 3 different crews, then they may be in different paint schemes. But yes, limping its way. It's 472.
That's the one I've just mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's got a right front puncture, hasn't it? Yeah, I was going to say it's looked like broken suspension. It's actually to the right front, and it's pulling off the gap in the barriers there. As we know, if you're regular viewers of this, you have orange painted barriers where there's a gap. small, a very narrow bit of paint is just for pedestrian, basically, where you can park the car and get yourself to safety. If it's a longer one, you can actually get the car back there. And the driver of the 472, very considerately there, just pulling over out of the way and even reversing into the gap out of the way. How good is that? So the race continues. So that will, presumably, it did go to a 60. That presumably will return to green very quickly. And exactly as I speak, it does that at the end.
Well done to Maximilian Simons, who has been very much heads up there, working out the safest place, the quickest place to park the car. 472 likely to be out of the race now, sharing with Lars Futing, Daniel Jeninchen and Rudy Speisch. But towards the front of the field, this now should be an in-lap for the number 3 Porsche. The number 4 Porsche, isn't it? No, 3 Porsche, that's right. So Sven Muller is in. The 4 Porsche has already pitted and is therefore quite a bit further back. But Sven Muller has already arrived on pit road. And this one can be conducted, this pit stop, at a very much measured pace. He's done an 8-lap stint, so he's again compelled to spend 194 seconds in pit lane before the car can be sent away. The tricky thing is sending it at the right time so that you don't rejoin the race short of that 194 seconds, because it's time from pit in to pit out rather than a stationary time, which would be a lot easier to do. So Falken Motorsports 1-2, as it was as we began this lap. And Nico Menzel rejoining in second position. He surely will not have an opportunity to lead across the line, because they're already counting down Sven Muller's end to his pit stop, and he's about to be sent back down towards the Mercedes arena. In the meantime, Patrick Assenheim has just pitted from what was 3rd position, but that'll bump him up to 2nd, because it won't be until, in fact, the Ford Mustang arriving on the scene just as the number 3 Porsche is sent away.
Going to be close, Johnny, because Muller's only going down the pit lane now, whereas Assenheim is coming down the pit straight. In fact, he's going to go past him, surely, because he's just getting. Muller's getting to the end of the pit lane now. He's gone straight past him. Yes, so positions reversed. It's Backler in the number 3 car now.
Yeah, so that was a much longer stop, presumably, even though...
So it was a 15-second advantage, wasn't it? Sorry, Johnny.
Yeah, but I'm puzzled by that.
Sorry, 15-second gap, originally.
Yes. I'm no longer puzzled, because, of course, the 4 car did a shorter stint, and therefore can do a shorter pit stop.
Of course, yes. Whereas the 3 car did an 8-lap stint, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's the difference. And it's about, well, we suggested it's about 20 seconds. So remember that they have deliberately put them, well, we think deliberately put them off strategy so that they're not pitting at the same time. It also means that it's going to be an interesting finish to the race, because that has given the advantage back again to Klaus Backler and his teammate in car number 3. One thing is for sure, they're now both back ahead of Patrick Assenheimer in the Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustang, because he did an 8-lap stint and now has to sit on pit lane for 3 minutes and 14 seconds before rejoining. But that's very good of Falken Motorsport to not only send them on slightly different routes towards the checkered flag, but that also creates this bit of jeopardy, a chance to see somebody else lead in this particular stint, and maybe we don't actually know who's going to win this 6th race of the NLS season. Just adds a bit more interest into it rather than pounding around in the same order. And I think Falken, you know, considering their entertainment routes, when you look at the drift show that happens every year, more than every year, they have individual rounds as well that Falken and the drift team take part in, but the big special outing is on the Friday of the N24 weekend. They want to hear a big cheer, a round of applause from the crowd. This could promote it.
Well, yes, and also I think it's brake change for the number 6, Patrick Assenheimer, Haupt Racing Ford Mustang that's in the pits. That's having a much longer stop because there's definitely some work going on the front left-hand side there. I think it's, I think certainly if not pads, then perhaps discs as well. But there's something going on. Yes, they've got, caliper to piston remover, not removers, pressures, pliers. I'll get my words right in a minute, to push the pads back or pistons back and put new. That's had pads in the front of it. So ready to go, which drops it back in.
It's peculiar that needed doing, but maybe Patrick just reporting that something wasn't balanced correctly, and it has therefore been done. I mean, normally in a 24-hour race you'd only need to change components like that once.
Vincent Cole back into it now as well.
Oh yes,
that's
okay.
Adenauer brought it in, but it was obviously on my legend still, so it's Cole, driver change, Johnny.
Now the question is, with a minute and 11 seconds, an hour and 11 minutes still to go in the race, this might be a bit too far on a single tank of fuel for Patrick Kolb to go. So the next question is, will the car need a splash to get it to the finish? And where precisely do you do that final pit stop? You could do it right at the end as you're about to run out of fuel, or you could do it just as soon as there's enough fuel to put in the tank in the closing stages. And from a point of view of how quickly you could do it in the pits, I suppose the closer you are to the checkered flag, the quicker the pit stop can be. But equally, if you do a shortish stint, so let's say he only does 2 laps on this stint before then pitting again, that could be a quick pit stop as well.
Well, I think what will be interesting here to see the pace of Vincent Kolb in this compared to Assenheimer and obviously Stipper on the car before, because we had a little of a question mark over in Merida. There were that first lap was very slow. That was at 8:15 or something we saw. Then we got down to quite a bit lower. It could be quite a ruse there to do a short stint and then come in again. So it'll be interesting to see what it does with Haupt with this Mustang.
Yeah. Well, they either need to do it very early on in this stint,
exactly,
or as late as possible.
There's nowhere in between, is there?
No. Either way, you net yourself a very quick stop, and probably the time that you need to serve is shorter than actually it takes for the fuel to go in, which is very rare during a pit stop in the NLS, in that all of your duties are the defining factor. Normally, every job is done, and then you just wait for the clock to ebb away. Heading up the hill is Klaus Bachler towards ADAC. So Klaus in the number 3 car, leading by what appears to be a huge margin now, but will allow them through the next split to get a true indication.
So the 917 having another issue. It's not its first issue in this race. It's had a few little stops and starts. It wasn't the car that we thought had to do a stop and pull over and do a sort of like a hard reset?
Yes.
Yeah, well, it just appears like it's done exactly the same again.
Yeah, it stopped in the almost a little lay-by, which serves as the entry route for the tourist laps. But you can just duck to the right there and be off the main racetrack. It's a safe place to be sitting for a short period of time whilst you do a quick electronics reset. And that did solve the problem for Alex Fielenbach in his 917 Porsche. Again, in certain people's hands, this car's very, very fast. I'm just not necessarily convinced they've got the speed across the driving talent in order to... he's going to come into pit lane, in fact, via the unconventional route. So swinging right and left through the tyre stacks. And for Alexander Fielenbach, more reporting back to the team, but that might also be the demise of the Speedworks automotive Porsche.
It almost suggests a recurring electrical issue, doesn't it? Because it's certainly twice, if not 3 times, it's had to do that in this race.
Yeah. Yeah. Very annoying when you know you've got a fast car in Cup 2 as well. Cup 2 has been shaken up a fair bit since the off at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Cup 2 still being led by Arne Hofmeister, for Mühlner Motorsport. The gap was coming down to Noah Nagelsdijk as well. He's now got, well, Christoph Breuer's got between them in the Renazzo Lamborghini, so that might be just confusing the distances a little bit. But also Fidel Leib was one to watch out for, but he's also had to stop in the K. Kramer Racing Porsche for some fuel. So Breuer in, Leib in, Grosser stays out for SRS at Team Sorg Rennsport. Just done an absolute best, and now a full, well, it's a personal best lap time. It's not an absolute best lap time, i.e. better than Klaus Bachler, but with a purple Sector 2, Nico Menzel's just gone back to the top of the times, and that is a personal best effort, a 7:55.692. So retakes the race lead as we suggested he would because of the 7-lap stint he did compared to Klaus Bachler's 8. Once more, very good speed found by Nico Menzel's number 4 Porsche from Falken.
And only 3/10 off the best time set by Bachler as well.
Yes, so it was a 55.359 and a 55.692 has just been done by Menzel. Finding good late race speed. I say late race, we would have ordinarily had just 35 minutes of the race still to go. We're ticking on around till 6:30 now, so just over an hour of it still to enjoy. This is where, if you've been stuck behind an opponent, unable to get by in the next, well, in the final 60 minutes, just that feeling of upping the stakes a little bit, try and go for a last gasp manoeuvre. And Klaus Bachler, we have already seen, he's prepared to leave nothing on the table. Even if he's fighting with a teammate, he's going to stick the nose down the inside. He, in the end, was not successful. It was teammate Sven Muller who pulled off the manoeuvre on Dennis Marschall. But it's the duty, potentially, of their 2 teammates now to try and be brave as that. 65 minutes still on the clock, and Nico Menzel heads Klaus Bachler with Vincent Kolb in his Ford Mustang running in 3rd position ahead of Mustafa Mehmet Kaya in first of the Cup 2. Sorry, that's not a Cup 2 Porsche, that is an SP9 Porsche. It's not until we get a bit further down where we find the number 948 car of Noah Nagelsdijk, and that is the Cup 2 equivalent, so much less aero, but being driven very nicely by Noah Nagelsdijk. He is just about one of the fastest Cup 2 cars that we have seen in the race so far. Although bits of yellow may well be hampering them still as well. So, having looked entirely convincing for Klaus Bachler, the fact that the team decided to pit them on slightly different laps this time around has provided the opportunity to, or the pendulum, to swing in the opposite direction, Snowy, and this time back towards Nico Menzel.
Yeah, who'd have thought? I mean, this is these two at one point just looked like they had it sewn up between the two of them, and either one of them at the moment totally different. We had what was the gap last time? We had a 15 seconds, the biggest gap it went to, wasn't, between these two cars. Now we're down to 3.8 across the line. I would suggest that's a little bit more on this one. It looks like nearer 5 to me, but we'll see when we get to the end of that. But it's never over. We say we've got an hour and, just I'm going to say an hour and 3. It's just ticked under now to go. So it's anybody's game still at the moment, and anything might happen. You know, we've seen this before where crucifying, you've had a puncture or something very strange. Let's not hope that. Let's hope that doesn't happen to either of them. But you asked before the race, would there be do you think it could be anything other than a Porsche? Well, it's Porsche's 1-2 at the moment. Mustang in 3rd, Porsche's 4th and 5th. The Lamborghini still hanging on to 6th now. The Renazzo, that was 7th at one point, but then 7th right through to 12th 13th actually is Porsche, and they're all Cup cars as well, interestingly enough. Then we have the first of the BMW, Jimmy Broadbent in the 150, which has just popped up to 13th now.
Just caught sight of Michael Flamer's Honda Civic Type R, the H2 entered 611 car, so for cars up to 2 litre, non-turbocharged. And Michael Flamer shares with Frank Kuhlmann and Mark Giesbrecht. So another situation where you're commentating on an NLS race and what, just under 3.5 hours in, I've spotted a car for the first time. I'm still convinced that at about half distance, if we've had some retirements, they start throwing out some brand new cars from the paddock just to keep things interesting.
Talking of things being thrown out, penalties. So a few penalties just been issued, but the 4th place one is an interesting one. That's the Black Falcon number 48 Porsche with Kaya at the wheel at the moment. That's just doing a driver change. We said there was an investigation earlier about that with Dan Arrow, that collection of car number 1, 2, 3, a bit on the BMW. Well, that has now got a penalty lap, an entire lap added. So that puts them right out of the order.
Yeah, big shake-up that. Well, the wording of a penalty lap is sometimes confusing because wasn't, you know, that car that drove through, that was the 48, wasn't it? It was instructed to drive through the penalty box on the racetrack, and that can sometimes be called a penalty lap. But you reckon that the more likely scenario might be, oh, there's a big problem now for the Hyundai, mind you, at the start of the Dottinger Hoort. So we can get back to that in due course. But potentially a full lap added to the counter for one particular car. Looks like that Hyundai's been into the barrier,
I think so.
coming out of Galgenkopf, and has limped its way as far down as the Audi Sport bridge just before.
There's debris on the right, isn't there, as well? This front left is definitely towing out a bit. I would say quite a lot.
Yeah, excessive tow on that, and might be because the tow link has entirely broken. Was that a penalty for the 48? No, that was a driver change because Gabriele Piana's just taken the car over. Right, so Piana for his first action in the race, and surely they've pitted that 48 car to marry up with the time that there is still to go. 48 has shown very good mileage, particularly in the hands of Dan Arrow, who did the opening stint. Since then, we've had Mike Stursberg do about an hour, Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, and now the 4th and final driver, Piana, takes over. And Piana's one of his first jobs may be to make sure he knows precisely which penalty he needs to serve.
I think that's been served, Johnny. I think that's what happened at the penalty box that you clocked. We saw. My understanding is that's been served already. What is interesting now is, though, we've had obviously that slow bit at the Galgenkopf. We've suddenly got the 2 Falcon cars, 4 and 3, quite close again. Appreciate there's 10 car lengths between them, but we're suddenly back into a little bit of a battle there with 3.8 seconds between them. Porsche's the car staying to the right, so they're coming up to Tiergarten, and they should just get through. The back markers reading them perfectly, almost yet on the 330 BMW. So yeah, we're going to get that. So we've got a code 60 surely at Galgenkopf for this. Was it an Audi that we saw? It looks like it's been in the Hyundai. My apologies. Yeah. And looking for one that has entered the final sector but not completed the final sector. So I'm going to go for 466. Correct. 466 appears on the screen almost as I read that out. But we know how this works. Say, you know which car it is, I just agree. Okay. It's very simple format, and it'll work every time.
It's good to have a graphic slate to back my evidence up though as well. So that's Emil Christian Gierdrum of Melee, and he shares with Fabio Scherer. Fabio Scherer, who he won the LMP2 level of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, driving with a broken foot, you might remember. So Fabian Scherer, the highly talented Swiss, and Matteo Villagomez in the Valkenhorst Motorsport Hyundai i30N. Sadly, that car looks like it's going to go no further. And there's also a further drama now for the 514 BMW 330i. So 514 has the driver known as Bar at the wheel, B-A-A-R. And first name is Matthias Bar, with Tim Peters and Christoph Blumer and Loris Kabiru Gomez. So they race with SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. Was that the 514 going through at pace now? Just going to check.
Just look at it. It's coming to view. No, I think that's the 514's been overtaken. That's another car coming through at pace. That's a later M4. Just what is it? 3.8 seconds was the gap between Menzel and Bachler. That's down to 1.1 as they cross the line, Johnny.
Oh. Right, so entirely together. Yeah, two right. And with one, well, both cars now refreshed, full of fuel.
And Bachler, by the way, 3 seconds a lap quicker that lap, so 8:15 to 8:12.
Yeah.
Not previous lap.
That's the reason
that could be traffic load.
So much. 0.7 of a second found back in the other direction by Nico Menzel. So again, this scenario where Bachler can't necessarily get in front of Menzel. When they switch drivers, Sven Muller was able to apply the pressure to Dennis Marshall and eventually generate a mistake out of Galgenkopf and down the Dottinger Hohe, and was clear of Marshall by a reasonable margin even when they got to the kink at the bridge. But Bachler has been trying this several times over. Will it take something as audacious as getting alongside at Exmuller, which he did with Nico Menzel in their previous stints? Great fun to see the same duos in the cars at the same time. So, you know, they get to the end of their stints, generally speaking, and they both hand over to their co-drivers. So what we haven't seen yet is Sven Muller up against Nico Menzel, for instance. Battle has always been Bachler versus Menzel. But there's also a bit of a question mark as to how far these Porsches can get through the final hour. They pitted with over an hour and 5 minutes to go, I think. So I'd be very surprised if there's enough fuel in either of these cars to get to the finish. Well, particularly the one that stopped earlier, which was the Menzel car. Car 4 pitted a lap before car 3. So whereas 3 might just be able to make it, it seems unlikely that the Menzel car will be able to equal that fuel performance. Over the bridge, past another one of the Tankstellers. That's the non-model shop Tankstelle. So we don't tend to give that too much time of day.
Less expensive, more economical for us, Johnny.
Well, that's true, yeah. The food's very nice from there. True. For a late night snack.
Just to take away some avoidance of doubt, the number 48 car has served its penalty lap, and it's just for definitions in the rules. It's regarded as what they call in less serious cases, but the race director orders the completion of a penalty lap, and that's what appears on the screen, is what I saw. And it is exactly as you said. There's a zone set up on the track between turn 1 and turn 2, minimum length of 50 metres, and the car has to indicate into it. Literally, its indicator has to go on. It's on the right-hand side of the track, which is why it's on just after turn 1 here. And the car goes into that box, as we saw earlier. We thought it was slowing after the contact. It wasn't. That was a secondary thing, that bit of contact. And the white flag is waved to indicate to everybody else that the car is a slow-moving vehicle for that moment. So the 48 car has served that penalty lap, as it's called.
Okay.
So nothing more to come, in other words.
Yes. Now that's good news, and the wording is always, or has to be, crystal clear. Sometimes that wording is rectified even after the penalty has been served. This could be a delay now for the race leader. They're at the carousel, and certainly Nico Menzel couldn't get on the loud pedal as early as he wanted to. So the BMW wasn't deliberately holding the race leader up. He needed to get through the concreted section of the carousel at the same time. But Bachler, although right on the boot lid of Nico Menzel, Menzel wasn't going to allow Bachler to draw level. Had to just keep his car as wide as possible, but he was well aware that he hadn't been able to exit the speed at anything like the energy that Bachler was in his wheel tracks. The two almost got together. That gap's opened up a tad more. Bachler must be thinking, right, where is my ideal position coming through the Stefan Beloff S, the Kleiner Carousel, and most crucially, that right-hand kink onto the Dottinger Ruhr. They're only at Brunchen at the moment, so he's got plenty of corners to shake that up. Into Ice Curver they go. Lots of dust being kicked up there as well. But this is the worst case scenario, I suppose, where there's a slower BMW from the 240i class, I think, isn't able to pick up the pace compared to the SP9 leaders, and then Menzel had to, well, he just had to close his eyes and hope that he'd still be leading at the other end of the approach to Ruhr Act.
Yeah, you can't just suddenly pop out to the carousel at a different angle, can you? Because you've got to complete the carousel once you're hooked in. You either go around the outside of it and hope and pray, or you don't. Now, that 1 second gap, it was 1.1. It was 3.8 the previous lap. I mentioned it came down to 1.1. As you say, that came down to probably less than 0.1. It was literally almost on the boot lid. All of a sudden now, as they're coming out of the Kleiner carousel, the small one, the gap's gone out to probably 2 seconds again.
Excellent to watch this because, you know, same cars, same performance level. Drivers are clearly the differential. Now what's going on? There's a yellow flag, so that slowed up Nico Menzel, but didn't prevent Klaus Bachler from closing in a little bit until they got to the code 60. And this is all on the Dottinger Ruhr. So it will provide Bachler a bit of that ground back again that he lost. However, his big opportunity to overtake has gone for this lap. He cannot get the slipstream anything like he would have done ordinarily on the Dottinger Ruhr, because this is all limited to 60 kilometres per hour.
That's with the 466 car, isn't it? The Hyundai.
Yes, it is. With
the intervention vehicle by it. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is why it's going to take a little bit long to recover it, because it's not exactly a straight toe, is it?
No, it's not. It's going to have to be lifted onto a flatbed with only 3 wheels still rotating at the very least.
And Menzel, when it's gone to green, it's just disappeared again, has he not?
He certainly got the hurry up.
Yeah, got the jump on him, didn't he?
He did. Bachler behind has not reacted too well to that, and took a while.
I'm sure he hasn't.
Well, no, in so many different ways. He didn't react, and now, yeah, the way he is,
he will be now.
He'll be thinking about that in the cockpit, thinking, oh, what on earth have I done? Great opportunity to close in, had the track been green. And whether that was littering his mind a little bit, he then missed the go button. Still on the main straight as Nico Menzel is there. Lights frantically being flashed as well in the background, just to warn of another slower car that he'll want to get through.
Yeah, that's a Cayman in between the two of them, but, you know, so far back, he's probably 10 car lengths back, and he's still flashing because he knows he's going into a slow technical bit of the arena, so he knows he's going to catch that car really quite quickly, under braking, and then we'll catch up, and he's like, let me know, I'm here, get out of my way, I need you to move.
50 minutes to go. RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is NLS 6, originally billed as the annual KW 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, but the weather intervening early this morning meant we couldn't do qualifying on time. Visibility was awful through the fog, so it has been turned into a 4.5-hour race, and at about half distance settled down to a fight between Nico Menzel and Klaus Bachler, together with their co-drivers, but crucially the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches now, hammer and tongs in this virtual arm wrestle to decide who is going to finish first. And we've got a little over the standard length of the NLS racing this year to decide it, and about to enter the final 45 minutes. Good exit this time for Klaus Bachler out of the second left-hander that leads onto Hatzenbach. Now Menzel's so far ahead, he's disappeared from view.
Yeah, those gaps, Johnny. Sorry, 3.8, 1.1, 2.8 again.
You're scribbling them down. They're going to be great to reference towards the end.
How those winter nights fly back in the Snowden household here.
And this is going to be a further delay for Klaus Bachler. 1 and 2 cars. Well, first of all, a BMW from SP8T needing to lap an even slower BMW. Now can Bachler get down the inside?
That's a Jimmy Broadbent car, isn't it?
It might
150,
be.
I think it was.
Okay,
But one indicated, so both BMWs went left and right on the track. One indicated left, one indicated right, but the gap in the middle was not the width of one of these GT3 Porsches, so he had to wait a moment to go past the right-hand one before he could then go past the left-hand one. It all makes sense when you're watching it or listening to it.
Yeah.
But quite frustrating when you're in the car.
If that was the 150 car, that's actually on an out lap, although not indicated on that particular column where it normally says out, but unless it's done an extra, what it may have done is gone into the pits for a second time, of course, that BMW, now being driven by MG Sharudin.
Yeah, it would make sense because it's only just at Adenauer Force coming up now, so that would seem to be fit about right on the track.
Yeah. Ordinarily, if it was on an outlap, then it would be indicated as an outlap, but unless the out's just disappeared now, it's sort of timed out and changed to RUN, meaning the car is still in the race and a going concern. Anyway, the Team Bilstein by Black Falcon BMW M4 is leading SV8T. Nick Wustenhagen second, the number 187 SK Performance motorsport car. And two Porsches that are right together at the Grand Prix cut-through. Chris Brook for K. Kramer Racing in 929, and he will have on his tail the red and black number 900 car, which has driving it Peter Ludwig. So Ludwig, Hart, Alexander Hart, and Mike Rosenberg, who's been in for at least a stint, maybe more, and has impressed to this point. Further problems, though, for BMW number 605. I remember heading to the garage where this car is prepared in the opening, 10 minutes of today's race. And sadly, the Hoffa Racing M3 E46 was already in the garage. It's going to head back to pit lane, though, now for further attention. There's only so much patience those at Hoffa Racing will have for that particular car, I'm sure. Maybe worth one more go at it. Race leaders are in the fourth sector, climbing up the hill.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Faltenreifen.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Menzel through the long sector 4 has done a lot better than the chasing Klaus Bachler and bought himself about 2.5 seconds, so he'll cross the line maybe with a gap of 5, 6, perhaps 7 seconds. No, it's not as much
4.6. Well, you're not far off.
Okay.
4.6, 4.67, so it's nearly 5 seconds.
So it has extended by about double what it was at the start of the lap. The big gain there was Nico Menzel through sector 4. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're live from the Global Broadcast Centre. It's Peter Snowden there and Johnny Palmer here.
And what a difference in these lap times as well. 7:55.6 was the best lap of Menzel. 7:55.3, as we said, for Bachler. It just gets the bragging rights for that. But now they're in 32s and 33s because of traffic, and that's what can make all the difference. So still matching one another time-wise, but with that gap of, as you say, nearly 5 seconds, 4.67 seconds between them. But it's not over between these two teammates yet. There's 40 seconds to go. 40 seconds? 40 minutes to go. I had you worried for a minute there, didn't I?
This would not be the first 1-2 by any stretch of the season for this particular team. They managed to pull it off at certainly the second race, the ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Trophy. And I read out some other results from the start of the season as well earlier in the day, but of course a lot has happened since then. The first race of the season was a 1-2 finish for the Falcon cars. 3 finishing ahead of car 4 on the 22nd of March, and then pretty much about a month later a win again for car 3 with a different driver lineup, and second place on that occasion was the 34 Aston Martin Vantage of Christian Krognes and Mattia Drudi, so the 4 having to make do with a top 5 finish. But it wouldn't be the first 1-2 of the NLS season in 2025 for Falcon.
So we've still got that code 60 at the start of the Dottinger Hoa, or the end of the Galgenkopf, if you like, the sweeping right-hander, my apologies, onto the Dottinger Hoa there. The 466 Hyundai has been removed now, but I'm guessing that, as we thought, because given by the amount of damage to the front left of that car, that obviously had connection with something. It was the barrier, so there's going to be barrier work there at the moment, and I'm assuming there's an intervention vehicle there somewhere. I can't see it on... Oh, actually, it's just gone green.
As you speak?
Yeah, literally.
Okay.
Confucius do say.
You have more power than you and I suspected entirely. Mind you, we've said a few other bits and bobs that have proven to be very accurate, given some time. So that ability to foresee the future continues in our commentary style. Cup 3, so tight again. Rejoining Sandberg in the number 940 Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche had been circulating about 20 seconds in front of Bednarski, but bear in mind Bednarski did not pit, so Bednarski, the new Cup 3 leader now in 962 for WNS Motorsport, but that car owes us a pit stop, and it is between those two cars, for my money, in Cup 3. The 944 car is just a bit too far back, as the sorry state of that very battered 466 Hyundai i30N for Gjerdrum is taken back to the paddock, extracted finally, but that was a tough recovery because of the amount of damage done to the front left corner.
Well, in reality, Johnny, just looking at the car there on the flatbed, we can just see a little bit of CCTV footage there a bit, which this might explain why the Code 60 ended so quickly. I'm not sure it has connected with the barrier that much because there's no real panel work damage to that, but the front left wheel is obviously detached and gone, so I'm wondering if that's a suspension failure.
Oh, okay.
Because there's no real damage on the car at all.
Yeah.
And had it connected to the barriers as hard as it looked like it had to tear a wheel off, we'd have been doing barrier repair still, and we're not. So I'm thinking it's had a mechanical failure.
Okay. Well, if that has happened through Galgenkopf, that's a very, very fast corner, and in actual fact...
It's going to get your attention, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I'm now very impressed with the car control of the driver involved. If, you know...
Well, you did say it won the LMP2 class at Le Mans, so...
Ah, no, that's his teammate.
Oh, his teammate, okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's coaching him well, then.
But yes,
let's accentuate the positive, come on.
It's Fabio Scheurer's teammate, Emil Christian Gjerdrum, who had to, I don't know, take a big intake of breath and say, right, how am I going to stop this at great speed when I've now only got 3 wheels effectively on the car? But amazingly kept it away from the barrier panels, because as you say, none of those, as far as we can tell, have needed to be repaired. The gaps on this lap between the top 2 Porsches, again, it's a slight advantage for Nico Menzel through sector 2. Getting 0.3 of a second back again is Klaus Bachler, but it's not going to be enough. Still a net gain if things continue on this lap for Menzel. And Bachler starting to run out of laps. Is he starting to settle for a very good result for Falken Motorsports at the same time? The one question mark is, are they okay to the finish on fuel? Because I think they're going to kind of have to stop again.
I can't see how they can be, Johnny. No, I'm totally with you on that. I just don't see how they can. What have we got left to go? 35 minutes, so...
They pitted a lap apart. They started to pit a lap apart, didn't they, the previous visit to the pit lane, which confused me because the 4 car was able to get a quicker stop, but that's purely because its stint length had been shorter. But they both pitted with over an hour to go, and that is a lot of fuel to be saving.
So would that make it 4.5 laps
from this point?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It's about just over 4 laps, isn't it? It's not quite, if you say an 8-minute lap, let's say. Piani just set the new fastest lap for the number 48 Porsche.
Yeah, still not in the ballpark of the raw pace, but it's a good time for an SP9 Pro-Am car. So Piana, we now know, faster than Dan Arrow was, despite Dan's excellent efforts at the start of the race. But Gabriele Piana is the established gun driver. He's been put in deliberately so for the closing few laps. So the 4 car is now on the Dottinger Hoor in the hands of Nico Menzel. Klaus Bachler a little further adrift, might be more than 5 seconds now, the deficit to the race leader. The question is, when do they pit this car? Not on this occasion, because Menzel will duck to the left-hand side of a mid-pack car and actually do a new fastest lap of the race. That's faster than anybody so far, a 7:55.118. Bachler's not going to be able to match that, although he's only a couple of tenths away, 2.5 tenths away from it. So still excellent speed from both of these Falken Motorsports pilots. I don't think there's a single element of Klaus Bachler showing signs that he is backing off at all, because something might happen to Menzel, something might break on the car, a mistake might be forthcoming, and Bachler needs to be there or thereabouts, ready to pounce.
Well, this is his 6th lap now in this car, Menzel.
Yeah, so 6 done, 7 and 8 possible, 9 just not. So
no, that car's got to pit. And the number 3 car is 5 laps in.
Yes. So that becomes more of a possibility, but I still don't think it's likely.
I think you'd have to lift and coast a bit too much still.
Yeah, yeah.
With 5 laps in now, I'll be very surprised. I think both cars are going to have to pit and do a splash and dash. Of course, the later it is in the race, the shorter the stop. So what are we, 28 laps in, aren't we? So we just need to have a look at the aggregator and see where we are.
Might be just about the only hope, though, for Klaus Bachler, together with his teammate, of winning this race if they can stay out and the system.
I was going to say that may be the difference, but it's basically 3 seconds different per lap as we get into these 20s now. So what have we got now? There's 23 laps completed.
Yes.
Yep. So
28 laps completed.
My apologies, 28. So 28 laps completed. They come in at 29. Then that's 105 stationary.
Yes.
And at 30 laps it would be 108.
Okay.
So it goes it's 3 seconds a time basically now, dropping all the way down to the end.
Yeah. And becoming quicker the closer to the checkered flag you are stopping. So another good lap as well by the SP7 race leader, Mario Farnbacher. Perhaps no surprise to see the RPM Racing pilot doing the quickest time in SP7. A big surprise to see Mario here this weekend, but also an excellent effort for him and maybe some other of the Farnbacher family heading back to their home country for a bit more action on the Nordschleife, with all that success in the US in the last a couple of decades or so, 15, maybe not as long as that, last 10 years for sure. Now, into Adenauer Forst goes the second place car of Klaus Bachler, and the distance from Adenauer Forst exit to Metzgersfeld entry is about the distance that separates the top 2. So Menzel turning left, seconds after Bachler had turned right and exited Adenauer Forst. They're now heading down the hill on the approach to Versailles. First to second at the start of the lap was 6 seconds or so. Vincent Kolb still in third in the Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustang. And in fourth place, it's the 48 SP9 Pro-Am car of Gabriele Piana, having now shown to everyone that he is the quickest car in that gold and red offering from the Loesch outfit. Close again between Tim Scheerbart and Christoph Breuer's chasing Lamborghini. Now, they're not in the same class, Cup 2 leader from the SP9 runner, but the scrap further down in Cup 2 involves Grutter in 901 and the yellow Porsche, which is a rejoining car, is it? No, maybe not. So 901 is fourth in Cup 2. Just trying to work out who the yellow car is in Cup 2 and whether that is a fight we need to be paying attention to. The 900 red and black car of Peter Ludwig is not that far away from Christopher Brooks. That's the 906 turning left at Sabine Schmidt's curve. And 906 is, yeah, a rejoining car. So that is the Bonk-driven 906, which has just done its third and, I reckon, final stop. But of those two Cup 2s, they were close together on track. Unfortunately, though, not on the same lap. So even if one did get ahead of the other, it wouldn't affect their positions. Back with the race leaders, exiting the carousel. Nico Menzel with a 5-6 second advantage over the Bachler-driven car. Bachler just heading up towards Horacht now. This is the highly technical section. Not only is the road bouncing around beneath you, you're gaining and then losing height almost in one corner. And then eager not to make any smallish error, even just dropping slightly more than an inch of tyre into the dirt could potentially spell disaster. Grunchen is the right-hander, where there's a very well-behaving back marker that goes nice and wide on the exit. And a crowded house on the Dottinger Hoor with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all together, some of which will be for position, including a couple of Cup 3 cars absolutely nose to tail.
Does that take the weather with you reference?
I've got all sorts of lyrical references.
I just thought crowded house, so I'll just...
Yeah. I try and throw them in. I mean, there were a few that have gone over your head. A few that have gone over your head this today, but I deliberately didn't draw attention to them. I thought I'll just leave them in the ether because somebody will get them along the way.
Well, it's an age thing, isn't it? It's not all about me anyway, is it? So, yeah, we've got to leave some out there for other people.
Okay, fair enough. Good comment. It's also fairly busy in the pit lane again. It's going to get way more intense, bear in mind, because Nico Menzel, Klaus Bachler, they're surely going to both have to pit again. And will they pit on the same lap, or will they pit in a relaxed fashion, one lap apart? This is lap 29.
Also, Johnny, just note a long shot down from Tiergarten. Looking down the pit lane, there was the pit entrance, but the pit exit was also an incident vehicle, an IV vehicle going out, one of the Audis, so with its lights flashing, so I'm not quite sure what that's for.
Okay. So, I'll remind you that these cars pitted after 7 laps, then 8 laps, that took them to 15, then another 8, no, it was 7, wasn't it, for the leading Porsche, so 14... Yeah, and in this time is basically what I was working my way up to maintain this gap of a lap between the two service spots. Perhaps that might provide an answer. That's the 605 BMW again.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Exactly gone up there. The pit lane exit is just pulled round to drag that BMW out of the way. You can see the profile of the BMW there. New fastest lap for Piani as well, Gabriele Campiani, for him. New fast lap 8:01, 8:60. Not quite getting down there, but he's getting more and more time out of that car.
Disaster for Klaus Bachler. He was heavily delayed because of the incident on the main straight, and at the first corner wasn't permitted to overtake the Mullner Motorsport Porsche that was ahead of it on the road, but he had to wait for the green flags to arrive. So whilst his rival is parked, being serviced for the final time, Nico Menzel, Klaus Bachler just wasn't able to get the hammer down, try and recover that 5-6 seconds that separated them, because as soon as you see yellowed, you're not allowed to overtake. And there was a slower Cup 2 car, which was doing precisely the right thing as well.
Yeah, it was to recover that BMW, wasn't it? It was the code 60. And the thing is, will the number 4 car, will that Menzel actually catch that code 60 or not? Will it affect it or not? Because one of the teams one of the team cars are going to gain from it, and one's going to lose.
True. Will it be clear by the time? Well, it looks like the Haug hook is now clear. We're not using all of that. We are using the right-hand element of it. The main straight no longer has yellow flags. So I think for the former race leader, even though Klaus Bachler is now into the race lead, this is crucial time being made up by Nico Menzel, who stays at the wheel after this car's final stop of the race, and a joy to witness that turn 1, the right-hander, together with the next 3 corners around the Mercedes arena, you can go at race pace, and that is a big, big win for Nico Menzel and Dennis Marshall.
Yeah, that just played hugely into their hands, hasn't it? But that's the way it is. As we've said, it giveth and it taketh away. It could just change in a blink. You know, we've got 23 minutes left. It may reverse again. It's not over yet by a long, long way.
So, the Menzel car now thundering its way down the hill towards Ad van Bogen, that little right-hand kink where he continues to pull through the gears. got to get the car correctly lined up for the high-speed chicane. 2 versions of the chicane, but it's always the higher speed one that we use, so some speed needs to be scrubbed off. Then you hurl the car left and right and over plenty of the curbs. And now Sabine Schmidt's curve and the Hatzenbach left-hander to begin another harum-scarum Nordschleife lap. Also slightly distracted by another Mario Farnbacher best lap in the RPM Racing Porsche. So SP7 easily being led by the number 78 car, which now has a 4-driver lineup, we make it. So car 78 for Milan Kodidek, Chris Cools and Mario Farnbacher, and one of the Charles joining. You wouldn't know it, but over that point where the car nearly takes off for Nico Menzel, there is a public road that goes underneath the racetrack to head towards some smallish villages inside the circuit, basically. They will have existed before the circuit was built. Oh, a bit of a squirm there from a Seat or a Cupra.
Yeah, Cupra, I think it was. I saw that, yes.
Just as it applied the brakes, and I think that was because whoever was driving that Cupra realised one of the 2 Falcon Motorsport cars was bearing down on it.
Well, it was a blue flag being waved frantically to him on the right-hand side, so he just, you say he got on the brakes and let it come through, but you say he squirmed there. Nico Menzel just gesturing, not in the most polite manner, to another car just going under the foxhole. One stayed left, one went right, so he had to dodge between the 2. That just takes time. Adenauer force at the top now for him, and traffic everywhere. It's like fireflies in front of him all over the place. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars. You want them all to go to the right side. Blue flags waved. One goes to the right. The next one should stay to the right. That's the Dumoulin Aston, I think, and he snipped down the inside of that. And now he wants to switch sides. No, and now the Cayman Porsches dive down the inside of whatever it was in front of him, a Golf I think it was, and he's got every right to do that, but that's just taken up time for Nico Menzel, which has cost him a little bit through there. And he is pushing on this lap because he wants to close that, but wants to open that gap as much as possible, doesn't he?
Too right. Yeah, this, well, part of that's been done for him. Klaus Bachler's, remember, ahead of him on the road at this phase, but that is because Klaus still owes us a pit stop, and we think it's a big stretch for Bachler to continue round and not stop again. Otherwise, he's going to win by a country mile, but Bachler desperate for fuel and will pit at the end of this lap, surely. But the nice thing for Bachler is he's pitting much closer to the end of the race. Therefore, this is a shorter pit stop. And Menzel very, very keen on not allowing the gap to grow too much. We've still got a stonking fight on here between these 2 cars and potentially a Code 60 that is at Ad Van Arch now. I know that's been cleared, but Ad Van Arch is on the Grand Prix circuit. But now back to green.
Bachler's done 6 laps in the number 3 car, and he can do 8. They have done, Muller's done 8 in it, so we can possibly get, I would suggest he might do a 7th lap just to try and stretch it out a bit, and then make it a shorter one, because you get a shorter stop at the end then as well. So they might go to 7 just to try and test. I think 8, personally, I think that's just pushing it a little bit too much. If it runs out on vapours, you're going to be absolutely beside yourself, aren't you? But they'll know, the engineers at Falcon will know what they're doing with that.
But 8 is perfectly fine. I mean, there's been no issue with 8 through the years, so 8's your limit. I agree, 9 is beyond it, and quite how some drivers have managed to do.
I love how calmly you just say that. Yeah, 8's fine.
Well, it is. 8 is the recognised length that you can do on a tank of fuel in a GT3 car. I am surprised that they started doing 7s. Oh, you won't know 6? Really? It might well have been.
Well, no, he's done 6 now. So the first stint for that car was 6 laps, then an 8, and it's done 6 now.
Okay.
It's completely 6. This is its 7th lap. So the question is, does it pit at the end of this lap, or do another one and run to another?
You do another one,
run to 8.
And your stop is much closer to the checkered flag.
Oh,
and therefore much
Johnny the strategist, step forward.
But
we need trousers here, don't we?
If it doesn't pit at the end of this lap, how much more time is going to be left on the clock? More than a single lap. So he wouldn't make the finish, would he? But
no.
If this is his 7th lap, I can't see any reason why this car would pit right now. I mean, not this car. I mean the 3 car of Klaus Bachler. But we're about to find out. And as I say, I see no reason why this Porsche could not do an 8-lap stint if it hasn't already done one.
Well, 29 laps completed, so it's 105 seconds.
Okay. Well, does it go left or right of the blend line? This is the leading car.
Left.
Bachler will stay out. Well, that, for me, was just a kind of very simple equation. What I don't understand is, why did the Menzel car come in as early as it did? Unless there was a concern about a slow puncture or similar. It will be fine now to the finish, but it's potentially given up the race lead to the Bachler and his teammate Sven Muller combination. But that looked very, very unlikely at the point where this stint started, because remember, Bachler had that big delay in a yellow flag. Menzel did not, and now it's looking unlikely that car 4 is able to take the win, because the length of time that Bachler's car needs to spend in the pits, once it pits in 1 lap time, is a very small percentage of how long car 4 needs to sit in the pit lane. Under the bridge at Antonius Bucher, Menzel cannot be faster at this point. Foot absolutely glued to the boards. Then at the last possible moment he jumps on the anchors, threads the car through the Tiergarten chicane, Hohenrhein, and back onto the main straight with some traffic away in the distance. So has to be clinical through this bit. But as we're talking about Menzel slowing for the Mercedes arena, already off and into sector 2 goes Klaus Bachler.
Just a very quick update from long before the race, actually, but from Utah. An official statement that unfortunately during qualifying in drying conditions, our driver hit a wet patch and lost the car, resulting in damage we can't repair in time for the race. Very disappointing, but that's motorsport. We'll come back stronger next time. But that explains why the number 8 car didn't take the start of the race. I know it's a long time ago, but that is why.
Yep. And they needed to have the car in a position to begin repair work as well, but they'd obviously assessed from a fair distance that they didn't have the necessary parts or the necessary time to fit them / repair them. 15 minutes exactly still to go, and this one has rather spun on its head several times, to be honest, because there's a point where I settle in and think, yep, I know which Falken Motorsport car is going to win this race, and within about half an hour I've had to change my mind. And I think one more switch of momentum is now firmly sending it in the direction of car number 3. Yes, it's still got one more pit stop to serve, but we are heading now around lap 31. Was there something to pick out a couple of seconds ago as the Cup 3 Caymans were doing battle? Yes, the car with the orange wheels. Is that one of the Manhattan Wheels cars that was compromised as it was trying to stick with the Cup 3 part of the race? That is for the lead, by the way. So Bednarski and Sandberg, 9:62 and 9:40, began this lap 0.8 of a second apart. We've been racing for 4¼ hours, and 0.8 of a second is the margin between the leading and the second placed Cup 3 Porsches. Absolutely excellent from all involved there. Sadly, we can't include a third placed car within that fight, because the Irma 944 driven Cup 3 car is a fair bit further back on the previous lap. Not a full lap behind, but might be about a half a lap away from Bednarski and Sandberg. Joshua Bednarski sharing with Lorenz Stegman and Kai Riemer. But that's going to run and run, and in fact down the Dottinger Hoor it does so now, but no opportunity for those positions to change, because Bednarski's been able to open up a bit of a gap through Galgenkopf. They were corners before that as well at the Kleine Carousel to take the firm advantage. He's on lap 28. Just bear in mind the Cup 3s are that little bit further back from the overall pace. But about to start another lap now, and it's likely to be 8 minutes 50 or so. Is that a Cup 3 time? Yeah, so just south of 9 minutes. And therefore they will do this lap that they're just beginning, plus one more to decide the order for Cup 3. Both tick off 28 laps. Josh Bednarski up against Oscar Sandberg. And Bednarski will have been loving the fact that Sandberg was pushed that little bit wide by a slower car. That's given him a small amount of breathing space. Into the penultimate sector is about to arrive Klaus Bachler in the race-leading Falken Motorsports Porsche. That will mean there's about 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go until he arrives on the Dottinger Hohe. 50 or so seconds to do that long straight, and then we'll dive straight into pit lane for the final stop of the race for Porsche number 3. Cup 2's opened up slightly from when we last checked, so Tim Scheerbar and Tobias Muller still having a good tussle, but there's about half a minute between them at the moment, Snowy.
Yeah, so that's going to give the Bachler car a 1:08 pit stop, because it's 30 laps completed, is it not? Am I correct? 30 laps completed.
It's 30 now. It'll be
31 then, won't it? Exactly, that's my point. Yes. So yeah, so that will make it 3 seconds less than that. So it'll be 1:11, 1:11. Okay. I think even I can remember that.
Yes.
What was it again?
That was originally the number of cars that should have started this race. But we had slightly fewer than that at 107. 107 have all managed to complete some laps. Some rather more than others. Cup 3, 1.4 seconds the margin. That's huge compared to the 0.7 or 8 that it was at the end of the previous lap. But it is definitely between 9.62 and 9.40. So WNS Motorsport versus Adrenaline Motorsport. The number 940 car. Also, this will help out Klaus Bachler, because he's got a nice little tow down the Dottinger Hohe, having picked up the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini.
Yeah, but he can't do anything about it, can he? He's just...
Well, not
unless,
so far.
unless he's flashing his lights. He's coming up to the King, so I thought it was further through than that, actually, so he should be able to pull out now and get rid of the side draft, take some of the air off that Huracan, but he's not making it easy, and no, he's not got the job done.
No. Well, part of the reason for that is...
He's coming into the pits.
Yes, well,
yes.
That, yes, but also this Huracan is derived from a Super Trofeo car, I think. So therefore the Super Trofeo, a cup car, a bit like the Porsche, and in fact the Renazzo Lambo is going to come in as well. But yeah, that little dorsal fin, as Bachler very nearly ran into the back.
Didn't he? Just exactly. That was a little on the brakes, and we see them catching up there. Obviously, you get to your 60k bit, and there's the board, but there's a little swerve there. Like, oh, I might just catch that. Not what you want at literally the last few minutes of a race with 8 odd minutes to go.
Yeah.
So this is going to basically be, so it's new tyres, fuel, and obviously splash and dash 1:11. We know time-wise, and of course now it's going to be one lap, isn't it?
From this point on, yes, it is. Indeed. So fuel going in, and no real waiting required at all, so it wasn't a question of allowing the clock to tick by anymore. Just send the car out, but it's going to be surely comfortably ahead of the chasing second Falken Motorsport Porsche.
Well, that's a Tiergarten now. I think that's going to be in view in a minute. There it is on the pit straight.
Yep.
So yeah, it's kind of well. Well, he's straight into traffic, though, for Klaus Bachler. And then, of course, now the Rinazzo Lamborghini has joined too, and the number 4 Nico Menzel Porsche has got to find its way through. This could be a very interesting last lap.
Certainly could, with still the scope for things to change in the closing stages. So one more tour of this famous racetrack to do to decide the winners of, well, officially titled the KW 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. It's going to run to 4.5 hours and a little bit, although we may not be that far away from finishing right on the bubble. And Bachler will certainly not want to be doing an extra lap. Frantically flashing the lights this time to the 48 or the 948 Porsche, I reckon that is, in the green and black, which is the Loesch Cup 2 car. Yep, 948, sister car to the 48 gold and red that has been running so well in SP9 Pro-Am, and now off the track but on the Grand Prix circuit. So behind the race leaders is the 288 Toyota GT86, which is coincidentally our SP3 leader, although it's the only entrant in SP3, and that has happened on the next left-hander after the cut-through on this shortened Grand Prix circuit. Again, perhaps the Hatzenbach is as busy as it was on the opening lap.
Now, Bachler held up enormously there on Hatzenbach, Johnny. That's going to play into the hands of Nico Menzel, is not, unless he meets the same traffic.
Well, this is the last that Bachler wanted. And still trying to work out a real-time gap between Bachler, the race leader, and Menzel in second position. It's nothing like the 1 minute that it was indicated as they crossed the line. Sven Muller is affording himself a wry smile in the garage, watching his man Klaus Bachler push on.
I think he was just applauding an overtake and sort of getting his way through, like almost like, go on, my son, kind of thing. Yeah. But don't drop it.
No, indeed. It might only be about 5 seconds.
I was going to say that's my take on it. Yeah.
I didn't have a stopwatch on the sector splits, but I was just trying to count the seconds through whilst talking, which is tricky to do. But this next sector will take Bachler and therefore Menzel about 2 minutes to complete. They are inside the third and anti-penultimate sector of this final lap. Vincent Kolb is in as well, I notice, in the Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustang. That's got to be for fuel too. We always knew, well, we've known for quite some time now that it was one of the 2 Volker Motorsport Porsches that were going to win this race. Gabriele Piana looking comfortable in the Black Falcon.
Kolb in very last minute as well, literally last minute, with 4.5 minutes to go. So Vincent Kolb brings in the Haupt Racing Ford Mustang from P3 as well.
But I don't think Piana's close enough to capitalise on that, because
it's a lap down.
He's on lap 31, so he's a lap down compared to the race leaders, but he will be able to complete this lap and therefore be on the same lap as them. But I don't think he's going to do that in time for Vincent Kolb to rejoin the race. Still waiting for Bachler to trip the beam at sector 3, and then I can work out precisely the distance. Kolb back into the race. There goes Bachler. And what's the gap like back to Menzel? There he goes. It's 6.5, maybe 6 seconds as they've reached the end of sector 3. They're now into the very long sector 4, which is a little more than 3 minutes in length or in time. Many, many kilometres, the longest sector of the lap. And let's not shy away either from the scrap within Cup 3, because Oscar Sandberg has just done the best Cup 3 lap of the race so far. He's crossed the line behind Joshua Bednarski by the difference is 0.185 of a second. And now there's a lead change, in fact, because that's the Manhattan car ahead. So the Manhattan car of Sandberg has got ahead, presumably on the brakes of Joshua Bednarski. and flipped it all around in the Cup 3 Pro part of the field. These two have been racing, not always these drivers, but these two cars have been racing for almost 4.5 hours, and they begin their final lap separated by less than 0.2 of a second. How good is that?
Brilliant. And the Manhattan car with the orange wheels you just said there, that was pushed wide. That's the 940 car. That was pushed wide with the back marker only a few minutes ago. No, very slow. Is there a yellow section there where they are now?
Yeah.
Green flag now. Yeah, so in the background, so they just slowed down. Ravenol, correct. Yes, I think that's for 288 car there. So there's an intervention vehicle out.
But Sandberg has left the best until the very last moment. Gabriele Piana's going to set another personal best lap time in the Porsche number 48 as the whole of the track becomes clear. So a dream scenario now for Bakler versus Menzel, which is a massive 6.5 seconds. Massive in the sense that when you compare it to the Cup 3 dice, it's by basically 1.5 tenths between these two cars. Turning left now and onto the Hatton back.
Yeah, I mean, they gap 0.185 between these two Cup 3 guys.
And that was when the yellow and white car was ahead of the black car, so the gap's about the same, but now Sandberg's ahead of Bednarski. So tremendous stuff. I don't quite know where Sandberg did him, but maybe on the brakes into the first corner, because he was already then ahead as they rounded the Mercedes arena. Yep. Race leaders about to arrive. Well, not quite onto the Dottinger. They're heading for a flat start now. No, they're not. They're a bit further on from that, actually. Still the 4 trailing the number 3 car, I think. Actually can't see Klaus Bakler now. He's the other side, I presume, of the Renazzo Lamborghini, and just heading into Galgenkopf way off in the distance. So, unfortunately for Nico Menzel, it does appear that Klaus Bakler, together with his teammate Sven Muller, are too far in front. And that was the beauty of pitting. Yes, he indeed he is. That was the beauty of pitting 2 laps later than the number 4 car. Still not quite sure why the 4...
Well, it's going to be tight on time, Johnny, because there's 40 seconds on the clock left.
Oh, OK.
So they might end up with another lap, you know, because they're coming to Tiergarten now, so you might end up taking the line and taking another lap.
The next question is, has Bakler got enough in hand to just rein things back again, or does he have to go around again?
No, it's too close. 25 seconds going into Tiergarten now, so he's going to cross the line. There's going to be another lap, Johnny.
My word. OK, so stand by your beds for another 25 kilometres. Is he slowing down? No, he can't. He just can't do it because he can't afford to lose that amount of time.
Exactly 10 seconds to go across the line, so it's another one. And the Falcon boys in the pits are just like, oh, really, 10 seconds, another whole lap? Seriously. Wow. You couldn't afford to slow down for those 10 seconds. It would have given it away.
Did they put... Yeah, because the gap was 8 seconds.
Exactly.
Did they put enough fuel in either of these cars?
Don't start that.
For the extra lap is the next question.
There's the devil in you, Palmer.
Well, the brilliance about that is that we get to enjoy another lap of the Sandberg versus Bednarski arm wrestle as well. This, unsurprisingly, is now displayed as the final lap, with Bakler quicker. Well, he wasn't quicker because that was an out lap, wasn't it? So it was a quicker lap for Menzel by basically a minute. And Menzel now heading through Ravenol with the blue headlights of Klaus Bakler, the leading car, heading now for the Vidal chicane. I'm also trying to keep tabs on what's going on in the Cup 3 part of the race. 16th and 17th overall. Oscar Sandberg was leading Joshua Bednarski as they headed out into the country. The black car with the orange wheels with a slim advantage over the yellow and white of WNS Motorsport.
So this is the 962 car, isn't it? It's leading at the moment.
962. No, Sandberg got ahead, remember, so the black...
My apologies, 940, my apologies, yes, with the screen the other way around.
Indeed, they came over the line with Bednarski marginally ahead, but then immediately after, at the next corner, I think, Sandberg outbraked him. And I'm now just trying to work out from the splits whether that's still the same order. I have to say the Sandberg times are more impressive than Bednarski, so just little bits here and there being eked out now. by the Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan Wheels car. Yeah, 16th and 17th overall. As far as Cup 2 is concerned, that is a more separate battle. So Tim Scheerbart in 921 for Mühlner, leading from Tobias Muller's number 48 Losch Motorsport car. And a bigger gap then back to Ben Bunagel's 904 Cup 2. Race leader is at Arenberg for the final time. And plummeting down into the foxhole. Grip level still pretty good. Way past the hour that we expected to be running. This is a very late finish in NLS history, although of course the Saturday races of the double-header weekends typically run not quite into full darkness, but to sunset time. We will be finished well short of that, he says, as Bachler enjoys something like an 8-second lead. Sector 1 was towards the Austrian by 0.8 of a second, and even Stevens really through Sector 2. So the gap is again opening up very slightly. Still areas of jeopardy here and there though, including the 944 numbered Porsche, which is another Cup 3 runner. That's the car of Irma, on course for a podium actually, distant from Bednarski and Sandberg, but still on course to finish on the Cup 3 podium. The other thing is, are the duo that lead Cup 3, well, Sandberg leads it, Bednarski's second, are they likely to be caught before the end of this lap by the overall leader? And will that therefore lock them into position? Or will they need to go around for another lap as well? Remains to be seen. It's going to be, oh no, hang on a minute. Incident between car 940, which is the current Cup 3 leader, and the 155, which is an SP8T car, and there's a 30-second time penalty in exchange for car 940. So regardless of where Sandberg finishes, that's going to put him behind Joshua Bednarski and surely give the win to 962.
What a travesty.
And that is not even an incident that involves another Cup 3 car. I don't think we saw the SP8T incident, so I can't really comment, but it's been looked at, and, well, regardless of whether they're going to do another lap or not, that will take the spectacular battle in Cup 3 away from us, and more importantly, away from Oscar Sandberg and his teammates.
It was just so hard fought for as well, but it's it's gutting.
Hugely so. You've got to think about David Griesner and Nico Silva, who share that car as well. Because depending on when it happened, it wasn't even necessarily Oscar Sandberg who was to blame. He might have been sitting in the garage at the time. And he's driven really well to take the race lead, as long as that overtake was a clean manoeuvre. But it kind of doesn't matter, because the car has been spotted in an incident somewhere, which warrants a 30-second time penalty. Still waiting for the race leaders to appear at the start of the Dottinger Hoor. We will be doing that within the next couple of minutes, I'd estimate.
Yeah, they're at Wifferman now.
Okay. And the Cup 3 runners that lead, no, at least at the moment, they've just completed a lap. So 940 is there, and as I described, Sandberg is now ahead of Bednarski. The only thing Sandberg could possibly hope for is to build a 30-second gap over Joshua Bednarski. But the rate of difference between these two cars all race long, that just seems to be an utter impossibility.
I was going to say, how?
Yeah. They've been inseparable for the whole of the last 4.5 hours, so you can't just suddenly say, Oscar, give us a 30-second gap, would you? Can't see that happening at all. And if they can get the message to Josh Bednarski, they'll just say, Josh, stay with him, stay within 30 seconds, and we've won this race.
So our race leader just approaching the first left-hand part of the Scharfenschwanz. Is he going to be brave enough to slow a little bit to allow it a sort of team photo finish? And we've got an Aston just stationary on the track now. Literally, that's on the GP loop, isn't it? That's,
yeah.
Is it an Aston? Or is it?
Yes, it is.
It is an Aston, yeah, with that grille. Of course it is.
And it's likely to be the
it's got going again. It's 175 Koi, correct.
Yeah.
It's got going again, so another old control reset. Yeah.
Phew. That's good, because that could have been a hurdle for several. Now the race leader's got to slow down because of an incident on the Dottinger Hoor. Double waved yellows. No speed limit in place though yet. So there's actually nothing preventing Nico Menzel from getting on the back of Klaus Bachler. I think they are into a code 60 now though.
No, because the green flag's on the right-hand side.
Oh,
so
the green's come out.
They can go again, so... Yeah.
So that will bring the 8-second distance down a little bit, but not enough.
It's that BMW just pulling off, isn't it? It's a Tiergarten onto the right-hand side, so that's out of the way now. That's just stopping, but... yeah, well read there. As you say, double yellows, you can't overtake under that, but you say no speed limit. But, you know, a bit of drama right to the end. I mean, you know, how many... Well, we've done 32 laps, 170 corners per lap, and it's still right to the end.
Well, it'll be 33 then as the Klaus Bachler and Sven Muller car crosses the line. Another excellent result for Falken Motorsports. It's another 1-2 to add to a highly successful season, not only for the Falken tyre manufacturer, but also for Porsche as a brand, because the one race they've missed out on, typically, which is the one they desperately wanted to win, was the 24 hours of the Nürburgring 2 months ago. But I'm pretty sure every other NLS race, whether they be a Nürburgring qualifier or a more standard NLS titled race, has been won by Porsche, if not a 1-2 or a 1-2-3 finish. So nobody can stop the GT3R, and particularly when Falken turn up with limited competition, it has to be said, but they've got to get the cars to the finish. This would have been a 6-hour race had the fog not intervened at the start of the day, but they still needed to dodge many bullets throughout the course of a 4.5-hour race, including the fact that we're well beyond the 6 o'clock original advertised time, and by 10 seconds they both needed to do an extra lap as well. So 1 or 2 hearts in mouths to make sure that they had put the relevant amount of fuel in the cars to do another racing lap, plus this little bit of a slowing down lap on the Grand Prix circuit as well. But tremendous effort from Klaus Bachler and Sven Muller, and also from Dennis Marschall and Nico Menzel, who might have thought on several occasions that they would have won that.
Well, the first round was won by Sven Muller and Maurice Schering.
And that was in the 3 car.
Correct, in the 3 car. The 4 car with Dorian Boccolacci and Nico Menzel was second. In round 2, it was won by Falken.
And the 3 car again, I think.
The 3 car with the 4 car being 5th.
Okay.
Round 3 was Mantai.
But also in that race, the 3 car finishing ahead of the 4 car.
Correct, 3rd and 4th, correct. Yeah.
And then we had 2 qualifying races on back-to-back days. One into the twilight.
Yeah.
Which was another win for 911.
Yes. Yeah,
but
with
the 3
and 4 again. Yeah. There's a pattern here, isn't there?
There is.
Yeah.
And you know, you have to go, your heart goes out to the drivers of the 4 car, because you would have thought that they deserved to finish ahead of their teammates, but they couldn't manage it the following day either.
So Shearer Sport won the round 5 with their Porsche.
Okay, I've selected the wrong sheet, so...
Yeah, Mantai 2nd, and I don't think...
No, I don't think Falken actually
took part in that
turned
one.
up. No,
they're not in that
strangely.
one. Yeah, they didn't do that one.
Oh no, sorry, they were 33 and 44 on that day.
Wow.
So they changed their numbers entirely for the...
Yeah, obviously had the 24 hour, which is totally different, and then the NLS-Light, which obviously didn't feature those cars at all, and now today. So, yeah, 1st and 2nd, but honours to 3rd and 4th, 3 and 4 again in that order.
So on one occasion, I make it, the 44/the 4 car has had a better result than the 3. It's not the first 1-2 finish for Falken. They managed to do it at the start of the year, but nearly all the time the driving crew in car 3, and it has changed. It's chopped and changed through the course of the year, but generally speaking, 3 has had the better results than the 4, and that has been the case today as well. Even though at certain points we thought, oh, 4's going to win this by a stride, and it proved not to be the case in the final moments. But well done to Austrian racer Klaus Bachler, to Sven Muller, his teammate of Germany. And these two are proving to be a great combination when they are left to race on their own. Remember, for the longer races, they tend to double up, so 4 drivers per car. But these, even the 6-hour races, they were happy to do it with just a couple of pilots. The same for the number 4 car, which came home 5 seconds adrift of the number 3, and then a considerable distance back by 4.5 minutes. Vincent Kolb, Frank Stippler, Patrick Assenheimer in their white and blue Ford Mustang. Cup 2 are home and hosed, aren't they? Yes, and Tim Scheerbart for Mühlner Motorsport, 921, take the victory there. 921 shared by David Jahn and Arne Hofmeister. But the one that we've been focusing on all the way through the race is the fight within Cup 3, and they are still not back yet. Give them a few more moments. Sandberg, I expect to finish ahead of Bednarski on the road, but that will then be corrected to put Bednarski back ahead, assuming that is that they actually make it to the end of this lap and they haven't taken huge chunks out of one another on the final racing lap. But they should be the next couple of cars over the line to confirm those places in Cup 3, as the celebrations will begin in a moment on the main podium. SP8T honours going the way of FK Performance Motorsport with the BMW M4 GT4. That's car number 187. 187 shared by Nick Wustenhagen, Ranko Majatovic and Tobias Wahl. Oh, 940's even slower. Has 940 run out of fuel? That's a very precarious place to be sitting as well. So that is the Oscar Sandberg car, which is already getting a 30-second penalty, remember. And where's Bednarski? He's already crossed the line. But this is a major concern now for the 940 Porsche, because the speed differential is huge. And surely yellow flags will be being shown now on the exit of Hohenrhein. Absolute disaster for the 940 crew. Not only are they going to get a 30-second penalty, they might be kissing goodbye to the podium here, because, yeah, Omer is already across the line, although they're a lap back. 31 laps. Yeah, Sandberg's already... No, Sandberg hasn't completed 30 laps yet, but Omer has, and Schmickler has, in their Cup 3 cars. That's a podium gone, Snowy, for the 940 car, when they thought they were going to win the class. Horrible. That's how motorsport can bite, isn't it? So Nico Silva, David Griezmann, Oscar Sandberg are not able to cross the line at the end of the race. So that is it for the NLS race and the final opportunity for the KW 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. A reminder of the race is still to come, with the double header over the 13th and 14th of September, the end of September for NLS 9 and NLS 10 taking place as the final race of champions on the 11th of October. My thanks to Peter Snowden, to Kerry Cobb up in London, who's been keeping us on air. We hope you've enjoyed a rather extended edition of the KW 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, and we'll see you in about a month's time for NLS 7 and 8. Bye-bye for now.
eintragen in sein Klassenbuch, was die Gesamtsiege am Nürburgring angeht. Das ist sein 6. Gesamtsieg. Glückwunsch dazu.
Ja, vielen Dank. 6 Siege. Ich habe auch gedacht, vielleicht 5, 6 sowas oder so. Ja, mega Erfolg. Also es war wirklich ein spannendes Duell. Wir haben beide Autos, von Anfang an haben wir uns nichts geschenkt. Wir wussten, okay, das Schwesterauto ist der größte Konkurrent. Der Ford am Anfang mit dem Stippi war sehr, sehr schnell.